Ha Moyoung is currently a famous rookie, sought after by the entire entertainment industry for his natural acting talent. But behind that is a hellish childhood, where he was abused and insulted every day. Not only that, Moyoung also has the ability to see supernatural phenomena and a black smoke that signals death. In his moment of deepest despair, he met a mysterious god who told him he could live the lives of others through acting. From then on, Moyoung decided to step onto the path of an actor as a way to escape his painful fate. Even though he had never studied acting, he amazed everyone with his terrifying ability to immerse himself in a role during his very first performance. Moyoung's talent quickly caught the eye of director Young Seok. To see how Ha Moyoung rises to become a top star, let us follow this story with Life Manhwa. Opening the story, a loud call, Moyoung. Please get ready. Moyoung quickly replies cheerfully, yes, and currently, he is the creator of an extraordinary box office phenomenon, a super rookie. His debut brought in a box office revenue of 4 million won and his second reached 7 million won as he steps into the spotlight. The writers and cameras are all ready for the man who captured a 32% viewership rating in his first leading drama. All these glowing praises, they are all for me. And then the protagonist officially immerses himself in the glory. A shy staff member speaks up. He looks even handsomer in person than on screen. I have to ask him for a photo later. Getting ready to film. The person holding the clapperboard shouts, alright, start recording. Get ready. Young Yi excitedly starts the program with the audience. A warm welcome to our beloved showbiz audience. I am Jung Yi, your host for today. Her voice echoes throughout the studio filled with stage lights. I believe you are all looking forward to meeting today's guest, the extraordinary success phenomenon, the nation's rookie, actor Ha Moyoung. And our male lead appears radiantly. Hello everyone, I am the new actor Ha Moyoung. Jung Yi starts the greeting. Moyoung, your schedule must be very packed lately, right? He flashes a bright smile and replies, it is okay, I wanted to be on air with Miss Go. Jung Yi, making her very happy to hear it. Really, producer, did you hear that? This is how important I am. Then she looks toward the audience and explains, ladies and gentlemen, as you may already know, Ha Moyoung has a nickname, the screen prodigy. You can think of it as a bit of wordplay. A voice rings out. Cut, the camera points at him, and the director's voice says, now Moyoung, she makes a request. Can you let your emotions overflow for the next scene? This causes a stir throughout the set. No way, she said. Today is only his first day of acting. How can we film the next scene right away? Even experienced actors find it difficult, let alone him. But Moyoung unexpectedly smiles gently and says, I am ready. Then he begins to fall into character, a face full of sorrow along with overflowing tears. Returning to the present, Young Yi continues excitedly. Do you know people say you are not a rookie, but a rising star? Thousands of praising comments appear one after another. She continues to ask, what do you think about this very cool nickname of yours? Making Moyoung shyly and humbly say, I think it is probably because I was able to act in the right film and had wonderful colleagues. This makes everyone feel even more fond of him. You are so humble. Jung Yi continues with a question. Now, to continue the program, here is a question that the audience is very curious about. Moyoung, when did you first think about becoming an actor? This question takes Moyoung a bit by surprise. He closes his eyes to think for a moment, then speaks. I think it was after I graduated from high school. Hearing that, she continues, is there a special reason, or did you play a role back then? Hearing this, he quickly laughs it off and waves his hand. No, that is not it. My family situation back then was not very stable. I think it was worse than you could imagine. Moyoung begins to recount the reason he came to the path of acting, to the point where I thought I might not make it, that one day I might die. But someone told me I could live another life through acting. Finally, he gives an affirming smile. That is my reason. To stay alive. Flashback to the time before that. Actually, those days were worse than a nightmare for me. A harsh voice rings out. You unfilial brat, what do you know? Young's stepfather pushes him hard against the wall and hurls insults. My father's insults and beatings happened every day, as if it were natural. Is it not enough that you ruined your parents like this, and now you dare to ask me for money? In those days, my thoughts were filled only with the wish to escape this place when I grew up. At that time, he tried to defend himself, but that money was left for me by my mother. This makes him even more furious. Do you have no shame? You dare to take that money when you are the one who killed your mother. This makes him even more terrified. It was just an accident. His eyes are filled with cold darkness, and his words become even more cruel. An accident. Back then, what she carried inside her was the product of a devil. Someone like you should never have been born. He remembers the flow of energy he had seen since he was a child. I could see things that no one else could. Ghosts were just one thing. I could also see strange supernatural phenomena, like this mist. Whenever this black mist appears, it always follows death, making Moyoung cry out in fear. The image of his mother enveloped in smoke appears. My mother's death was one of them. My father said I would receive a blessing from the gods. But the shaman's expression was very strange. At that time, a light warmly enveloped him according to the shaman's words. He has divine energy, but no god to protect him. Despite having divine energy, there is something different about him. However, she quickly changed her tone, stroking her chin thoughtfully. When a child grows up, changes will surely occur. Why do not we wait until then? Mu-young's stepfather tightens his grip and threatens. The day you receive the god's blessing is coming. You will repay me for everything I have done for you, right? But he grit his teeth and refused. I do not want to. What? He grabs his hand and declares firmly, I do not want to receive that blessing. However, Mo-young opens his eyes wide in shock at what he sees before him. The black smoke from back then it appeared again. Seeing that his stepfather recoils in fear, what is with that expression of yours? His whole body is enveloped in black smoke in terror. It has appeared once again. Don't tell me those demons are here. He screams in horror. You brought them here, did not you? While Mo-young's eyes are staring intensely at it. It is both terrifying and possesses a very enchanting feeling. Watching the mist turn red then black attracts him, as if this mist from hell is inviting me. It is truly strange to feel joy over someone else's misfortune. At that time, I was both afraid and happy for the liberation I had long desired. But Mo-young's stepfather is not like that. He continuously kicks him. Get it away from me, drive it away. Do something. Why are you just standing there? Are you doing this on purpose, you jinxed brat? It should have been you are the one who should die. Just as he was about to land a heavy blow, Mo-young took advantage and pushed him away. Don't make me laugh. You, he screams, come back here, while Mo-young runs for his life. If only I could have driven it away, my mother would still be here. After leaving that hellish house, he looks up at the starry sky. He uses his hand to shield his eyes from the falling snow. Only a few more hours until his birthday. And he will become an adult as the shaman said. Now I really need to escape this terrible place. Mo-young unexpectedly lies down on the cold ground to watch the snow. I do not understand why I have to endure this misfortune. Everyone else has a normal life, why only me? Suddenly, a voice speaks out, this life is truly terrible. That is because a god has entered your body, so the fate of a normal person is something you can no longer have. Hearing this, he startles and sits up. Who is there? The two of them begin a conversation. What does that mean? A god, do you want to continue living? Of course I do. Even if your fate won't change, it will still be a living hell for you. Hearing these words makes him speak out in resentment. Isn't this too much? What did I do wrong? Hearing that, the god smiles brightly and replies, actually, there is a way. The way for you to change your life is, that person slowly analyzes it for him. Borrow the life and fate of others. Soul possession. It means possessing the soul to become someone else and erasing your own shadow. Mo-young hears this with a head full of question marks. What on earth? Isn't this the meaning of my name? The person continues, consider this a birthday gift for you. Furthermore, you have special eyes, do not you? He replies with a sob, if you look at it that way. Suddenly the god says, perhaps it is time for you to rest. Mo-young's eyes suddenly become heavy. Wait, I still need to ask. Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Just like that he falls asleep under the white snow. It is so cold. Later, he slowly opens his eyes and wakes up. Mo-young tiredly sits up and slowly rubs his head. There is a newspaper on him. My head hurts so much. Did someone cover me with these newspapers while I was sleeping? They probably thought I was homeless. He recalls the words of the god from before. Soul possession means becoming someone else and erasing your own shadow. Borrowing the life and fate of others. What happened last night? Suddenly, he picks up the newspaper to take a look. This is, Mo-young begins to read the lines on it. Some time ago, when life in reality became too difficult, I would often go look for a script. Because when I act, I get to live in the lives of those characters and can temporarily forget my own life. Finally, he realizes to forget himself and immerse into the lives of characters. Could it be that last night was not a dream, or was it a coincidence? It was not a random coincidence. A warm flow of light envelops his heart. Because when I act, I get to live in the lives of those characters and can temporarily forget my own life. In the moment of becoming one with a character, I can hide in their life and erase myself. Mo-young's eyes now flash with a spark. Perhaps this is the only way. Images of being beaten flash in his heart. For me to escape this terrible fate. The malicious face of his stepfather appears once again. Someone like you should never have been born. But the shaman's face is mysteriously somber. The ability to possess the souls of others. When a child grows up, changes will surely occur. Why do not we wait until then? This is the path I can choose. Okay, let us try acting. Thinking of this, Mo-young runs forward quickly. It is as if he is seeing a new hope, acting. However, as soon as he returns to his house, he sees many people gathered around. First, I need to secretly pack my things and move somewhere. Please let me through. Why are so many people gathered in front of my house? It seems he was drunk. He tortured his child too much, so now he is facing retribution. Finally, Mo-young opens his eyes in surprise. The shaman's prophecy about changes when I grow up has come true. What happened that day? Flower petals unexpectedly fall all around. Falling flowers, it was the first day in my life. I felt lucky, and currently, it has been 2 weeks since my father died, and the last time I saw that mysterious rain of flowers. At school, the homeroom teacher speaks out in shock. What do you plan to do? Mo-young, with a face full of wounds, still responds with a smile, acting, sir. I want to act. This gives the teacher a headache. Moo-young, are you listening to me? Again, you are still young and lack practical experience. Entering Seoyeon University with your current situation, you have never said you wanted to become an actor before. This statement makes two other department heads look toward them. The teacher now helplessly touches his forehead to advise him. You do not even know how to get through the next few months. I hope you will consider what I am saying now. Hearing that, Moo-young just laughs it off. Actually, I understand why you are saying that. He recalls his gloomy circumstances a few days ago. After graduation, I will have to leave the house I am currently living in, and then there is the matter of arranging and settling what is left of my family's assets. Moo-young looks at his mother's savings book with a heavy heart. I also predicted it, but my mother's savings account is truly empty. Balance: 571,831. The person who knows my current situation best is my teacher, and currently, the teacher is also extremely worried for him. Getting into Seoyeon University is not hard, but you have to consider the tuition. It might be better if you start working early. Moo-young smiles radiantly again. I appreciate the advice, sir. That is the reason why I am even more determined to go to university. If I pursue an acting career, I must have both time and finances. Cherry blossom petals fall amidst the light in his heart. Becoming a student at a prestigious university will provide opportunities for guidance and more time to practice acting. Regardless, I still feel satisfied with it, because now I am free. Finally, the homeroom teacher gives in to Moo-young's persistence. If you are firm with your choice, then I won't advise against it anymore. But suddenly wanting to be an actor, have you ever tried acting? Why do you seem so confident? Unexpectedly, he answers very honestly, no sir, making the teacher speechless. This kid, seriously. The other teachers also strongly support his decision. Oh my god, Moo-young is also very suitable to try, why not? He looks good and he is tall too. Do you mean an idol? The boy wants to be an actor. Even birds need solid ground to fly, right? Making the homeroom teacher angry. No, you people, stop bothering us, and focus on your work. Hearing that, they disperse but do not forget to cheer. Moo-young, your English teacher is cheering for you. Finally, the homeroom teacher gives in. Don't just daydream, think carefully. Anyway, he takes a stack of money from his coat pocket. Take this. A contribution from the teachers. The teachers all know. They know how hard you have worked for the past 3 years, and they want you to continue living strongly. Don't think about it, just accept it. Moo-young holds the stack of money in his hand and ponders. Finally, he sheds touched tears. Thank you sir. After finding out, Junho asks in extreme shock, Moo-young, are you crazy? You told the homeroom teacher you want to act? He points at him completely baffled. The whole office is talking about you. Why would you think that? Then Junho puts on a disapproving face and explains, you are truly crazy, or you have lost your mind. What are you planning to do with that indifferent attitude? Moo-young. After that, he turns back with a very mocking expression and says, you know, everything except English is very negative. Junho turns his face away and sighs. But why do you want to act? This stubborn kid's name is Junho. Not only does he know about my family's situation, but he has always been a good friend. Hearing that, Moo-young speaks up, the teacher just asked me how I plan to live from now on. He points his hand. I never said I wanted to be an actor or anything like that. Well, you are good at lying too. I guess you are suited for acting. Does no one know about your stepfather? Look at that face. It is certainly tough. Moo-young hears that and nods. Then he brings out a tube of cream. This is high-quality cream. Use it sparingly. Why bother studying if you do not take care of your face? Seeing that, he flashes a radiant smile. Thanks. Being from a rich family is different. Hearing that, Junho proudly strokes his hair. It is only 10,000 won. The son of a real estate owner. He starts asking around, so, what are you going to do now? Moo-young quickly replies, nothing special. Part-time work, university. Hearing that, he becomes even more confused. What if you do not get into university? What does that even mean? He says calmly, while flipping through pages of a book, then I will give my all and try to pass by any means. This makes Junho break into a cold sweat and try to dissuade him. What if your desire to act is just fake? No. Why so suddenly? Why? Moo-young still laughs it off and says, I also thought it was a lie. No wonder you reacted so foolishly, making Junho freeze instantly. He gives a helpless smile. Even if it is Junho, I do not want to reveal everything, including his agitation. Sorry for surprising you, I just thought I should try it once. Seeing Moo-young's sincere smile makes Junho startled. This kid seems serious. Finally, he makes a request to test him, then try it. Junho points at Moo-young and makes a request. Act. I am worried because you suddenly changed your career path like this. If I watch and see no potential, I will make you stop immediately and pack lunch boxes for you. Then he snatches the book from his hand to search. What should the lines be now? Then Junho flips to a movie and asks, do you know this one? The Disappearing Spring, a Korean drama, 2001 series. Lead role, Park Moon. Director Kim Song-ah. Writer, Kim Min-chang. The Disappearing Spring, that was the movie that made a splash with Park Moon. A heavy-hitting actor in 2001. Appearing without a guarantee, the image of a couple standing around bare trees appears. Set in a future where seasons have disappeared due to climate change, the film depicts the awareness of the disappearance of spring, once felt through blooming flowers. Moo Young excitedly holds it in his hand. I know it well. I like this movie because of its vibrant colors. Junho is very satisfied. Good that you know it. Now, try it. If you do not even dare to do it here, do not think about trying anywhere else. The script appears. 107 Someone's afternoon garden. Junsik walking barefoot, looking at withered flowers for a moment. Jaeyoung approaches and hugs him. Junsik, with a trembling voice, it was only for one day. Jaeyoung, pressing her face against his back. Junsik, this year, spring only lasted one day. Surely, it was also the last day. Had I known, I would have watched longer. Now, even the flowers will never bloom again. After reading, he feels a bit shy. This is embarrassing. I do not know if I can do it well. Moo-young begins to fall into the role. No, if I have chosen acting, I must try. From now on, I have to be serious. He closes his eyes and lets his soul into it. Let us think about it, if I were to become that gardener. As if there is the sound of leaves here. Junho is stunned by the scene before him. Other classmates are also quickly attracted and look toward Mo-young. He seems to transform into the gardener character appearing. This place, the dried-up garden, the barren land where flowers cannot bloom. Mo-young looks up with glistening eyes. Mo-young's eyes shine with immense sorrow. Only for one day. This year, spring only lasted one day. Under his feet are dry, withered leaves. Surely, that was the last day. Mo-young watches the leaves slowly falling and smiles painfully. If I had known, I would have watched it longer. His hands, which used to touch seedlings as if bursting with life, now, even the flowers can no longer bloom. And returning to the present, Mo-young looks at his hands. I did not realize it. My hands moved even though I was not in that situation. If I were a gardener who had lost everything. Finally, he painfully raises his hand to touch his face and sheds tears. I will savor and enjoy even the bit of spring that remains. Finally finished acting, he lets out a breath. But his face is full of happiness. So fun. Mo-young excitedly turns his face to ask Junho. How was it? It was natural for the first time, right? However, he is a bit panicked when everyone is silently staring at him. Why is the classroom atmosphere like this? Junho immediately covers his mouth. This kid, seeing this makes Mo-young more confused than ever. What is with the reaction? Did I make a mistake? The classmates' faces are also completely stunned. Did I do something wrong? Seeing the O-shaped mouths and wide eyes of his classmates makes Mo-young gradually lose his composure. Why are their faces like that? The period is over anyway. He hurriedly packs his things to leave. I have to get out of here quickly. What are you doing? Let us go home, making Junho startle. Only then does Mo-young speak up to ask, but why did not you tell me how I did? Was it that bad? Junho, however, looks in another direction and says with a laugh, no, it is just. I thought you would be shy and awkward since it is your first time, but it was actually quite good. Truly a surprise. After leaving the classroom, he scratches his head and praises, maybe there is potential for growth. It was not bad, all things considered. Hearing that, Mo-young asks curiously, what do you mean? But Junho quickly runs off. I do not know anything, let us go home quickly. He asks excitedly. Are you buying? Fine, my treat. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the remaining students look toward where they went and begin to marvel. They started discussing the cinematic scene from earlier. What just happened? Mo-young. I literally got goosebumps. Do you really want to become an actor? Meanwhile, the two of them had arrived at an eatery and ordered 2 portions of tteokbokki. Here, thank you. Junho was a bit curious. I could have treated you to something more expensive. Is just tteokbokki okay? Mo-young happily replied. Of course. We are getting both kimbap and sundae too. On a cold day like this, it is perfect for snacking. He chewed while teasing him. You talk like an old man. Mo-young looked at his hand, which was surrounded by pollen, and marveled. It is a rain of flowers. I am certain this kind of falling flowers appeared when my father died. Then he looked around, wondering, where is it coming from, which made Junho curious. What are you doing? A long moment later, Mo-young opened his eyes wide in surprise at what was before him. A building surrounded by pollen, here it is. BV Acting Academy. He slowly walked up the stairs. I am not entirely sure, but these falling flowers seem like a good sign. Mo-young walked while thinking deeply. A similar phenomenon happened when I escaped from my father. This academy must be connected to my luck. However, after a few steps, he turned his head and said to Junho, hey, why are you following me? Junho. He replied with a worried look, seriously, you left the tteokbokki I bought for you. How could I not worry about my friend? Besides, places like these academies are full of scammers. This building is old too, I am worried about that. What if you are in such a rush that you sign a contract without even reading it? Mo-young saw right through his real motive. What are you talking about? You are just following me because you are bored. I am really thankful that you care. But I can't tell you the truth. His eyes shone with intense determination. I am not sure where we are going, but even if I do not know what this is I have to try. Mo-enyo opened the door to greet them. Excuse me. and saw a man fast asleep. Suddenly, he sat up noisily, leaving both of them quite bewildered. That guy is so weird. Junho looked at Mu-young, signaling, if anything happens, let us bail immediately. The man sat up and greeted them a bit shyly. Hello, how can I help you? Why did you two come here? Mu-young forced a smile when he saw him. I hope I have come to the right place. The man quickly stood up to offer seats. Yes, please have a seat. 2 cups of tea were placed down politely. He quickly introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am Director Young Seok, who is the one seeking a consultation. Mo-young quickly raised his hand to confirm. It is me. My name is Ha Mo-young. Hearing that, Young Seok opened his eyes wide to observe him. I see. Should I show him? In 7 years of running the acting academy, Oh-sok had developed a special knack, an ability no one else had. Hundreds of hands reaching for the shining stars. Many students sought out Oh-sok, a man capable of finding stars. However, most students dreaming of becoming actors desired fame rather than the acting itself. Everything seemed to sink into darkness. Oh-seok felt dissatisfied with such students and wanted to find a child who would become a true actor. Returning to the present, he looked at the smiling Mo-young and remarked, this kid seems to have the potential to be an actor. Are you handsome? You are from Sejin High, right? What grade are you in? However, if this guy was just all talk with no substance, he would politely reject him. Mu-young quickly introduced himself. I am a senior. Jung Seok heard that and asked further. Preparing for your senior year, Mu-young explained. No sir. I am about to graduate. This made him quickly take a sip of tea. I see. Is that so? The timing is a bit vague. Is he considering taking the entrance exam again? Then Jung Seok placed a thick stack of documents on the table and introduced them. I think it is a bit late to prepare for acting and it is easier to retake other subjects. This made Junho gape a little. A curriculum. This academy seems legit. However, Mu-young refused. No, sir, which made him a bit confused. He boldly stated his desire. The adult class. I am not interested in it. I want to study acting as my entrance exam preparation, which suddenly piqued Jung Seok's interest. A more prestigious answer than expected. Have you ever acted before? He did not hide anything and said, never, sir. Hearing that, the man pointed to a piece of paper and spoke. Then you should refer to the senior class. You can consider the differences between the levels. Mu-young quickly held it in his hand to examine, while Junho also peered over. Is the tuition different between the classes? Jung Seok also quickly introduced his program. We have basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. The basic level is the most expensive because there is a lot to teach. Mo-young happily read through everything. Since I am a beginner, I will take the basic class first. However, when he got to the price section, he was stunned. This is insane. Why is it so expensive? Looking at the falling petals and the numbers, the flowers are falling. What should I do? Jung Seok, unaware, continued to enthusiastically introduce his course. When you reach the advanced class, you can go to actual auditions. We record every class and have feedback from the instructor. We will divide into small groups of 5 maximum. At this point, Mu-young spoke up. Sir, he continued with a question. How long does it usually take to move up to the advanced class? We need to calculate time and money if we are serious about studying. Jung Seok became even more bewildered. Well, it depends on your ability. But if you are talented, it might take 6 months to a year. Why are you already thinking about the advanced class? Mo-young read the information on the course. 6 months to a year. Meanwhile, the man was secretly evaluating him. Did I misjudge him regarding the tuition? Normally, one should start around the beginning of high school to see progress before graduation. Seeing him ponder like that made Jung Seok even more curious. This guy has not even acted once, yet he already wants to enter the advanced class. He saw Mo-young's extremely troubled face and realized, no matter how he calculated it, he could not grasp the total. I guess it is impossible. At that moment, several people excitedly walked in and greeted. Good afternoon, teacher. Teacher, are you curious about what Yu-chan did today? Please shut up. This made Jung Seok startle. Is it already that late? Mu-young was also attracted by them. Those uniforms. They are from a school quite far from here. Do they travel that far to study? In Mo-young's heart, he was curious. Are they famous regardless of their appearance? Jung Seok then stopped and went over to them. Oh no, I forgot to turn on the heater. The 5 of them were extremely excited and chatted noisily. Come inside to get warm. Yes, it is so cold my hands are frozen. Teacher, hurry up. We are learning about video production today. I will get ready first. Suddenly Jung Seok looked toward Mu-young and let out an "Oh, this student still seems very sincere." Then a good idea struck him. Should I test him first? Practical experience is very important in acting classes. Do you want to observe once kid? Which took Ma-young completely by surprise. He immediately replied excitedly. Yes, thank you very much. Hearing that, Jung Seok felt very stimulated. When he heard that, Oh-sok was very excited, but seeing Mu-young hesitate, he found it hard to understand. His face glowed with satisfaction. It seems he truly wants to study acting. However, his mood changed when he saw his stiffness. Or is he not as enthusiastic about acting as he thinks? What is holding him back? I assumed he would sign up right away. Normally, Young Seok would not try to keep those who wanted to quit, but with Muyang seeing the light emanating from him, he suddenly had an idea, and that was the reason for the current request. In acting class, practice is very important. Do you want to come and watch as a student? At this moment, Muyang entered their practice room and saw them diligently practicing vocalization. This made him marvel. The atmosphere seems so different. Jung Seok happily began his lecture. Alright, is everyone warmed up? Teacher, it is too cold. Turn up the heater, just keep warming up and you will get warm. Bora listened intently to her teacher's words. No matter what kind of acting it is, using your muscles is very important. Don't be lazy, put in the effort. The other two were also ready. Yes sir. At this point, a screen showed a scene from a movie. Jung Seok began the lecture. Now, today's topic is expressing emotions through certain body parts. Have you seen this movie? Two pairs of feet touching on a white bed. This was a scene where characters expressed love by interlacing their toes, getting closer and closer according to his words. That is a close-up technique focusing on a specific body part to express emotion. This technique is used a lot in films. Usually, people prefer using the eyes because they express it most clearly. Everyone focused on listening to the teacher's instructions. Moving to the next example, Muyang also carefully observed everything. I must focus. Even with just this short auditing session, I have already learned a lot. Alright. Now let us practice in front of the camera. Ending the lecture, Young Seok had prepared the camera. Then, he began to request his students. Today's exercise is to express emotion through your hands. Use your two hands to express love or anger. Hyungju heard that and quickly raised his hand. Teacher, is there a time limit? Jung Seok pointed and stated his requirement. There is no time limit. You are allowed to use props and lines, but they should only be tools to guide the emotion. The camera will only focus on your hands. Do you understand? Yuchun understood the point. Even without sound, one should be able to feel the emotion just by looking. Hearing that, Jung Seok turned on the camera and replied satisfactorily. Exactly. So while we are at it, let Yuchun try first. Which made him reply excitedly. Yes sir. Jung Seok quickly asked. Do you want to perform love or anger? He went in front of the camera and said clearly. I choose anger sir. I want to use the table as a prop. Muyang stood from afar and marveled. He is not afraid of the lens at all. Junho leaned in and whispered. Anyway, anger seems easier than love. Yochen quickly sat at the table and stabilized his emotions. The camera displayed his hands. The signal was called. Start. His hands began to tremble violently. Then suddenly Yuchen raised his hands, his face looking like he was restraining something. Then he slammed his hands down on the table forcefully. Jung Seok looked over and commented to himself. Alright. Cut. Not too bad, but quite average. If there is something to praise, it is that he did not use lines. Then he called the next person. Next is Kang Bora. Yes sir. Muyang and Junho were also buzzing. She looks like she will succeed, right? Be quiet. What did I even do? I am just trying to get closer. Bora then clenched her hands in front of her chest and began to express her emotions. Then she turned away sharply, clutching the bow on her chest. This surprised Junho. It is also anger, but it is completely different, is not it? Muyang was also very impressed. The guy just now was clearly angry, but she feels like she is both angry and annoyed. As for Young Suk, he was a bit contemplative. Just as I thought, everyone chose anger. Hyungju then angrily kicked a chair. The movements were quite similar, either slamming or destroying something, while the other girl was clutching her shirt in an outburst. This made him sigh after watching. Ending like this is a bit disappointing. But whatever, let us move to the next exercise. At this moment, Young Seok suddenly realized something and shouted. He looked toward Muyang, who was smiling radiantly. Then Young Seok suggested. Muyang. Yes, do you want to try? It is just a screen test. This made him extremely excited. Is that okay sir? Muyang immediately bowed to thank him. Then I will trouble you sir. Just be natural. The other students, like seniors, said proudly. This reminds me of 3 years ago. I was so nervous at first. Looking into the camera, Young Seok was a bit thoughtful. The camera is not capturing him very well. He looks much better in person. It seemed he still did not know how to stand correctly in front of a camera. He asked, which one do you want to try? Anger. Young smiled brightly and declined. No sir. I want to try love. This made the others excited. The new student is so enthusiastic. What is he planning to do? Then he made a request. Instead of props, I would like to ask a friend for help. Young Seok also comfortably complied. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable. Muyang turned to his friend for help. Im Junho, give me a hand. This made him feel chilled with goosebumps and refuse. No way. What do you mean? Love or whatever? That is gross. Hurry up. I said no. Bora saw this scene and, annoyed, raised her hand to volunteer. Please, just help me once. How annoying. Just a waste of time. If you need someone, I will do it. The result will probably be better that way. This made him look at her with eyes full of gratitude. Thank you. After the two of them stood in position, Young Seok shouted, alright, the camera will also focus on the hands, so, start. Immediately Mu Young began to express a flow of loving emotions. This scene made him look with wide eyes. Just now, his face became vivid. Not just his face, but even the details in each fingertip. Looking at his hands being raised, Young Seok wondered, what is he planning to show? His hands gently touched Bora's lips, surprising her. The other two were also wide-eyed and stunned. Look at him. Juno also blushed and covered his eyes through his fingers. What the hell, you bastard? At this point Young Seok also frowned in shock. This kid warm eyes toward the one he loves. Looking at his gentle face made him exclaim, even the touch is so gentle. It really looks like he is in love. Even Bora was stunned by this. No way. Is today really his first time? Looking at that face full of happiness made her even more bewildered. He can immerse himself in acting like this on his first time. Seeing these things made her feel like he was emitting light. Who exactly is he? His hands slowly withdrew once more. Mu Young directed his gaze toward Young Seok and asked, that is it, or should we continue? He then looked at the camera and requested, kid, can you also try anger? Hearing that, he accepted immediately despite being a bit confused. Am I missing something? Of course, I can. Mu Young did not forget to bow and thank Bora. Thank you so much. However, she clicked her tongue, flipped her hair, and walked away, leaving him confused. What is wrong? Did I make a mistake? Next, he glanced elsewhere, and furthermore, seeing those astonished and marveling gazes made a question mark appear for Mu Young. Why is everyone looking at me like that? It left a very strong impression on Young Seok. This kid's acting is not at a rookie level. But just expressing emotion is not enough. I also need to hear his lines and breathing. When acting anger, try saying lines with it. He shyly scratched his head. Lines, sir. I have not memorized any lines yet. Hearing that, he offered suggestions. You can use TV drama lines or any famous lines from recently. Mu Young felt a bit inspired. Famous lines recently. Maybe I will try that famous TV clip. He recalled a scene from a movie he had seen. It was considered a modern version of Hyungbu and Nolbu, and had created a fever, featuring a slap with a ladle in those trashy dramas. I have not seen that movie, but I know that famous scene. Finally, he closed his eyes and began to get into character. Alright, decided. The main character, usually a kind but poor person, comes to borrow money from his sister, but he is slapped by her with a ladle and feels extremely angry. If I were that person. Immediately, Mu Young's face gradually became serious, his fists began to clench and even tremble. You bastards, how dare you insult me like this? Then he held his head and laughed maniacally. Mu Young's eyes shone with a hint of madness. Is this the result of putting all my effort into this family? Truly impressive. You even used a ladle. The others heard it and recognized everything. A ladle, I know which scene this is. Is it the modern version of Hyungbu and Nolbu? Jung Seok was also very surprised by this scene and exclaimed, so he chose a scene worth referencing to mimic. But mimicking a famous scene is not easy. If he does not create his own mark, he will be overshadowed by the original. Mu Young, what will your result be? Back to Mu Young, he was reaching out his hand, reciting his lines. Alright, let us try. He seemed to explode with his resentment to the extreme. I will kill you all. I will kill you all. Young Seok's eyes sparkled with significant interest. Up until now, it is exactly like the original. So, what is next? His fingers, covered in rice, slammed directly onto the table. He even clawed so hard that the rice stuck to the tabletop. This made his eyes light up as if a spark had ignited. The other students also froze right where they stood. At that moment, Mu Young returned to his usual expression and asked curiously, is that enough? Yuchin and Hyungju were both impressed. It is quite different from the original, is not it? I did not think about using fingers to wipe rice and then rubbing it on the table. That scene was already sad. But now it looks even more pathetic, right? Young Seok also turned off the camera with satisfaction, a smile appearing on his lips. What a pity. His pronunciation and breathing sound very amateur. No, being able to do this on the first time acting is already very good. It is just that because there was an overflowing emotional scene earlier, this one seems slightly less impressive. Everyone started praising his talent. Is that really your first time acting? You are really good. Yeah. Where did you study acting? Mu Young heard that, and shyly scratched his head with a forced smile. This really is my first time, so I did not know anything. His answer surprised them. What? First time? Wong Seok stepped in and raised his hand. Alright, everyone, gather around. We will look over our own clips and find points that need improvement. Then we will film again. This time, practice both the love and anger scenes. He walked out the door while calling, Mo Young, can you come out here with me for a moment? Mo Young immediately followed. Yes sir. The remaining people stayed behind to talk about him. He is so good. At this level, he might even get a perfect score, right? Exactly. Bora, at this point displayed a face of unwillingness. Yuchin saw this and asked with some concern, Bora, what is wrong with you suddenly? Is there a problem? Her hands clenched tightly, her voice a bit low. I just feel a bit strange. Bora's gaze also showed a hint of disappointment. I suddenly discovered something. She remembered her childhood self chasing the light. The difference in talent between her and him. I have been acting since I was a child, but as I grow older, my progress slows down. The path of acting is becoming increasingly difficult. Bora lowered her head and spoke in disappointment. I feel like I am running to the finish line. Then suddenly Usain Bolt jumps out of nowhere and overtakes me. Yu Chen let out a long sigh. Bora. Junho followed behind hurriedly. What was that just now? Mu Young asked a bit confusedly. What? He put his hand over his face, acting embarrassed. When you were called up to act, why did you suddenly touch someone else's face so gently? He heard that and replied very calmly. So what? I was acting in a love scene. Junho, of course, did not believe it. No way. While Mu Young raised his hand to signal silence. Be quiet. He bowed to Young Seok and asked worriedly, Sir, thank you for your advice. But I have an appointment. Can we talk more next time? I am leaving now, sir. After saying that, Mo Young pushed Junho to leave, making him confused. I thought you liked this stuff. He whispered an explanation. I won't be attending anyway. Lingering any longer would just be bothering others. While Young Seok was deep in thought, his acting ability is real. Such talent is very rare to find. He was having an intense internal struggle. The most important thing that creates the competitive edge for an acting school is the successful casting rate and the ability to produce famous actors. Thinking of this, Young Seok's eyes shone with determination. Images flashed continuously through his mind. One could say those two things go hand in hand. If the casting success rate is high, media exposure increases, leading to a surge in popularity. Young Seok looked up at Mu Young, who seemed to be shining brilliantly. If there were a path of glory in this process, if a terrifying potential appeared on that path, and if such a person stood right before him, he would absolutely hold on to them. As soon as he realized Mu Young was about to leave, he stood up immediately. Ha, Mo Young. Mu Young was startled and froze upon hearing his name. Yes, finally, Young Seok spoke up with an offer. Listen to me. Why do not you enroll in our academy? At that moment, a boy was covering his face and sobbing. Young Seok loved actors with potential. He especially admired their determination when they chose the path of acting from the heart. Mu Young closed his eyes and recalled the past. His face was zoomed in, every sharp feature exuding charisma. Your talent is terrifying. Your potential is absolutely massive. Young Seok saw an aura behind him, his eyes sparkling. As both a director and a senior actor, he was thrilled. This kid. In his heart, he was going crazy with the desire to cultivate that talent. Young Seok did not want to lose a talent. Seeing Mu Young leaving, he called out again, Mu Young, sit down for a moment. Young Seok advised him, Mu Young, you really have talent. Thank you, sir. He urged Mu Young to reconsider because of the potential deep within him. You instinctively understand emotional elements. That is a huge advantage. If I can just polish the trainable aspects for you, you will truly be able to. You really will. Young Seok's eyes glowed as he looked at him. Limitless talent. This kid is a literal jackpot. He scrutinized him from the inside out. If I can tap into his full potential, just how far can this boy go? Seeing Young Seok's gaze, Mo Young felt he looked like a total creep and began to doubt his life choices. What is it? Why is he hesitating so much? Isn't this just small talk? Seeing Mu Young's blank stare, he got straight to the point. Let me be blunt. You want to study privately and intensively with me? Both Mu Young and Junho were shocked. Intensive study. Young Seok explained while gesturing wildly. It means I will give you one-on-one lessons outside of regular classes. It is easier to understand if you think of it as a master-disciple relationship, right? After explaining, he felt smug about the great deal he was offering. He won't turn this down easily. An opportunity like this is extremely rare. He was 30% confident and 70% hopeful for an acceptance. Besides, getting to teach a genius like this one-on-one. I am getting too excited. Mu Young began to hesitate. Actually, seeing him waver, Young Seok acted like an excited child and even added a bonus package. Is there a problem? You will only have to pay the basic tuition. The advanced class fee is 300,000 won, but do not worry about that. Contrary to his expectations, Mu Young politely declined. I am sorry, I do not think I can make a decision right now. It felt like a bolt of lightning, or a heavy rock had struck Young Seok's head. Young Seok felt a massive blow because it was the first time someone had rejected such an offer, benefits that any student would dream of. Why not? Is he planning to go to another school? To be honest, it was like being chased away by monkeys on a mountain and pushed back by fish in the sea. Meanwhile, Mu Young pushed back while Junho tried to leave. Man, I was way too confident. Let us go, hurry. Seeing the talent about to leave, Young Seok tried everything to pull him back. Wait, I will arrange one more trial session for you. He surely won't miss this. The systematic classes at BV Academy are— It is not that, sir. Mu Young honestly stated the reason. Actually, the tuition is much more expensive than I thought. I do not have enough money to attend as I originally planned. Without hesitation, he bowed to leave. Thank you so much, sir. I will be going now. Goodbye. Before he could say anything, the two of them quickly slammed the door, leaving Jung-seok standing there like a statue. After leaving the room, the two rushed to the stairs, talking about what just happened. I feel so bad just coming for a free peek and then leaving. Maybe it was a bit much. Really, that teacher seemed to really like you though. In truth, Mo-young still wanted to study, but finances were always a heavy burden on his heart. I came here because of the pollen, but I really like the teacher and the class. Still, money is the problem. Just as he finished his internal monologue, Junho shouted, "What the heck?" He heard someone calling his name along with the shout. Ha Mo-young. It was Jung-seok, who had somehow caught up to them. Ha Mo-young. Not wanting to lose this gift from heaven, he made another offer without hesitation. Free, I will teach you for free. Instead, Jung-seok wanted Mo-young to promote the place once he became successful. In return, if you succeed later, you can do some free advertising for the academy. That way, both sides benefit, right? Junho used sign language to urge him to agree. What are you waiting for? Say yes before he changes his mind. Mo-young froze for a moment, visibly wavering. It felt like something invisible was pushing him, pulling him out of his pit of bad luck. Have I ever been supported and anticipated like this before? But something held Mo-young back. And can I naturally meet those expectations? He stood formally, and continued to politely decline the invitation. First of all, thank you sir. Jung-seok was not being formal. He kept trying to pull Mo-young in. Don't thank me, it is just an investment. Think of it as a give and take. Shall we go back up and talk? But Mo-young stopped him. Wait, please wait a moment sir. Just when it seemed like a rejection, Mo-young made a counter-offer. I also have a proposal. Jung-seok paused, his face full of question marks. A few days later, a hand was holding a walkie-talkie. It was Mo-young, trying to transform into a character. The DNA of the body found in the Bongdong tunnel has been confirmed. Mo-young and Jung-seok were studying together. Stop. What is the keyword? DNA, sir. 2 weeks had passed since he started private tutoring. The lucky effect of the pollen seemed to be working, and he felt himself improving every day. He continued teaching. Now inhale right here. Again. I just realized that even reading lines has a method. To understand better, there are many ways to breathe through the diaphragm, expand the scope of study, and use facial muscles. The DNA of the body found in the Bongdong tunnel has been confirmed. Jung-seok taught meticulously. The same line can feel completely different depending on which word is emphasized or the level of emotion used. I have read the same line dozens of times, but no 2 times were exactly the same. Again, put some emotion into it this time. That is not the vibe of a detective announcing a result he has been waiting days for. Mo-young's face lit up as he absorbed Jung-seok's wisdom. The word repeated most during the sessions was, again. Some might not get it, but whenever the teacher said, again, I felt cleansed. Yes sir. That sense of satisfaction probably comes from the knowledge and insight I gain, right? Every script was highlighted in detail and marked up meticulously. After class, Mo-young cleaned the practice room. It was truly interesting and helpful. Getting such a great opportunity for free. I just felt a bit uneasy about it. Recalling his earlier proposal to be fair, in exchange for your tutoring, this is my condition. I do not want to learn for free. Let me do the cleaning. Since the first day I met the teacher, I had the chance to study for free. That sentence still echoed in Mo-young's head. To meet the teacher's expectations, he received private morning lessons, cleaned the studio, and then attended regular classes to practice again. He felt that all his effort was worth it. Staying up late to practice had become his daily routine. He practiced more than 10 times a week. Seeing Mo-young cleaning the room so enthusiastically, Jung-seok felt a bit of admiration for his effort. Working hard today, too, I see. I knew he was gifted, but I did not expect him to be this determined. They say genius can't beat effort, but sometimes things are the opposite. However, Mo-young had it all. Effort can't beat passion, but what about a genius who has both effort and passion? Just then, Hyung-ju, Bora, and Yu-chan arrived. Hey there. Seeing them, Mo-young bowed with an optimistic tone. Come on in everyone. Hello. Yu-chan saw Mo-young's bright state and felt optimistic as well. Noticing Yu-chan's cheerful mood today, Mo-young asked, Yu-chan, do you have good news? Yu-chan replied. The university entrance results are out. That reminded Mo-young. I remember now. The results are coming out. Recalling every conversation with Yu-chan, today felt special. Yu-chan was always smiling, but today, I noticed he was particularly more excited than usual. It is all thanks to the teacher's advice. Jung-seok wanted to test Mo-young. Mo-young, as an ambitious actor, give me an example of a good habit one should have. Seeing that the teacher was testing him, he asked back. A habit, sir. Jung-seok nodded to lead him. That is right, a habit. It is observing and remembering people. He described it specifically using a file folder as an example. In life, you will meet many people, so remember their behaviors, communication styles, and habits. Furthermore, these skills would help Mo-young develop new ones. Cultivating these traits will help you portray characters more easily when acting. You never know. If he mastered this technique, Mo-young's future was guaranteed to be bright. This habit could become your secret weapon. A few minutes earlier, Yu-chan took off his jacket, smiling and saying something. Something was different about him. Yu-chan's eyes were wide, his pupils dilated with excitement. He seems very thrilled, and I can hear the excitement in his voice. His pitch is higher than usual, and something feels out of the ordinary. Seeing Yu-chan on cloud 9, Mo-young asked, Yu-chan, did something good happen? His face lit up because the university result had arrived. The admission results were announced. Just as I thought. Hearing his friend got in, Mo-young congratulated him while storing the info in his memory. Congratulations, truly, through observation, I seem to notice more than usual. I should remember this side of Yu-chan, but he froze when he heard the next part. Bora and Hyung-ju got in too. Right, both Bora and Hyung-ju were accepted into the same school. How did you know? Bora, Yu-chen, and I all got into the same university. It was not just any school, but a top-tier acting university with an extremely low acceptance rate. And guess which one? A leading university in the field of acting, with the highest competition rate among prestigious universities, the dream of countless aspiring actors. The modern school with a vast campus that every aspiring actor wants to attend State University. That was it, but contrary to their joy, Mo-young reacted differently. I see. Congratulations. What is up? Why is he looking at me like that? Young-ju tried to save face and scrutinize Mo-young's expression. The professors there are quite tough, but if you can handle it, you can enter the industry for free. I mean, essentially. Mo-young felt the atmosphere getting weird. He suspected they were misunderstanding him. I can vaguely sense the atmosphere. But these friends, they seem to be getting the wrong idea. Then Bora's image appeared. This is a place where talent alone is not enough to survive. Next was Yu-chen, who also got in. Getting kicked out just because you only practiced acting for a year. Even Hyung-ju got in. Do you think you can get into State University just by reapplying within a year? Talent alone is not enough when the starting lines are different. Seeing everyone else get accepted, while he remained silent, someone asked Mo-young, how long are you planning to stay at the academy? We won't be able to come out once we are in university. Oh, me. The words envy and what if filled his head. If I pass an audition and get a small role, that would be an experience too, right? But regardless of the situation, Mo-young was happy with his current life. No matter what, it does not matter. I am completely happy with how things are now. Hyung-ju put an arm around his shoulder. I passed on my first try thanks to this talent, but I can understand the feeling of having to reapply. Hang in there, even if you want to give up, stay persistent, okay, you know what I mean? But Mo-young did not even have plans to reapply. I am not reapplying. Wait, Hyung-ju thought he was joking, or about to pull a plot twist. Not reapplying but considering a third attempt, that is impressive. The response was just a simple, huh. Both Yu-chan and Hyung-ju crowded around to look at Mo-young's phone. What is going on? What is it? On the phone was an anonymous message from an unknown number with a congratulatory note. Hyung-ju and Yu-chan's jaws dropped in disbelief. Mo-young got accepted to Seoyeon University. It took a moment for them to regain their composure and take turns congratulating him. What? You are good, were you secretly looking down on us? That is the Seoyeon University, we know, right? No, not at all. Even Bora, hearing it from afar, was impressed since he was the only one who applied through the regular track. That innocent-looking Mo-young got into Seoyeon University as a regular student. Meanwhile, Mo-young could not believe it either. How on earth did I get accepted? Scene changed to the orientation ceremony at Seoyeon University. This school is huge. High school can't even compare. Mo-young walked in, looking around in confusion. I do not know where to go. Then he suddenly spotted something. Not far away were club booths recruiting freshmen. Those are club promotion booths. They are seniors. I should probably ask them, right? A guide nearby raised a hand to call out to the freshmen. Freshman. This way for guidance. Mo-young approached shyly. Could I ask you something? I am a freshman here. Sure, of course. Follow this way for guidance. The guide girl looked up and froze when she saw him. What is this? Before her stood a handsome, scholarly young man. She had probably lived over 20 years without ever seeing someone this good-looking at this school. He asked shyly and innocently, where is the dormitory? The dormitory, oh my. His voice is nice too. She stuttered and pointed. It is over there. Just go up those stairs. I see. Before leaving, he thanked her. Thank you, miss, the staff. Then he turned and left, leaving the girl's soul wandering and her heart lost. Have a nice day. This is crazy. His visuals are an attack. As soon as he left, another girl came over to ask for info. Who was that? A freshman. A freshman. Ever since Mo-young stopped by, the two girls' plans had changed. Anchi, I was planning to take a leave of absence this semester, but he continued to walk past everyone, unaware that his every footstep made people stop and stare. It seemed like choosing this school was a good decision. Scene change. Mo-young stopped in front of a door in the male dormitory. Here it is. My dorm for this semester. He touched the handle, and the electronic lock beeped. Before him was a spacious room, fully furnished with a bunk bed. It is bigger than I thought. Isiel took off his shoes and stepped in excitedly. The floor is clean. He went to the window and opened it to look outside. And the window is not broken either. A clear view of the entire campus appeared. Besides, the view is amazing. Mu-young smiled, looking toward the future. I am so lucky to have gotten into university. After enjoying the view, he looked for his bed. Mu-young, this is so moving. I even have my own space. But the joy was short-lived as Mu-young started crying over his mounting debts. Even though I am in debt for the admission fee and other things. Since it is a student loan, it will be fine from now on. I just have to work harder. Recalling the past, he had to work back, breaking jobs to sell everything. While cleaning the house, I sold everything from the dining table to the spoons to a second-hand shop, because I did not want to leave anything related to that nightmare. To cover costs, he ate instant noodles for months. With no place to stay, he crashed at the academy. I had to use the housing deposit to cover living expenses, so I had nowhere to live. Until I came here, I still owed money to the academy. Despite selling everything, he kept his notebooks and backpack. All I had left were a few sets of clothes and some books. Mu-young lay down on the bed, his voice still optimistic. Even though I am exhausted and have nothing left, I will always stay positive about what is to come. Suddenly, he wondered about his roommate. I wonder what my roommate will be like. Should I go check out the orientation? But the thought vanished in seconds. I hope the new semester starts soon. Scene changed to the stadium where clubs were recruiting. Join the climbing club, looking for people to learn programming for jobs. Anyone interested in the dance club, this way. Mi-young walked around to expand his connections. There are so many clubs here. Since it is my first time, I should look around and make some new friends. Man, this is a hassle. I can't even play properly. He turned around and saw someone familiar. Bong-gun was sitting not far away, legs crossed, playing a few rounds of a mobile game. He was startled. Bong-gun looked stressed as if in a deciding match. That person looks scary. A senior, maybe. I should not look. Even though he did not want to, something sitting next to the guy caught Mu-young's eye. That is, looking closely, it was the sign for the club he was looking for, the drama club. He stepped forward and picked up a flyer. Is this a promotional flyer? I should check it out. Mu-young flipped through the pages. There are so many performances listed here. Are all the regular programs original plays? Seeing Mu-young standing there for a long time, Bong-gun felt he was interested. You interested in acting? Yes. He said a few casual words and went back to his game. Then look at the application form there and think about it. The deadline is the second week of March. It is gone. Seeing the form placed neatly there, yes. Holding the form, Mu-young felt a flutter of excitement but also some concern. It sounds fun, but I should focus on the academy classes, right? Besides, I won't have time for a part-time job with a schedule like this. That is bad. He heard someone calling from a distance. Junho was calling out. Well, have a nice day. Mu-young picked up his phone to answer. Junho. Just then, a girl ran past him and looked back at his face. Her eyes sparkled like stars when she saw him. Who is that handsome guy? Not wanting to miss a talent, Bong-gun's clubmate questioned him. What is up with that kid? He seemed interested in our club. Did you promote it properly? He sounded lethargic while she kept nagging him. Freshmen will choose their own paths anyway. You startled me. Are you kidding? I told you to promote the club, and you are just sitting there playing games. She looked like she had tiny devil horns as she ranted. The seniors have all graduated. Do you realize our club only has 5 members left? Hearing the pitifully small number, Bong-gun suddenly had an idea for a new script. 5 members. The perfect number for a script. Kim Bong-gun. While she was frustrated and pulling her hair, someone spoke up. Excuse me. A mother and daughter touring the school had seen Mu-young and followed him to this spot. The tall, handsome guy who just left here. Is he a member of this club? The senior girl quickly seized the opportunity to market the club while the interest was hot. Well, not exactly, but he seems interested. Who knows, he might join. Anyway, she lied. Furthermore, she kept advertising. Students, take this book and read it. Senior Kim Bong-gun personally writes and directs an original play every year. You know, last year, we even won an award in the university drama competition. However, even Bong-gun had to admit, that kid from earlier was attractive. Seeing the aura the freshman exuded, he was wavering too. He looks like someone who could be written as a main character. Should I be more active in recruiting him? Bong-gun got tired and made an excuse to leave it to his friend. I do not know. I am tired. Let us eat. Hey Kim Bong-gun. Scene change. Mu-young was impressed by someone's flashiness. Hey, what is this? Junho leaned against a luxury car, looking smug. What do you mean? This is Junho's baby. No matter how fancy the car was, safety came first. Junho, seriously, do you even have a license? Of course I do. I just got it last week. To ensure safety, Mu-young climbed into the car and buckled his seatbelt. He gripped the handle inside the car tightly. Fearing a misunderstanding, Mu-young explained with a perfectly innocent face, just to be safe. Do you have a helmet? This guy? You are really good at joking. After a few words, the car started moving. Noticing the car was used, Mu-young asked. But what kind of car is this? It does not look new. It was my dad's, but it is mine now. Seeing that the car was still in good condition despite being a hand-me-down, suggested that Junho was not a show-off. So, this is the style of a real estate mogul's son. Luckily, he does not seem disappointed. Moo-young remembered when Junho failed his university entrance exam and he had to comfort him. Junho unfortunately failed. Went to get some food and then got back on track. Since then, he had been under strict supervision, and the two gradually lost touch. We lost contact during the period of preparing for the new semester. Meanwhile, his parents scolded him over money management and his studies. Moo-young asked about Junho's future plans. So, what are you doing now? Are you considering helping your parents with the business? But he responded indifferently, not really, it is boring. Is being a real estate owner just for fun? Junho stared intently at the map and added, I do not regret not going to university, but that does not mean I will live a pointless life. Wrong route detected, searching for a new route. Suddenly remembering his friend was studying acting, he quickly seized the chance to become Moo-young's manager. How about I be your manager? No, please just focus on the road. The GPS voice continued to drone on, wrong route detected. Wrong route detected. Behind them were clothes and accessories. What is all this? That my aunt works in the fashion industry, so I picked up a few items from Dongdaemun on the way. Junho made an offer. Since I am unemployed anyway, I have decided to help you and work with you for a while. That is good, you have always liked fashion. But something caught Moo-young's eye. Everything in the car consisted of luxury brands, neatly arranged and brand new. Falling petals. Moo-young encouraged him. Since you are helping anyway, let us give it our best. While Moo-young looked cheerful, Junho was as tense as a wire. Of course, I will do my best. But where exactly are we right now? I do not know if this is my luck or Junho's. He gently raised a hand. Anyway, it did not matter. Junho's success was also something to be happy about. Scene change, Moo-young opened the door and walked in. Hello. Moo-young, you are here early. Hey, he scratched his head and answered vaguely to avoid the subject. My friend dropped me off. It is definitely faster than public transport, though driving around was a bit nerve-wracking. Everyone began to take their seats. Moo-young, come sit and look at this. What is it? A pile of papers was on the table. Let us summarize our experiences before the new semester starts. For you and the advanced class students, here are the audition notices. Everyone scrutinize the information. I think MBV is better, is not it? It is a new work by writer Lim Song-hwan. TV dramas are popular these days. Moo-young's eyes suddenly lit up. A thought appeared in his mind. The falling petals are all gathering in one place. Then he picked up a random sheet. I will take this one. Seeing the paper Moo-young held, Yu-chan and Hengju were a bit worried for him. That is a web drama. It is not even on TV. Are you just doing it for experience? But Moo-young was the opposite. He was extremely firm in his decision. No, I think this one suits me. Ju Mi-young introduced herself and began her presentation. Hello everyone, I am Ju Mi-young, the representative of Square Film. As she began presenting about a website, someone interrupted her. Today's meeting regarding K-food ingredients as the core for the web drama promoting Seoul. This is really. It was Park Hyun-seok, the head of the PR department for the city of Seoul. Representative. Take it easy. Park Hyun-seok, Seoul City PR manager. He did not seem to care much, thinking if the intro was good, they should just go with it. But Ju Mi-young felt some things needed clarification. I think the report is fine, just do it like that. I appreciate you saying that, but there are parts that need adjustment. Contrary to her hopes, he responded dismissively. Adjustments, I trusted you with this because I thought you would do a good job. Hold it in. Just hold it in. Ju Mi-young continued. As far as I know, the drama project is up to episode 7. We need to naturally showcase 12 dishes, from sponsored advertisements, to the Korean menu, Seoul City requested. The assistant whispered to Hyun-seok, isn't it 10 episodes? Basically 7. If the reaction is good, we will go up to 10. He made a very nonsensical comment. What? Then what is the problem? Just put 2 dishes in one episode. He kept talking nonsense, 1 Korean dish and 1 sponsored dish, and it is done, right? What? Ju Mi-young gave a forced smile while thinking the opposite. Should I just kill him now? She continued her presentation. It is not as simple as we think. Moving to the next slide. Everyone, please look at this plot. Ju Mi-young pointed to a small line of text. See here, the duration of each episode is between 15 to 20 minutes. She highlighted that point and pointed out the downside. If we cram dishes into this time frame, the sponsors will complain about the lack of focus on the work. But Hyun-seok maintained his indifferent attitude. So, there are more dishes to film than to edit. The more the better, right? Mukbangs are popular these days, are not they? Ju Mi-young immediately countered, no, that is why it is a drama. We can solve it just by reducing the Korean menu items. Hyun-seok stood up abruptly to argue back. What are you saying? This is a project to promote Korean food, and you want to remove Korean menu items? Absolutely not. The argument grew louder. Then you should reduce the sponsored food. The two went back and forth aggressively. Who is the one paying for this production? Seeing the situation deteriorate, the assistant stepped in to mediate. You two, please calm down. After a lot of circling, they finally managed to sign the contract. Fine, then sign the supplementary contract. Finally, he understood. According to the contract, we need good views across 7 episodes to get the 10th one, right? Hyun Seok added another requirement. Now, if the views are good, let us make it as long as 12 episodes. This left Ju Mi-young completely frozen. Everything was driving her crazy. If the reaction is good, is not it all about ads and promotion? We are being generous to you. Wow, manager, that was smooth. Everything was falling apart for Ju Mi-young. I can't talk sense into them. She slammed the table in frustration, cursing Hyun Seok's name. Generosity, my foot. In the end, nothing has improved. Seeing Ju Mi-young so upset, her team did not know how to comfort her. Representative, out of nowhere, she uttered something strange. This project is a total poison chalice. Looking at the project plan that had been prepared in detail for a long time. This Seoul City project is a really good opportunity for us to secure a position in the market. But what is the use if we can't produce a high-quality final result? The atmosphere turned gloomy. Manager, what do you think? Everyone in the room suggested methods, but none worked. What else can we do? We have to go around to sponsors and explain. So we are putting 2 dishes in 1 episode. Someone voiced an opinion. That is the only way. If that is the case, expecting high views will be difficult. Ju Mi-young turned to ask about the progress. How far along is the script? It is at episode 2. The plot was done, but the menu was the issue. The plot is finished. If the menu is supplemented, there will be more work from the plot to the directing. To clarify the first episode, episode 1, a son suddenly hears of his father's death and returns home. The father left a will wishing for the son to inherit the bar he left behind. Following the will, the son begins running the bar. Ju Mi-young skimmed through to check everything. And every day, he greets guests who carry their own worries. Since the new episodes follow an episodic format, the guests are arguably more important than the main character. She suddenly stopped. This is the guest for episode 1. Ju Mi-young asked again. The guest for the first episode is a retired head of a household, right? Yes, representative. She did not hesitate to give the order. Change it. Ju Mi-young provided several points. Do you all know that web drama audiences are usually young people? That is true. Especially many students. Furthermore, she added, exactly. That is the key point. If we show content that is hard to relate to from episode 1, the audience will leave. Change the episode 1 guest to a student, and check the related episodes as well. Someone in the group provided data. The guest for episode 3 is a student taking an exam. The script is still being used. Ju Mi-young laid out the strategy. Keep the script as is for now and move that episode to the front. And, Ju Mi-young pointed to that spot. Review the actors and make a choice. A student role, what direction are you looking for? She also added a new idea, standard looks and acting. Yes, I do not have huge expectations for this supporting role in episode 1, they had to succeed at any cost. No, we have to find one no matter what. There will definitely be someone. Yes, a talent will surely come to rescue us from this abyss. Scene change, Mu-young is being filmed by a camera. Hello, I am Ha Mu-young. A senior called for a stop to correct some poses and points. Wait, it is a bit stiff right now. Let us redo it. Straighten your back and smile. At the same time, he told Mu-young to turn to the left because his profile was very handsome. And turn your face to the left a bit. Like this. After some adjustments, it was finally perfect. Great. Remember this angle. When your face catches the light at this angle, it looks beautiful on screen. His heart was full of gratitude toward Yu-chan. As expected. Yu-chan is very sharp. Thanks to him, I am learning many things I would not have known without experience. He wondered, Mu-young, what did you say about the role you applied for in this web drama? Mu-young stammered, unsure of what to say. Well, actually, I am not entirely sure myself. A big question mark appeared in his mind. This web drama audition was unique because there was no recruitment guide. Since it was a first-round video audition, there was no way to know what the role was like. Hearing his answer, Yu-chan did not know what the point of filming was. Really, what kind of role is it then? What should the content of the video be? Seeing this, Mu-young decided to change things up a bit. How about I do something special? I will include life's worries in my self-introduction. He held his head high. Going back to his student days, a teenager who only knew studying has now grown up. As those years gradually changed, my whole life became a series of worries. Mu-young thought about what to say. If I were to talk about my biggest worry now, it would be my dreams and the future. Giving a free-form presentation after briefly mentioning my worries should work, right? Come on, Mu-young, start recording. As soon as the camera started, he changed his voice and facial expression. Hello, I am Mu-young. I will now begin my video audition. Jung Seok turned off all the lights, leaving only the light from the electronic devices. Did you know that there are actors who can change their handwriting for every work? Today, we will learn about an actor's detailed acting. The screen showed text with different styles. Look at the screen. What do you see? It all looks like it was written by different people, right? Yu-chen, Bora, and Hyung-ju all let out a wow in unison. Seeing their amazement, Jung Seok explained the meaning and how it is a necessary skill in acting. See, just by looking at the handwriting, you can see the character's life, right? This can be called the detail of acting. Mu-young could not stop marveling. It is not just a simple role, but the life of the character I am taking on. He quickly refocused. This is the path I must create. And so, 2 weeks after the first audition submission, at BV Academy. This time it was a lesson on walking. Today's exercise is a walk that fits the character. I will set the character you will play, so focus more on the character than the action. Jung Seok took a pen and wrote on the board while lecturing. Don't think it is simple just because I said walking. You must try to recreate the details. Starting with Yuchan. Yuchan stood up to ask him, "Teacher, can I write some lines?" Jung Seok agreed but started with the basics. You can use lines and skits. Try walking from the end of the practice room to the camera. Yes sir, Yuchan began his role. It started with a headache, followed by a heavy sigh. He walked while sighing, his voice sounding weary and discouraged. I am so sick of company dinners. Why do I have to meet people from work during this golden dinner hour? After the first performance, Jung Seok called Bora up. Next. Bora quickly stepped up and transformed into her character. She sighed, her eyes and face exuding a sorrowful expression. Bora finished her role concisely, just like her real-life self. As expected, it is a similar expression to Yuchan's. After 2 rounds, seeing that no student had succeeded, Jung Seok asked, "Don't you have any imagination?" I emphasized that imagination is very important for an actor. Jung Seok could not help but feel disappointed. Acting using only facial expressions and lines is something anyone can do. Capturing the core shape on camera is natural, but if you want to be a better actor, you must know more than that. But his passion was not extinguished. Since the advanced class kids won't be coming to the academy once the semester starts, I have to teach them everything I know before then. Jung Seok quickly regained his spirit and called the next person. Next, Ha Mu-young. Ha Mu-young, how will you express yourself this time? It was Mu-young's turn. He mentally reviewed some details of his character. Kim Cheol-soo, 34 years old. Hates company dinners. I am Kim Cheol-soo. Immediately he successfully adopted a new persona. And now, he began to walk. Mu-young successfully merged into his role. Seeing his style was completely different from the other 3 made them freeze. But looking closely, it seemed Mu-young was acting the character wrong. He said he hates company dinners, but why does he look so happy? Contrary to that, Jung Seok was extremely impressed with the performance. That expression made him excited. Yes, that is exactly it. Finally, someone understood the implication. When everyone focuses on the word hate, they should think about why the character hates it. To clarify, to become a character, an actor must inflate that character, providing a universal interpretation that makes people see the character as living, making the character come alive, making people see the character as living. This imagination is what creates rich acting. Jung Seok saw a renewed faith in life through Mu-young. Well, he has created a 3-dimensional character, so now let us see how he expresses it. Mu-young tilted his head slightly while continuing to list character descriptions. The Kim Cheol-soo I imagined hates company dinners because he thinks free time after work is precious. While he was walking, the phone rang. He held the phone but did not seem to want to answer it. Yuchan and Hyung-ju felt like they were seeing this in real life. I think I have seen an office worker like that at Gangnam Station. Where does the acting end and reality begin? Mu-young held the phone and stood there for a long time, hesitating. Then he suddenly turned around. Wait, teacher. Jung Seok, who was intensely watching the acting, was surprised by the 180-degree turn. What is it? Mu-young happily held up his phone to show his joy. Teacher. I think I got a message saying I passed. He held up his phone to announce his success. They called to say I passed the first round of the audition. Everyone present was shocked. Unbelievable. Wow. Really? Let me see. Is it a spam message? Jung Seok remained expressionless, but inside he was the opposite. Quiet, everyone. I believe you. Yuchan and Hyung-ju came over to congratulate him. Congrats. When did they say the second round is? Hyung-ju answered. Next weekend. He seemed to realize something. Right, the audition you submitted for was a web drama, was not it? The competition rate must be very low. Even Junho was a bit skeptical. Even so, it is managed by Seoul City. Hyung-ju continued. Hey, I have tried web dramas before. The competition rate is not that high. Only major broadcasters like MBV or SBC are truly recognized. He kept rambling until someone told him to shut up for the sake of another person. I was going to do that too. As expected, I used too much broadcasting energy from the start. Mu-young is so smart, a good strategy. Hey, you are too loud, be quiet. She stood up and approached them. And did not you also apply for a major broadcast and fail? Hyung-ju frowned, extremely annoyed. Why are we arguing again? So, did you pass? Maybe you will fail too. He thought she had failed. But she had actually passed. Actually, I passed. Silence enveloped the 4 of them. Yo-chan quickly regained his composure and turned to congratulate Bora. Congrats, why did not you say so earlier? She tucked her hair behind her ear and replied modestly, seeing the atmosphere, I missed the timing to say it. Mu-young felt a bit sad for Yu-chan. Yo-chan, Bora, and Hyung-ju all applied for the same drama, right? She probably felt bad letting Yo-chan know. Turns out, she was just shy about it. Jung Seok clapped his hands to speak up. Everyone stop. I see you are all too sensitive. He walked over to congratulate Mu-young and Bora on their success. Everyone worked hard. Since it is your first audition, do not be too impatient. Mu-young and Bora need to prepare for their auditions, so let us end the class here. He also wondered when the second round would start. When is your second round? Next weekend, sir? Me too. Seeing that both had the same time and place, he froze. Wait, both of you are next weekend, exactly when? The two looked at each other in silence, then they answered at the same time. The time and place were identical. Saturday at 2 p.m. A week passed. Saturday, the day of the second audition. Mu-young realized. Here it is. The audition venue, the large building made Junho marvel. Wow, he suddenly asked. So, you are really going for this? Mu-young nodded. This place specializes in web series. Junho's mood dropped. So, the teacher did not come. Mu-young turned to look at him. Huh, what do you mean? He sighed lightly and continued, your acting teacher. He went with Bora to her audition. Aren't you sad? Hearing this, Mu-young thought to himself, teacher Oh-sok went with Bora. Since our schedules overlapped, it is probably better he went with her. Back then, Jung Seok had placed a hand on his shoulder. Mu-young, about the audition tomorrow. He smiled and praised him. Just perform as usual. I am not worried about you at all. Thinking of this, Mu-young laughed. No, it is fine. I have you, do not I? Junho nudged him. Smooth talker. You are too cute. Very quickly, the two reached the interview room. He asked. Going in, Mu-young nervously opened the door. We are here. The liveliness of the place surprised him. All these people are here for the audition too. A staff member approached and asked. You are here for the audition, right? What is your name? He hurriedly replied. I am Mu-young. She handed him a contestant number. Good luck. You are number 76. Please wait here until your number is called. Looking at the number in his hand, Mu-young felt a bit anxious. Now it finally feels like I am really at an audition. Junho, right beside him, asked. What kind of character are you auditioning for? There are people of all ages and genders here. He nodded in confirmation. That is true. A staff member opened the door and announced, candidates 1 through 5, please come in. He said nervously, oh boy, it is starting. It was almost his turn. Candidates, 11 through 15, please get ready. Junho inquired. Are you hungry? Should I get you something? Mu-young shook his head. No, I am fine. I am too nervous to think about anything else. The staff announced, candidates 36 through 40, this way please. He turned his head and reminded his friend Junho, are you even awake? Time passed. Candidates 61 through 65, please get ready. Junho turned his head in surprise. Oh, they have not called you yet, Mu-young sighed, it is almost time. Then his turn came. Contestant 76, prepare to go in 60 seconds. This way please. Mu-young became nervous. Finally, it is my turn. Junho laughed and cheered him on. Do your best. As they entered the room, the interviewer reminded them, please come in and take your seats in order. He thought to himself, the other candidates look about my age. There were so many different people in the waiting room though. I wonder why. The judges were already seated and waiting. Candidates entered one by one. Hello, nice to meet you. The department head realized, these must be the standout candidates for today's audition. He thought with anticipation, auditioning for the high school student character who appears in the first episode. The department head spoke up, let us start with introductions. Number 76, you go first. He hurriedly nodded. Ah, yes. Next, he introduced himself. Hello, I am Mu-young. I do not have much acting experience, but I will do my absolute best. The judges discussed among themselves in surprise. He has a very bright face. He does not have much experience, but his acting score is quite good. The department head continued asking, so, despite the lack of experience, your acting score is still good. Shall we start the acting portion right away? He handed a script to Mu-young and instructed, I will give you this script to use. Once you have it, you can perform it however you like. The maximum time is 3 minutes. Holding the script in his hands, Mu-young read it in silence. The content detailed, an alleyway, night. A student enters and pulls back the awning of a food stall. The student, looking exhausted, says, hello, do you have anything to eat? The protagonist replies, please, have a seat. What would you like? The student holds out a 5,001 bill and says, just give me whatever is popular for this much. Leave out the tteokbokki and sundae, though I want to eat adult food. The protagonist is confused. Which one is adult food? The student says sarcastically, you should be the one who knows best, boss. Mu-young mentally noted. A student stops by a food cart and is feeling irritated. He realized an important point. This was a short scene to be completed in 3 minutes. If he could grasp the essence here. Mu-young continued to study the script closely. Alleyway. NN stands for night, meaning the setting is nighttime. Food stall awning. The location is a food cart. He took a breath to regain his composure. Exhausted student. The character is established as a student. A corner of his mouth quirked up as he thought, why would he speak with this attitude? What kind of life has he been living? After 5 minutes, the department head asked, the character is forming in my mind. Candidate number 76, Mu Young, are you ready? Mu Young stood up and said clearly, yes, I am ready. At the same time, he covered his face with his hand. Immediately after, he switched into acting mode. Hello, do you have anything to eat? The judges were extremely surprised. His voice had suddenly changed. The department head thought, just a few minutes ago he was like a child, but now he sounds incredibly fierce. He stood up and shoved the chair aside. Whatever's popular, this much is enough. Leave out the tteokbokki and sundae. An irritated voice rang out. I want to eat adult food. On the opposite side, the boss asked in surprise. Which one is adult food? Mu Young shouted angrily, you should be the one who knows best, boss. Seeing this, the boss suggested, kid, you look tired. Do you want some fish cake soup? He nodded in agreement. Fine. When he calmed down, he sighed and explained, I am sorry, I am just so exhausted. I will be going now. I was just curious why adults come to food stalls after work. His mood had stabilized. But, now that I am here, I understand. It is warm here. Mu Young suddenly felt an appreciation for life. A cozy place. The performance ended, and he looked at the judges nervously. He gently announced, I am finished. The department head snapped out of it. All right, well done. Looking at the documents, he thought, unbelievable. He performed the undisclosed parts of the script perfectly. He interpreted everything from a script that was not even a page long. The department head noticed something odd and paid attention. He spoke up to remind him, Mr. Alimi. Mu Young, you did not include an address in your personal information. Did you forget to fill it in? Mu Young smiled and shook his head. No sir. I actually do not have a home. Everyone began to gossip. He looks like this, but he is homeless. Is his family situation bad? He continued. Can I explain the details after I pass? The man sighed and shared his thoughts. Mr. Mu Young, I am sorry, but if your circumstances are bad, you should probably be working a part-time job instead. Mu Young smiled back. Thank you for the advice, but I do not act for money. His eyes were full of hope. If I can't act, I think I will die. That is why I did it. The other judges were also surprised. What determination. It has been a long time since we met a candidate like this. On the side, the other candidates were a bit flustered. How can we even compete with that level of acting? What is with this atmosphere? Mu Young and the judges were still smiling brightly. We are finished here. The audition ended and everyone went out for hot pot. Yu Chen recounted the story. It is true. Junho laughed and replied, hey, do not lie. Jung Seok took a big gulp of beer. He praised it excitedly. This is absolutely delicious. Young Yi talked while eating. It has been so long since we had a pork belly party. Bora reminded him, stop just eating and grill some yourself. He said, while eating. It feels like we have graduated and are having a rap party. Yu Kan nodded. Right, his voice sounded a bit reluctant. Saying goodbye is indeed sad, but let us just enjoy the party for now. Jung Seok picked up a beer can. Right, where are the kids with the colas? Cheers, clink. Junho asked worriedly, teacher, how many times have we toasted already? He replied, come on, if the teacher wants to, we have to do it. Everyone was in a great mood. Cheers. At the same time, Jung Seok stood up to make a speech. Guys, you have worked so hard. Thank you for trusting me and following me. Oh, and, he turned to look at the two. Congratulations to Mu Young and Bora for passing the audition. Bora smiled and replied. Teacher, we are very happy, but this is our 5th toast. She turned her head and grumbled. And stop putting more meat on my plate. Then she continued to ask, why is Junho here anyway? What is the big deal? Yuchen explained, he is Mu Young's friend, and besides, Junho bought the meat. Bora turned her head in shock. What? I thought the teacher was paying. Jung Seok replied excitedly, do I look like I have money? Hyung Ju added, if it were teacher Osok, this would have been a ramen party. Suddenly Yuchen got curious. By the way, you two, when does the filming start? Mu Young replied while eating, we will have the script reading this weekend and then start filming immediately. Hyung Ju smiled in anticipation. Hey, the lead in that one is Bin, right? It is definitely going to get a lot of attention. Yu Chan beside him nodded, right, he is incredibly famous. Mu Young asked, blankly. Actually, this is the first time I have heard of Bin. Everyone around him was startled. How can you not know Bin? A quick introduction to Bin, the center of the famous idol group Zero, a highly successful star with a solo debut. He was an extremely popular person. Bin was in every commercial, and you would see him every time you turned on the TV. He even became the ambassador for Seoul, which says it all. Junho's face immediately turned sour. You really do not know Bin, that is bad. Mu Young sighed, I do not watch TV. Junho laughed and continued, anyway, when you meet Bin, you have to tell me what he is like in real life. Looking at the pile of meat in her bowl, Bora was surprised. How am I supposed to eat all this? After thinking, Mu Young remarked. Yeah, I saw his picture. He really is very handsome. Mu Young flashed a bright smile. I have never seen anyone that beautiful before. King Ju was speechless. What the is he joking? Junho was extremely annoyed. Is this kid trying to irritate me? He continued the conversation. So Mu-young is ready. Then, when is our Bora's script reading? Bora announced while eating. It will probably be a while. They said not until mid-March. She glared at him. And I am on a diet. Do not put so much meat. He explained. You are so skinny, Bora. Eat more. Mu-young thought to himself. Bora is also a supporting character, a part-time colleague of the protagonist. However, her features are quite good, and it seems she needs to focus more on expressions to play a supporting role. That is when Young Sok chimed in. Alright, anyway, do not forget your mentor when you go to university. Let us meet up and hang out occasionally. Young Ju glanced at him. Now that we are gone, teacher Oh Sok will be very lonely, right? Also, is the academy going to close after we leave? Mu-young's face showed a warm smile. I am not in the acting department, so I won't be that busy. I still have a lot to learn, so I will come here often, he said firmly, and if anyone asks me on set, I will definitely tell them I studied with you. Jung Seok was delighted. That is the spirit. Suddenly, Hang-ju got curious. Hey, you are not with any agency. Who is going to ask about your academy? Mu-young thought and replied, well, you get asked during auditions too, right? Like, where did you study acting? Jung Seok looked at him expectantly. So how did you answer? He announced. I told them I studied at BV Academy. He held up his pinky to everyone. Our Mu-young is the best. You guys have to say that too if anyone asks. Okay, everyone laughed. Yes sir. A petal floating by caught Mu-young's attention. Falling petals. He reached out his hand to catch it. Is this a good sign? Or, are these really falling petals at the end of winter? In his heart, he thought, thinking back, when I first saw the audition notice, these flowers also gathered in one place. Mu-young wondered to himself, is it the luck of the flower rain that the audition was successful, or is it something more? Seeing him act strangely made Junho jump. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly reaching into thin air? Do you think it is raining? He quickly replied. Oh, it is nothing. Picking up his beer, Mu-young suggested, teacher, let us have one last toast. Jung Seok happily agreed, that is a good idea. Let us have Mu-young lead the toast this time. This request made things a bit difficult for him, but he still spoke up. To our bright future, everyone reminded him. The meat is burning. Yuchen was startled. To the future, Junho's voice rang out. Bora, she replied, I am not eating it. Time skipped to the weekend at Square Film Studio. Mu-young opened the door and stepped inside the room. He smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I am Ha Mo-young. The department head spoke. Oh, you finally arrived. The front seat is yours, Mu-young. The lead, Mr. Bin, said he, only has time today, so for now we will only read up to the third part. He continued to instruct, you can leave when your part is done. He sat down. Yes sir. The scene before him caught his attention. It was, Mu-young silently read each name tag. Episode 2, Single Guest. Episode 3, Head of Household Guest. He realized character, name tags. His face became filled with anticipation. So, mine is also. The tag clearly read, Episode 1, High School Student Guest. This made Mu-young excited. An A4 paper with a handwritten name tag his first role in life. He thought secretly, I am really excited to perform right now. Time passed minute by minute. Inside the room, everyone focused on their work. Mu-young was also very enthusiastic about his work. He noticed the lead role's tag on the table. This made him nervous. It is almost time. Why has not Bin arrived yet? The door opened, and a woman walked in. She smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I am Jo Mo-young, CEO of Square Film. Bin's side contacted us, and said he will be a bit late. I am sorry, everyone, but please wait just a little longer. Mu-young stood up politely. Hello madam. She nodded. Please, have a seat. He flashed a bright smile. Very nice to meet you. In his mind, he thought, this must be the actor for the student role the team leader mentioned. Mu-young smiled back. Nice to meet you too. She noted to herself, everyone is raving about him. I hope his reading is good. Suddenly, an actor nearby became anxious. He kept checking his phone. This behavior caught Mu-young's attention. He approached out of curiosity. Is something wrong? The man was startled. Oh, then he explained shyly. I was planning to pick up my daughter after this practice. It is fine, really. These words made Mu-young pause. He smiled and probed, then would you like to swap roles with me? The actor was quite confused. What? He continued. Since this is a drama with many participants, can we ask them, what do you think, team leader? The department head was surprised to hear him say that. He smiled back. As long as Mr. Bin is okay with it, I have no problem. The actor breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. The department head seemed very pleased. That rookie is quite bold. He truly has the qualities of someone who just wants to act. As everyone was chatting happily, a shout rang out. Manager, do something already. Mu-young turned his head in confusion. That voice. Bin was still complaining. I already notified the company. He looked toward the door expectantly. Mr. Dodux. Bin said to everyone, sorry for being late. Seeing him, Mu-young became even more nervous. Wow, this is the first time I have seen a celebrity in real life. He wondered in confusion, but the atmosphere is a bit. Is he in a bad mood? Enbin sat in his seat irritably. He picked up the script. Can we hurry up? I am very busy. The department head asked, is that all right? Mu Young suddenly spoke up. Please wait a moment. He then suggested, I am sorry, but can we start with episode 3? The schedule is running late, so we need to adjust to fit the actor's schedule. Though surprised, Enbin still nodded. Oh, sure. He flipped the script open. All right then. Mu Young smiled brightly. Thank you, sir. The team leader also spoke up. Director, please start with an explanation of the project, then we can move straight to the rehearsal reading for episode 3. Everyone started working. All right, the rehearsal reading will begin with Mr. Pleksa. Enbin's lines. Mu Young became even more expectant. Finally, the reading part. Enbin held the script in his hand. He blurted out a line. I arrived way too early today too. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone froze. Even Myung was bewildered. This goes far beyond just being called bad acting. Everyone thought to themselves. He is insulting this web drama. Enbin paid no attention to their attitudes. I can't believe time passed so quickly. Now everything has turned to a new page. That last line made Mu Young go blank. What did he just say? I could not hear his lines clearly. On the side, she held her head in despair. This is bad. We are going to get even more criticism like this, and we won't even be able to add new episodes. In her heart, Myung thought. The reason we took this project was not just because it is a big collaboration with the Seoul city government, but because of the lead, Enbin. Despite being an idol, he was supposed to be a talented actor. Even the department head felt awkward. It seems like he does not want to participate, but since he is the Seoul tourism ambassador, he could not refuse. Enbin was still reading the script. Yahoo! It is time to go home. Everything is so clear. For some people, this is just a normal event. Conversely, Myung was quite helpless. But, for others, this is the project that holds their destiny. She thought anxiously, what should I do? I do not want to criticize him directly. If I say something wrong and he decides to pull out of the project, at that moment, Mu Young could not hold it in anymore. He awkwardly covered his mouth. I am sorry. The two actors nearby also stifled their laughter. I can't believe he said Yahoo. If it was not for him, I would have gone crazy. Must hold it in, must hold it in. Enbin looked up at him. Why are you laughing? Mu Young hurriedly explained. It is because your acting style is so unique. I am sorry, I did not mean to interrupt. He immediately stood up. I am truly sorry for interrupting the practice. His action made Enbin angry. Is he apologizing for interrupting while mocking my acting? He suddenly asked. Are you one of the supporting roles? Mu Young looked at him in confusion. Pardon. Enbin questioned Myung. May I ask? We have only just started filming, so there is no official confirmation yet, right? She thought, you are asking me, then? Replied. About that, he flatly declared, I can't continue because I feel uncomfortable. I do not want to act with an actor who lacks respect for his co-stars. His voice was very firm. If he does not leave, then I will withdraw from the project. Myung thought to herself, are you talking about yourself or this kid? Next, Enbin declared, I can't stay either. Encountering this for the first time, Myung and the department head were stunned. The remaining actors became awkward, realizing what Enbin just said. Myung asked blankly, May, he suddenly asked. Am I being fired? Seeing this situation, Myung reacted quickly. No, first of all, I must apologize. I must apologize. Bowing deeply, I am sorry, properly first. From Myung's perspective, he felt she was subtly implying, get out, you. This made him uncomfortable. I have been fired. Mu Young scratched his head awkwardly. That is strange. I swear I saw the falling petals. Seeing that he still was not reacting, Enbin reminded him, what are you doing? Get out already. He sighed and stood up. In that case, then he decided to talk back. Since I have already been fired, I will say this before I leave. Mu Young remarked seriously, you do not even know the script well, and your pronunciation and breathing are really weird. He was startled. What? He replied calmly, we gathered to create a great work together, but if the main actor is like this, it won't be any good. These words made Myung feel hopeless. Mr. Dodukst. Mu Young thought to himself, we are about the same age, and we won't see each other again anyway, so at least I should say that. He felt a bit of regret, though. However, the atmosphere is a bit ruined. He then turned to leave. Well then, good luck. Enbin called out. Hey, wait. Mu Young opened the door, preparing to go out. A sudden light shone into the area. He wondered in confusion. A flash. It turned out someone had recorded everything. Seeing her run away, Mu Young said in surprise. Hey. Enbin was stunned by what just happened. He hurriedly shouted, Manager, where are you? The stalker I saw this morning followed us all the way here. Mu Young thought in confusion. That woman before was a stalker. The manager announced, what? I will call the police first, Enbin urged. Hurry up. He continued to recall. But that stalker. At first I thought I was mistaken, but after seeing her run away, I am sure. This surprised him. It was different from usual, but there was a mist on her. Myung smiled forcedly. I am sorry for the lack of security. He shook his head and continued. No, even when we know, there is nothing we can do. Stalking is not just a once or twice thing. It goes on forever. He seemed a bit troubled. Actually, I came back here after trying to lose that stalker. That is why I was late. I sincerely apologize. She started to cry. He did not care and turned away. Manager, the department head sighed helplessly. How can we continue reading the script in this state now? He did not know what else to say. It is a total disaster. The scene made Mo Young think. Enbin will soon be off to his next schedule, and we have lost the supporting actor for episode 1. Can we even finish the movie with Enbin as the lead from the start? He sighed and decided, I do not want to help Enbin. Now that I have seen that mist, I can't ignore it anymore. Following the mist, Mu Young walked. Seeing her hiding to one side, caught his attention. There she is. He spoke up. So this is where you were. Seeing her run, Mu Young stopped her. Wait, finally, he remembered this woman's name. Oh Jane, he hurriedly called out again, Miss. Oh Jane, she was extremely surprised. How do you know my name? Mu Young smiled. The thing clinging to you told me. Oh Jin was confused. What? He said to himself, it is definitely not like other mists. It is blurred, but it has a shape, and I can hear a voice. His expression immediately changed. Could it be? Mu Young approached to probe. Did someone very close to you recently pass away? Oh Jin sighed and sat down calmly. Are you crazy? If you did not come to take the camera, then get lost. The voice continued to ring out. Home. You need to go home. Mu Young kindly reminded her. The person following you is telling you to go home quickly. She did not care. Get lost. Do not bother me. At the same time, she scolded him irritably. You are just seeing crazy things. The spirit beside her kept mumbling, Yeojin, the house is on fire. Hearing this, his expression became serious. He continued to urge her. Your house is on fire. You should go home quickly. Yeojin nodded dismissively. Yeah. Seeing that she did not believe him, he repeated, Sangdong Villa, Seongbuk Zul. Her expression changed completely. How do you know? Looking at the camera in his hand, he probed. Should I say more? The meaning in his voice was very clear. All the important things might be burned up. Yeojin was startled in surprise. Important things. She hurriedly turned and ran away. At the same time, Enbin appeared. What now? Have the police arrived? Seeing the figure of the woman from before surprised him. He pointed at Mu Young's face. Did you chase her away? How on earth did you do that? He only showed a mysterious smile. Then he slowly replied. Do you want to know? Enbin recalled himself. As a top idol in Korea, I was known as an actor with quite good acting skills. Despite a difficult period, my career path still blossomed, receiving a lot of love. He also faced many difficulties. Until I met that girl, I understood that becoming an idol also meant having to deal with Sosang's fans. Security constantly blocked them, authorized personnel only, until one day, I prepared myself to accept it as the price of fame. Yeojin appeared before him. But she was different. Report her and take her away immediately. This made him feel afraid. What the hell? Many times Enbin was extremely exhausted. Even those in the industry had never met such a crazy stalker. Everyone was confused, helpless to do anything, until the police got involved and she finally stopped. But then, he kept complaining. How the hell did you let her go? Mu Young smiled and asked. Do you want to know? He scratched his head and replied. I just told her to go, and she listened. Inbin pointed at him. You think I believe that? After thinking, he continued to probe. If I tell you, what do I get? These words made Enbin freeze. He laughed. I knew it. How much do you need? Mu Young shook his head. No, I do not need money. He looked at him in confusion. Huh? Then, what do you want? Taking the opportunity, he suggested, don't fire me anymore. Those words surprised him. What? This web drama? He nodded. Right. Enbin thought secretly. It is just one drama. Is he stupid? Or does he not understand the issue? His eyes looked at Mu Young a bit strangely. All right. Just that. Right. Mu Young continued to propose. And also, apologized to me and the staff. This left him bewildered. What did you say? Mu Young continued. The company held the auditions, yet you fired me on your own. Wouldn't that be considered an abuse of power? Enbin realized his mistake. Thinking back, he had indeed overstepped his bounds after being pushed to the edge by the stalker. He sighed and nodded. All right, I am sorry. I acted without thinking. Mu Young also apologized. I am sorry for laughing as well. Everyone outside listened in surprise. What? Enbin apologized. Did that kid really get rid of the stalker? Here he comes. Stepping into the room, Enbin spoke up. I am sorry, I was a bit out of line today. The team leader laughed. It is fine, it is all in the past now. Myung nodded. That is right. He turned his head toward Myung. Is that enough? Mu Young added one last thing. Inbin was taken aback. Another one. Mu Young smiled. Please practice your acting diligently. Approaching him, Mu Young whispered. This drama is my debut and a very important project for me. To make it a success, I truly appreciate your involvement. Enbin finally realized he had been a bit indifferent before. He suddenly asked, so, are you sure you can get that stalker off my back? Mu Young smiled and nodded. Absolutely. If we finish filming early, I will show you how. He felt a bit relieved. Alright then. The police appeared at the scene. Excuse us, we just received a report. Myung hurried over. Let me handle this. Myung made a decision. Well, let us get back to the script reading. And Bin asked him, you are planning to read the script in this situation. It seemed he did not want to waste time. We have to use our time wisely. Let us finish before your next schedule. He sighed in surprise. Unbelievable. Seeing how Myung handled things, everyone was amazed. Oh. Wow, Bin's attitude had completely shifted. As expected, if he just tried, he would do great. Myung smiled to himself. I still do not understand the significance of that flower rain, but if everyone tries their best, we will surely get a good result. He reminded himself, I have to work harder too. The scene shifted to the Seoyeon University dormitory. Choi Hwan turned his head and called out, Bong Gun. He walked over to Chat. Just as I thought, you are the first one here, Choi Hwan. He pointed forward. Actually, the youngest guy got here before me. He was a bit surprised. The youngest, looking at the name tag, Bong Gun realized, it is the new freshman this year. Suddenly, Choi Hwan got curious. By the way, what are you holding? He looked blankly. Did you spend your entire vacation at that small theater again? He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, Bong Gun smiled and continued. My house is far from here. Usually, I stay at the small theater or crash at a friend's place. Remembering something, he approached. Hwan, this is your last semester too, right? He shook his head and explained, I have applied for an internship at the end of the semester, so I won't be staying at the dorm much. Then, while packing his things, what about you? Is the script going okay? Bong Gun nodded wearily. Yeah, it is so okay, it is driving me crazy. This made Choi Hwan curious. You won several awards in recent competitions. Do you really need to suffer like this? He replied irritably, but the University Literature Prize is different. Only students from the school can participate. He laughed upon hearing that. True, you can't participate once you have graduated, so you need to invest in it. He continued talking about his plans. Exactly. It is a prestigious award that I can't miss. I really want to win. Choi Hwan turned in surprise. Isn't it for the prize money? Bong Gun nodded. Well, that is part of it. He thought to himself, the University Literature Prize. It is a great honor for student actors. The prize money is great too, but this made him even more determined. The winning work will be performed at the Samyang Theater in Daehangno. It is a perfect opportunity to earn money and escape unemployment. His face looked a bit dejected. But I still can't quite visualize the character. Bong Gun stared blankly at the item on the table. He picked it up and asked, what is this? Choi Hwan laughed and explained. The youngest guy left it. He was confused. The youngest, the note read, hello, I am the new student. Myung. Nice to meet you. However, it seems I won't be able to come this week as I am busy. It clashes with the curfew, so I will give a proper greeting next week. Until then, I hope for your help. Bong Gun was quite surprised. This new student is cute, is not he? Choi Hwan agreed. Right, this made him even more expectant. I really want to meet him. I wonder what he is like. He mentally noted the name, Myung. Delicious tteokbokki was right before his eyes. Beside it were skewers of fish cakes. Playing the role of the shop owner, Bin looked a bit nervous. His image was being captured by the cameras. In front of the small eatery, he let out a soft sigh. Recalling the script, main character and, the only thing my father left me was a food stall cart. The character says, the final wish of my cold father was for me to make a living with this food cart. His face showed a sad smile. But father, not a single customer has come to eat. The director called out, okay. Cut. She smiled and suggested, alright, Mr. Olin. Bin, we will film this scene again but from a different angle. This time, from the perspective of the street lamp, looking down from above. Bin nodded. Got it. The scene there made Myung excited. Whoa, he praised. The setting here is so beautiful. It was a small alley decorated within a studio space of about 60 pyong. He continued to observe the surroundings. Staff were rushing back and forth. Myung realized that even the smallest props were full of life, and the orange lights shining down were perfect for portraying the warmth of a food stall. His heart felt joyful. With such a beautiful setting, if I just act well then, unable to help himself, Myung cheered. Mr. Bin. Fighting, Bin glanced at him. Hey, do not you get tired? You came to the set hours early for no reason. He replied, don't worry, I still have plenty of energy for acting. Myung ran toward the team leader. Let me help you arrange the props. He nodded. Thanks, but you should probably get your makeup done first. The staff reminded Bin, move in a little closer. I can't reach. He was still focused on Myung. That kid is something else. She got annoyed immediately. Are you two friends? He cried out in pain. Ouch, the makeup artist scolded. I told you to move closer. Bin was dazed. Friends? If you really want to know, he recalled their conversation. We are colleagues. That is all. He returned to the set. Director, is Myung filming this scene? She smiled and nodded. Yes, the camera will do a close-up of his face when Mo Young sits down, and Bin turned and asked. I see. But where is Mo Young? The director was surprised. Didn't he go to makeup? Seeing Mo Young appear, she laughed. Oh, there he is. He walked over dressed as a high school student. With the makeup, he looked even more radiant. The crew members immediately praised him. He looks so handsome, just like Mr. Gaon. Bin, everyone was surprised. He looked so innocent just a moment ago, but now he looks like a well-behaved student. He said, it is his first time filming, but he looks so charismatic. The PD was a bit worried. That guy. His look fits perfectly, but he is a new actor, right? Will it be okay? The team leader only smiled slightly and explained, you will see once he starts. At the same time, the director announced, alright, let us begin. Mo Young switched into acting mode. Night falls, a tired high school student, a deserted alley. His eyes looked weary of everything. As the character merged with the setting, emotions began to surge. The shoot began. Scene 27, in the alley. He immersed himself in the acting, a student walking with an exhausted look. Mo Young walked past a small eatery, glancing at a street food stall, but then turned back a moment later. The spreading aroma caught his attention. He hesitated, unsure if he should enter. Time passed. Scene 28, in front of the stall. With determination on his face, the student pulled back the stall's tarp and entered. Mo Young stepped inside. Hello, is the stall open? His acting startled everyone. The team leader thought, I saw him during casting, but his acting now is giving me goosebumps. Bin smiled and asked, what would you like? He pushed some money toward him. Your best-selling dish. This much is enough. I want an adult portion. He was a bit surprised. By adult, what do you mean they usually eat? Mo Young's attitude shifted. You should know best what adults usually eat. Boss, the two were silent for a moment. He sighed and bowed his head. I am sorry, I am just a bit tired today. Seeing Mo Young looking pensive, Bin observed in silence. He sighed and replied, it is fine. Everyone has moments like that. Right? These words moved Mo Young to tears. Everyone on set was taken aback. Whoa, the director could not believe this level of skill. The assistant stepped up and whispered, Director, it is time to cut. She hurriedly announced. Oh, right. Cut. The director continued. Let us film the previous scene again but from a different angle. Everyone understood. Understood. The assistant stepped forward. Check Mo Young's makeup. Then the staff touched up Mo Young's makeup. He kept smiling and chatting. The assistant laughed and praised. Amazing. As soon as the scene ended, he immediately returned to his original self. Just seconds ago, he looked exactly like a rebellious youth. The director stared intently at him. This guy. She was surprised. What about him? In her head she thought, this goes far beyond great acting. I have never seen anyone like this before. She realized he was not an ordinary person. The director understood what factors made a film complete. First was the lead's acting. The second factor was a talented director. Thinking of this, her expression became serious. Everything was important, but the most essential thing to consider was, she recalled Mo Young's performance with Bin, the synergy and perfect coordination between the actors. The shoot continued. The director sat in the back, observing. At the same time, Bin smiled and asked, is something wrong? Mo Young sighed. It is nothing big, but that is precisely the problem. This made the director think to herself, I was skeptical at first, but recent events have slowly built my trust. In her heart, she had to admit, Mo Young's performance is truly outstanding. His incredible acting has almost completely captivated me. But his true talent, she seemed very interested in Mo Young. It was even more apparent when he shared the frame with Bin. His radiant charisma was not overshadowed at all. This scene was perfect, and he even supported his co-star. Receiving the plate of tteokbokki, Mo Young smiled. The assistant spoke up in surprise. I was worried about Bin's acting, but he is doing better than I thought. The director interrupted, no, it is because of Mo Young's influence. Can't you feel it? This made her a bit surprised. What? Her attitude immediately changed. I see it now. The assistant nodded in agreement. The acting skills between Bin and Mo Young showed almost no gap on screen. She realized it was all thanks to Mo Young controlling the rhythm of his acting. The director nodded. Exactly. Even for a rookie actor. She approached and whispered, I will rearrange the props, then we can continue. Looking at Mo Young, the director remarked. I have worked with countless actors and young talents before, but I have never encountered a case like this. The cameraman announced, Mo Young, we are going to shoot your scene one more time. He happily agreed. Okay, even though his face looked awkward. It is nothing special. That is the problem. The director saw it all. When they refilmed the one-shot scene, his acting went to another level. Seeing him do so well, the cameraman praised him. Mo Young, your expression is good, but keep your head still for a bit and we will shoot it again. He nodded. I understand. Looking at his face, the director realized he never took a director's request lightly. She was very interested. Excellent acting skills. A powerful aura. Mo Young specifically had many nuances in his facial expressions. She felt a bit happy. Plus the chemistry with his co-star was there. The director became even more expectant. Well, if this project goes smoothly, she even thought of the future. Who knows, I might be paving the way for the debut of a talented movie star. A corner of the director's mouth curled into an excited smile. After a while, the assistant announced, "Cut. All right, take a short break then we will continue." Moo Young ran over happily. "Mr. Dogxt. Enbin about the scene we just shot." He gave the script to Enbin. "Your dialogue rhythm was broken, it was a bit weird." He took it. "You mean when I handed the paper cup?" The two discussed animatedly with each other. Suddenly the director called out, "Mr. Vin." Moo Young looked up at her. "Yes." She probed further, "How long did you say you have been acting?" After thinking for a moment, he replied, "I think about 3 to 4 months." Enbin was completely stunned. In just 3 to 4 months, he became even more curious. "Where did you learn? At an agency, or at school?" he replied. "At school." Remembering something, Moo Young decided, "Wait a minute, this is a chance to repay teacher Osak's kindness." He introduced to everyone, "My acting school is not far away. It is BV Academy, a small but elite acting school." His voice became even more excited. "The director's skills and passion are truly admirable." The director was surprised. "Is that school famous?" And Ben was also surprised. "I have never heard of a place like that." At that answer, the director understood. So he really did study at a school. Moo Young was still thinking proudly. "Teacher, Osuk, I will continue to be a well-mannered student in the future." Pushing up her glasses, she asked, "So did you learn how to harmonize your breathing there too?" He looked at her blankly. "Harmonize breathing," the director continued to explain. "I mean, supporting your co-star or controlling the intensity of their acting." Moo Young scratched his head awkwardly. "I am not quite sure what you mean." Right then, Ben suggested. "Ah, that is right, director. Can we refilm the scene where I hand the paper cup to Moo Young earlier?" She was a bit confused. "Huh, why?" he explained. "Because I stood up while speaking." The dialogue rhythm was interrupted. The director agreed. "Ah, alright. Let us do that then." The two were quite happy. "Thank you, director." Turning to leave, Enbin reminded, "Get ready for the next scene." The staff around were gossiping. "What is going on?" Enbin is actively giving his input. He is probably influenced by Moo Young's hard-working spirit. Seeing this, the director understood. Playing the role of a supporting actor was not something easily learned. She said to herself, "I am really curious about the future of that talented actor." The crew announced, "Alright, we are going to start filming again now." An image appeared of an old little bear. Tasting the flavor Enbin cooked, Moo Young felt happy. He was right beside him, comforting him. The small eatery became even cozier. Outside, the team leader was reporting on the phone. "Yes sir. It is Mr. Enbin. Thanks to Moo Young, he is acting very well right now." He recounted excitedly. "If the views are high, we might be able to extend it to 12 episodes. His face filled with anticipation. It seemed that producing more episodes was entirely feasible. The shoot ended. The assistant ran over. "Moo Young, can't you eat spicy food? Let me touch up your makeup a bit." Moo Young nodded. "Yes, this is too spicy." Enbin laughed. "I can devour the whole thing." The team leader also realized the interaction between them was so good that it made the atmosphere on set much happier. He approached to chat. "I heard eating eggs makes it less spicy." He was a bit surprised. "Really?" he continued, about Moo Young's management agency. "As far as I know, he does not have one yet. But once this web drama is released," the team leader guessed, "other agencies will definitely scramble to sign a contract with Moo Young." Time passed until the next day. Moo Young gave a tired yawn. The light shining in woke him up. "Ugh, my eyes." Then he checked his phone. "What time is it?" Moo Young's face turned panicky. "I'm Junho, wake up, I am late." Junho complained while driving. "You are making such a fuss, even though it only takes a moment to drive there." He scratched his head. "I am just not used to you having a car yet." He teased back. "Next time you get in, you pay." Moo Young laughed. "You are joking again." He felt confused. "But why does your face look like that? So pale?" He sighed. "Why else?" "It is because of the diet." While driving, he said, "I bought a lot of meat for you and your parents to enjoy. It is a shame I can't eat meat." Time went back to early yesterday morning. After finishing the first episode of the Midnight Pub, I received my first payment. The team leader brought the envelope. "You worked hard, Moo Young." Things went better than expected. The situation met Enbin's agreed conditions. He reminded. "Don't forget the promise." Moo Young asked in surprise, on the premiere day of the web drama's first episode, about the conversation with the stalker. Enbin nodded and approached. "That is right. Buddy. Don't disappear on me." He replied, "That is my line. It is not okay if you say you are busy and do not pick up." The two said goodbye. "I have actually grown fond of him. I feel a bit of regret too." Enbin waved. "Thanks for the hard work. Goodbye." He also politely replied, "Goodbye." In his heart, he thought, "I won't be able to forget my first day of filming." At the same time, Moo Young decided, since the shoot ended at dawn, I could not return to the dorm. Plus, since I owed Junho for staying at his place, I bought meat with my payment. Looking at Junho's face, he was quite bewildered. A meat lover like him Junho is on a diet. Moo Young continued to remark, you do not have any health issues that require a diet, do you? Junho cried as he explained, I have to do it for work, not for health. You know I am helping my cousin out, right? He looked utterly miserable. I have become a fitting model there. Before Moo Young could react, he added, if you dare laugh, I will kill you. He gave a forced laugh. No way. You seem to be doing great. He sighed. I would rather you just laughed. Finally, the two arrived at school. Moo Young immediately got out of the car. He smiled. Thanks for the ride. Junho looked at him. We are here, remembering something, he inquired. Ah, that is right. Have you ever thought about modeling? He was surprised. Modeling, he continued seriously. Yeah, a clothing model. I told my cousin I had a friend who is preparing to be an actor, so I told him to give you the portfolio. Then Junho drove away. Well, I am just asking, so take your time to think about it. I am off. Moo Young waved goodbye. Ah, okay. Drive safely. Seeing him enter the class, classmates immediately noticed. Wow, he is so handsome. The teacher lectured while Moo Young studied intently. He did not neglect his studies either. After class, friends suggested, Moo Young, let us go have lunch. The food at the student cafeteria here is really good. Moo Young smiled and thought, an actor's life is important, but I can't miss out on the romance of college life either. He felt very relaxed. I thought I just needed to enjoy student life like this while waiting for the web drama to be posted. A phone call startled him. The Square Film team leader was calling. Moo Young answered. Hello? The voice on the other end rang out. Mo Young, are you busy? He hurried to explain. I just finished a lecture. What is it? He recounted. Enbin sighed, says they are urgently looking for you but can't reach you. This surprised him. Enbin is looking for me. It is still some time before the web drama is posted, right? The team leader's next words froze him. And because of Enbin's issue, I do not think Midnight Pub will be aired. Moo Young could not believe his ears. The team leader said helplessly. There are even rumors saying Enbin will retire from the industry. He was bewildered. Retire? Then he hurriedly replied, I understand. Please connect me with Enbin's agency. Classmates asked worriedly, hey, are you okay? Moo Young explained. Guys, sorry, but something suddenly came up, so I have to go right away. He turned and left. You guys go have lunch together. The scene shifted to a tall building. Moo Young got out of the car. Thank you. Have a safe trip. He thought to himself, so this is where Enbin lives. His heart felt increasingly uneasy. I do not know what happened to Enbin, but I believe the luck of the pollen will protect him. Inside the room, belongings were scattered all over the floor. Enbin was hiding under his blanket, sobbing uncontrollably. The manager stepped forward to comfort him. Enbin, you can't just talk about retiring so casually. Enbin turned back and snapped. Then, what am I supposed to do? She said, she has the photos. He was in total despair. What did I even do wrong? I just dated my girlfriend quietly. He did not know what to do. And now I am being blackmailed for it. Enbin clutched his head. It is over. He had only one thought. I want to terminate my contract and retire. Enbin seemed determined. My girlfriend is just an ordinary person. I can't handle this scandal and I do not want to cause any harm to the group. After saying that, Enbin stood up. As long as I am gone, it will be fine. The manager was about to comfort him again. Bin. A knock on the door startled him. Who is it? The manager turned around. It is probably Moo Young. Enbin's face lit up. Ha, Mo Young. He could not wait another second. Seeing his reaction, the manager called out, Bin. Enbin seemed to have completely lost his cool. Seeing Moo Young in front of him, he cried out, Ha Moo Young. Before Moo Young could even say hello, Enbin, he was questioned. Back then, how exactly did you do it? Moo Young was dazed. What? Enbin kept pleading, please just tell me Mo Young. This situation took Mo Young quite by surprise. Upon hearing the news, he was shocked. The blackmailer was demanding money and threatening to leak a hidden camera video. He then inquired further, is it the same method that Stalker used last time? The manager sighed and replied, we are not sure, but in this situation, it seems likely. Enbin was even more certain. No, it is definitely her deal. Only that person would be so stubbornly persistent. This surprised Mo Young. I really saw it then. Was it caused by the mist surrounding the stalker? He recalled the stalker woman from before. He decided to recount. They said it was because her house caught fire. Enbin turned and asked, fire? Mo Young nodded. Yes, the stalker's house. The voices kept ringing in his ears. Please come home. How long are you going to live like this? Listen to your mother. Mo Young heard it clearly. All your cameras have been burned too. He understood. Back then, when the cameras were burned, he thought she was just mourning her property. But could it be? That was also when he told her, even the important things will all be reduced to ashes. Thinking of this, Moo Young realized he was referring to the secret video of Enbin. He suggested, if you have evidence like that, why not call the police? Enbin reacted quickly. He said, if I call the police, he will post the video online. He continued to probe, I see. But that person intentionally sent a low-quality screenshot to threaten you, right? At those words, Enbin realized something. Moo Young spoke his mind. The house definitely burned down. Which is why he needs money. I heard the important camera was also destroyed in the fire. He smiled with certainty. There might not be an original video left. His mood gradually improved. Are you sure? Moo Young shook his head. No. Enbin rushed over and grabbed his hair. Is this a time for jokes? Moo Young hurriedly suggested. Listen, let me finish. He continued his analysis. That is why we should try to confirm it. If there really is a video, ask him to send it. If he does not reply or avoids it, it means there is no original. Holding his phone, Enbin was still worried. I get it. But what if there really is a video? Moo Young thought in silence for a moment. He suddenly realized the pollen. Enbin was still crying non-stop. A smile appeared on Moo Young's face. The sign of luck appeared, meaning there was no video. He stepped closer to comfort him. Trust me. It will be okay. His words made Enbin stop crying. He picked up his phone and decided to call the police. Inside the police station, a voice announced. The external hard drive containing the backup video was destroyed in the fire. All that is left are screenshots where the person is completely unrecognizable. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. Everything has been cleared up. Moo Young laughed. That is a relief. Enbin felt angry again. I made it clear there will be absolutely no leniency. But just this does not feel like enough to settle the grudge. Moo Young smiled and replied. There is nothing to feel wronged about. That person will definitely pay the price. Seeing the two of them staring at him made him feel awkward. Enbin approached and asked curiously. Sometimes, the way you talk is just like a shaman. Now that I think about it, how did you know the stalker's house burned down? He replied, trade secret. Then he recalled, before meeting Enbin, he had a chance to meet the stalker for a moment. The gloomy woman stepped up. Move. I need to get through. In Moo Young's heart he understood. Those demons, supposedly family members, clung to the thick, dark smoke so much they were invisible. He asked himself, how long will it take to wipe out all that bad karma? Seeing Moo Young distracted, Enbin was surprised. Are you listening? He snapped out of it. Huh? He took off his hat. No, I mean, his voice was a bit shy. Thanks, Enbin continued, the reading room incident back then too, and coming all the way to my house to help me this time. Thank you. Moo Young scratched his head shyly. Isn't that what good friends are for? He was surprised. Friends. Enbin approached and announced. What kind of friends are we? I am a year older than you. You know. Moo Young was surprised. That was fast. So should I use formal language with you now? He laughed. It is fine. I am just kidding, buddy. He complained. Seriously, a joke. Remembering something, he suggested. Manager, please arrange a schedule for me next week. The manager hurriedly nodded. Yeah. Moo Young smiled brightly. So our webdrama will be released as planned. Of course, Ha Mo Young is finally debuting. Time passed until that evening. What was meant to happen, happened. Actor Ha Mo Young's debut work was finally posted. Everything had finally come to a close. Moo Young had worked very hard, mainly helping Enbin. Enbin was gradually getting better, though he was exhausted from filming sessions that lasted until dawn. Moo Young realized awkwardly. Well, I have not been back to the dorm for over a week. Moo Young thought worriedly. I hope things won't be awkward with my roommates. He grabbed the door handle and opened it. A voice rang out. What are you doing? You want to die? He turned around in fear. Yes, did I do something wrong? It turned out they were just playing a game. Focus. Just grab the items there. He was a bit dazed. Moo Young scratched his head shyly. It turned out they were not talking to him. He spoke up. Hello everyone. They still did not pay attention to him. Ready to go? Not yet. Moo Young was confused. They are focused, so I should probably wait a bit longer. He walked to his spot. I will pack my things first. Looking at the pile of things on his desk made him surprised. This was his spot, but it was full of strange items. They were still arguing. You bastard, my bad. Looking at a folder, his gaze changed. On it was information, the play Doran, home shopping for humans. He was a bit surprised. So this is a script, it is quite thick. He recalled the premise. The protagonist is a middle-aged single woman living in seclusion. As time passed, she stopped living with her family, and watching home shopping channels became her only joy. As usual, the woman was only watching home shopping when she saw an advertisement that they also sell people here. He thought in surprise, so that person is the image of oneself as a child and the relatives we have forgotten. Through home shopping, we can remember the meaning of life and the family we are gradually forgetting. This is quite good. Moo Young's face showed an excited smile. Interesting. Is this a piece for a competition? I must read it again. At the same time, shouts rang out. We won. Oh yeah. Moo Young jumped and shouted too. While everyone was still confused, he hurriedly explained. I am sorry. I was just startled. Choi Wan asked in surprise. Who are you? He introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I am Ha Mo Young. My greeting is a bit late, is not it? Hearing this, everyone laughed. McNai, we finally meet you. Hello. I thought you would never show up. Moo Young excitedly shook hands with each person. Hello. Sunbase. On one side, Bong Gun spoke up. Strange. I feel like I have met you somewhere before. Moo Young recognized him immediately. Sunbae, were you the one on duty at the Doran booth, right? He was also surprised. Are you that freshman who made such a deep impression? Bong Gun approached to chat. We meet again like this. He happily nodded. Yes, Mu Young handed the script back. That is right. I am sorry for reading this. I saw it on the desk. Everyone hurriedly cleared Mu Young's desk. I left my stuff here too, sorry. It is fine. No, I am the one who should apologize. This is your spot. I will clear it for you. It is okay. My stuff too. Looking at the folder, Bong Gun was amazed. Truly miraculous. He glanced at Mu Young. I was having trouble finding someone who fits the character of the protagonist's son, but suddenly my roommate appears and he seems to fit that personality perfectly. Mu Young felt something. My neck feels itchy. Finally, he spoke up. Mu Young, did you read the whole plot? Mu Young nodded awkwardly. Yes. Are you worried? Bong Gun hurriedly explained. No, I said, it is fine. It is just, I am curious about your thoughts. The two around them thought in surprise. What is wrong with Kim Bong Gun? He never asks for opinions and does not even let us see his work. Hearing this, Mu Young replied happily. It is very interesting. Then he shared his thoughts. The material, the development, and the execution all seem perfectly done. The structure alternating between the past and reality also drew me into the play more. Mu Young continued to remark. The character personalities are good too, but his words made Bong Gun flinch. The son character was one I added later, right? Bong Gun replied shyly. That is right. What do you think? Is it that bad? Mu Young became hesitant. I should probably be honest. Right, he decided to comment. The overall piece is not bad now, but if you were to revise it, maybe make the other characters' personalities a bit darker and heavier, while making the son character lighter. What do you think? Mu Young gave very straightforward feedback. The character will become more cheerful. Bong Gun listened in silence. If the work were sold, he would not know how it would go. Limited quantity, almost out of stock, exclusive product. Mu Young was still analyzing. Then it would be advertised on the home shopping channel. Realizing something, he was startled. I am sorry, I was being inconsiderate. Bong Gun smiled and shook his head. No, that is an interesting idea. The red-haired guy asked curiously. McNay, are you a language major? Bong Gun's junior, Ma Fyung announced. No, I am an international literature major. Choi Wan was quite surprised. Really? I felt like those are not thoughts that can be expressed easily. Mu Young turned to look at the folder on the desk. It is probably because I like reading books. He thought to himself, I heard similar things during the midnight pub casting. Maybe I can sense characters. Choi Hwan smiled and suggested, let us set that aside. Since it is our first meeting today, we should go have dinner together, right? The red-haired guy was also excited. We need to get together. Mu Young happily nodded. Of course, I would love to. The red-haired guy reminded Bong Gun, get ready to eat. He suddenly refused. No, I am not going. His face showed an excited smile. I feel like writing. Choi Hwan was a bit speechless. He is possessed again. Let us go. During the party, the red-haired guy asked curiously, you do not even know idols. Are you even a young person? Choi Wan explained. He might not know. It is fine. Mu Young, I like pop music too. He glanced at him. Isn't the girl group you like getting outdated? Hearing that, he snapped angrily. You wanna die? They just had a fan cam reach 1 million views. Without further delay, the red-haired guy pulled out his phone to search. Wait, I will show you. You do not even need to search specifically. They always have videos with fast-growing views. Here it is. Hearing the news made the two of them surprised. What? He hurriedly showed the news to everyone. This video's thumbnail. Is not that Mu Young? A series of curious comments appeared. Who is that high school student? There is no info on the actor playing the student. Please add his info. I thought those two were friends. The chemistry is top tier. It is a shame such a good work is just a web drama. Can someone give me the info of the student actor? Jo Myung, CEO of Square Film, excitedly moved her mouse. Look at the views and comments, they are so hyped. The team leader grumbled as he walked in. CEO, if you keep staring at the screen like that, your eyes will go bad. You should at least turn on the lights. He crossed his arms and sighed. I was wondering what you were watching. Turns out, you are enjoying the reaction to episode 1 of Midnight Pub. Hearing that, Jo Myung replied with a grimace. Team leader. This is addictive. I can even see it in my dreams. She then looked over. For a web drama's popularity to start at this level is truly. Even with an unknown actor playing the student, Ha Mo Young, looking at Mu Young's acting, many people exclaimed. That student's acting is so good. I watched for Enbin, but now I have a new ideal type. When he cried, I cried with him. Jo Myung grumbled irritably. Did they even find out where he lives, these people? The team leader stepped up. They will probably be rushing to find Mu Young. She appraised him. His looks are good, his acting is great. How can someone be this perfect? Suddenly Jo Myung asked, how was his attitude on set? The team leader recounted with a smile. Yes, I did not even know when he got close to Enbin. The other staff members' moods were lifted thanks to him too. Only then did Jo Myung remember. But team leader, why are you here? The team leader laid a stack of papers on the table. Right. These are, Invitations from companies for Ha Moyoung. Jo Myung was startled. Mostly acting agencies, but there are even idol and modeling agencies. I expected him to be sought after, but this is beyond my imagination. The team leader added. Yes, there are major companies too. She scanned them and said, Moyoung will be the one deciding, so let him choose. Of course. Pausing for a moment, Jo Myung added, we also have to persuade him to join Square Film. The team leader stood at attention. Of course, madam, a voice came through the phone. Your popularity is exploding. You are becoming a hot topic in all the communities. Moyoung replied shyly. That is good to hear. The other person seemed very attentive. What do you mean? Can't you feel the change? Walking through the hallway, his steps slowed. My roommate showed it to me yesterday too. Saying this, Moyoung grinned. Thanks to everyone for making me look good on screen. The other end of the line then suggested, we are the ones who should thank you. Are you free? The week after next? Our company is having a dinner get-together. Young was quite surprised. I would love to go. When you have a specific time and place, let me know. The person immediately replied. Got it. Also, ending the call, Moyoung sat alone in thought. A management agency. He stared at his phone. There are so many companies, but I do not know any of them. There is one company. Moyoung ignored his surroundings and sent a message. For this field, I will have to ask Junho for help. Junho, you free? He replied immediately. Very busy, but I have a bit of free time. Moyoung messaged back. I received offers from agencies. Can you help me check them out? Junho easily agreed. Okay, I will check after work. This made Moyoung happy. As he was thinking, the other person messaged again. Did you find a modeling agency yet? Thinking of his own situation, Moyoung shared sadly. I have not found one yet. So I am still losing weight. Maybe I will have to fast for another month. Then Moyoung looked at his phone thoughtfully again. After a moment of silence, Junho sent a message. I know someone. Let me introduce you. On the set, the manager called out loudly, Enbin, it is time for makeup. Enbin glanced irritably. Manager, I am very tired, so just stay still for a bit. The manager lamented. How can I stay still? Do you know how many schedules are piling up? He cried silently. Besides, you have to go abroad tonight. In the scorching sun, the manager tore at his hair. Suddenly, you accepted this commercial shoot. He gnashed his teeth and thought, even if it was Moyoung's request. Looking at the relaxed person before him, the manager's face darkened. Born Tour. He is working as an exclusive model for a brand I have never heard of for an absurdly cheap price. Not anyone else, but the national idol Enbin. Luckily it is only a 6-month contract, and he was adamant about doing it. The clothes were carefully prepared. Once makeup is done, we will start filming immediately. The stylist brought some photos. This is the concept you have always shown. The highlight is the harmonious beauty between modern and classic. Enbin exclaimed, this is really beautiful. Hearing this, she asked with a smile. You like it? I will give you a set. Enbin hurriedly explained, I am fine. Maybe for the manager, he replied shyly, if you give it to me, I have to wear it. At this time, Enbin slowly examined each outfit. As he looked, he thought, this is a brand I have heard of for the first time, so I did not expect much, but the overall look is very neat and fresh. At that moment, Moyoung walked in from outside. Food and drinks are here. Seeing Enbin, he could not hide his surprise. Moyoung smiled. Bin, how are you? He brought over a drink. Have some too. And Bin said softly, I will drink after the shoot. Now Moyoung introduced them. Bin, let me introduce you. This is Junho, my friend and also a staff member of Borntore. Then he turned. Junho. This is Enbin Hyung. Junho gave a professional smile. Hello. Thank you for participating in today's photoshoot. Enbin, on the other hand, did not bother with formalities. No need for thanks. I am doing it for money too. The manager called out loudly. I will check the lights. Junho, please check the outfits over here. Junho hurriedly replied, yes. Waiting for the person to leave, Moyoung whispered, Bin, thanks for helping. Enbin could not help but feel helpless. I am here to work too, so stop thanking me. Suddenly he asked, but was that friend earlier the designer here? Moyoung smiled. No. The CEO is the designer. Hasn't the CEO arrived yet? After a pause, he said, are you going straight to the airport after the shoot? Enbin sighed wearily. Since I am busy with my schedule, I can't go to the web drama celebration. Have fun for me. Seeing that, Moyoung's face fell. That is a shame. Enbin suddenly jumped. Also, he lowered his voice. You still have not decided on an agency, right? Moyoung was dazed. Is something wrong? Enbin took the opportunity to suggest, do you want to join my agency? Thinking of the lineup of famous idols, Moyoung froze. What? The idol agency SN Entertainment. The more he thought, the harder it was to believe. Enbin spoke casually. How about joining our agency? For a moment, Moyoung was frozen like a statue. If he joined SN Entertainment, one of the top 3 idol entertainment companies in Korea, imagining himself on stage full of glory fans, thank you everyone for coming to the concert today. Very quickly, Moyoung snuffed out the dream. What if SN Entertainment does not suit me? Enbin beside him, comforted him wholeheartedly. Of course I am joking. Just teasing you. I thought it would be fun to be in the same company as you, but it is a shame. Mu Young's expression worsened. A joke. At this point, he became serious again. But you really should have a management agency to make working easier. Mu Young let out a sigh. I have not found any place attractive yet. I do not know if it is strictly necessary. Then he encouraged himself, as long as I can act, any place is fine. Enbin also did not know what to do. What, is this innocence or stupidity? Really, someone approached from a distance and interrupted. So Mr. Sust, Enbin is over here. Junho's cousin introduced himself solemnly. I am a bit late. Nice to meet you. I am the CEO of Borntore. Mu Young thought to himself, this is Junho's cousin and the CEO of Borntore. Enbin hurried to greet him. My friend's business. It is fine. I just started filming. He was quick to adapt. The CEO is here, so I will go change and come back. Let us go. Junho's cousin turned to look at Mu Young. The atmosphere was incredibly sharp and cold. Suddenly, he changed direction and headed this way. Junho's cousin suddenly grabbed his hand. So you are Mo Young. I am only surviving thanks to you. Unexpectedly, he was extremely friendly. Junho actually has a good friend like you. I have spent my whole life looking out for that kid. Mu Young was a bit skeptical. Was his personality naturally this approachable? Then, Junho's cousin appraised him seriously. I have heard a lot about you. I even watched your web drama. You look much better in person. You could definitely be a model. Mo Young's eyes widened. That sparkling thing just now was not that pollen. From the crew, an assistant called out loudly, we are all set. Junho's cousin turned away instantly. Looks like Enbin is finished changing. He left Mu Young standing there in a daze, switching to business mode immediately. An assistant followed closely. Would you like some coffee? Enbin flatly refused. No, Junho's cousin shrewdly noticed. He is in a very good mood. Looking at that smile, he was certain it is because he likes that outfit. The director shouted, action. Mu Young, standing nearby, was still deep in thought. What was that sparkle earlier? Did I misinterpret it, or was it really pollen? I definitely saw it near Junho's brother. At that moment, Junho's cousin was busy discussing work. Suddenly, Mo Young noticed something. The entire space seemed covered in strange glowing particles. It really was pollen. Enbin sat under a porch wearing a comfortable outfit. Next, he changed into a more edgy, stylish set of clothes. Finally, Enbin changed his look once more into a modern yet free-spirited outfit. Mo Young's eyes lit up. So that is why they spend money on special effects. The pollen is so beautiful. Junho walked over, looking drained of life. Oh man. I finally have a break. He handed over a drink. What did he say just now? Here, have some coffee. Mu Young took it and replied. He said thank you. The person he is truly grateful to is Bin. Remembering something, he asked. By the way, did something good happen to your brother? Junho acted nonchalant. Of course. They managed to hire Bin as a model for a very low price. Looking up at the sky, Mo Young thought differently. Not that, I mean his future plans. Hearing this, Junho became pensive. Let us see. He let out a sigh. He might not look it, but he is a very ambitious man. Every day he says he will become the world's best designer. Thinking of him, Junho muttered. This time there is a good opportunity, so we will see if that actually happens. Saying this, he smiled and added, plus, he is a man of principle. Once he receives a favor, he will repay it unconditionally. Pray with me that he succeeds with Bontor. Mu Young said softly, even if I do not pray, everything will turn out well. From a distance, Enbin could be heard complaining. It is so hot. Mu Young turned back to cheer him on. Bin, good job on the shoot. He added, I put some water in the ice box, so grab some. Enbin teased loudly. Ha Mu Young, are not you quite the thoughtful one? Junho's cousin finished his work and came over to help. Once we are done cleaning up, Mu Young, come grab dinner with us. Mu Young lifted a crate. Sure, let me help so we can finish quickly. Junho whined nearby. I am so hungry. A can of soda was popped open, and the fizz sprayed everywhere. Hearing the commotion, all three turned to look. The soda had spilled all over Enbin's shirt. He started to panic. This is bad. I do not have any spare clothes. The manager clutched his head and wailed. Bin, the shirt. His face turned pale, his voice trembling. We have to go to the airport right now. With this shirt, the reporters won't be able to take departure photos. Mu Young could not help but worry. That is a problem. What should we do? He suddenly suggested. Bin, can you change in the car on the way there? Enbin sighed. Guess we have to. Thank you. Mu Young handed him a bag of clothes. No need for thanks, just hurry. You are going to be late. The assistant cried in gratitude. Thank you so much, let us move it. Bin, and Bin looked back one last time. I got it. See you next time. Ah Mo Young. Junho smiled and waved. Travel safely, Mr. Enbin. Finally, it was not until much later that I learned the truth. That day, the entertainment sections of many portals were filled with trending news. 1. Enbin, heading to Thailand. I will travel safely. 2. Zerotum Enbin, fresh before the lens. 3. Enbin, posing coolly and greeting. 4. This shirt is nice, right? Live from Enbin's departure. 5. Enbin smiling, showing off perfect proportions. 6. Zerodom Enbin, high-quality on-site photos. A series of popular news items appeared on the front page. Enbin's $1,000,000 smile at the Thailand departure. Almost flight time. Enbin's reluctant face. Enbin. As beautiful as an angel in airport photos. I am wearing a new shirt. Posing cutely. A photo of Enbin was posted. Zerodom Enbin, the national prince, landing at the airport. 4K quality. Enbin wearing a Bontour outfit. A few days later, Moo Young stopped at a restaurant. Here it is. He walked happily to the table. Hello, everyone. A colleague replied cheerfully. Moo Young, sit down. Your seat is right in front of the CEO. The smell of grilled meat in the restaurant was mouth-watering. Moo Young bowed politely. CEO, hello. Jo Mi Young waved dismissively. Moo Young. Sit right here. Long time no see, she said with a laugh. Enbin said he could not make it, so I was worried you would not come either. Moo Young noticed someone nearby. Who is that? They do not look like staff. As if remembering, she turned. Let me introduce you. This is a senior from my university, from an agency called Shilling Actors. Jo Mi-young called out a name, Manager Park Moon-cheol. He smiled and introduced himself. I am Manager Park Moon-cheol. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ha Mo-young. You do not have a management agency yet, right? The man's eyes held an indescribable gloominess. Mo-young immediately felt anxious. This guy. Why do I get a bad feeling about him? The Midnight Pub web drama page posted a photo. Midnight Pub, a mysterious pub that listens to your worries. Although national idol Enbin was the lead, there were many eyes on the government-backed production. A flood of comments broke out. The results were all amazing, found the lead for the next craze. The figure of the lonely boy was unmistakable, the student actor. As his face was gradually revealed, countless agencies tried to find this boy but could get no information. Until now. Mun-cheol crossed his arms and leaned back. I did not expect my university junior to be the representative producing this web drama. I really am lucky. He smirked. Since there was no info, I was curious, but the best news is that this rookie still does not have an agency. He thought to himself, even if he is an unknown rookie, he must try out for Shilling Actors. Most successful actors are affiliated with major management companies. Mi-young's image flashed through his mind. There is no way he won't be interested. Mun-cheol's gaze fixed intensely on the person opposite him. Suddenly, he had a thought. On the contrary, he will probably be begging to sign a contract. Mo-young was busy chatting. Before some other random agency snatches him up, I have to take him. He looked down at the business card in his hand. Shilling Actors. Thinking about it, he glanced at the man. Even though he did not know much about celebrities, he had heard of this company. At that moment, Mun-cheol spoke up. I heard you still have not chosen an agency, Mo-young answered honestly. Yes, because I have been busy with midterms, so I have not had time to look into it. He laughed and continued. Mo-young, you probably know this, but we do not usually recruit like this. However, your acting in the web drama was just too impressive. He did not forget to emphasize, we will even give you the highest standard signing bonus among rookies. Mo-young looked surprised. Really? Mun-cheol continued to steer the conversation. The female lead in the current MBV drama is also from our agency. Have you heard of Daryong? Mo-young picked up a piece of food and answered casually, my friend from the academy was cast as a supporting character there. Mun-cheol grew curious. Who is that? He said slowly. The female lead's friend is Kang Bora. The man's tone suddenly changed, startling him. Kang Bora. It is my first time hearing that name. Mun-cheol smiled, but his words meant the opposite. Since she is Mo-young's friend, I suppose I should pay attention to her. Mo-young's eyes widened in horror. Smoke was coming out of the man's mouth. The man was gradually being swallowed by the black smoke. If you sign with us, we will give you maximum support, so let us work hard together. Mo-young quickly regained his composure. Yes, he turned and called out loudly, Auntie, can I get another bowl of rice, please? Mun-cheol appraised him silently. Look at this kid. Just like that, the food on the table was quickly devoured. Mo-young gently put down his chopsticks. The food was delicious. CEO, I am going to greet the other tables and then I will be back. Jo Mi-young agreed readily. Go ahead, go ahead. The director welcomed him warmly. Our Mo-young, he replied. Camera director, it is me, the team leader whispered. See, Mo-young does not care about that agency at all. Jo Mi-young nodded. Natskups, has pimply per spine as ortas bed. I just a bear, me, Davespung I bestam. What do you think? Senior Benga. Mun-cheol smirked and remarked. He truly is a special guy. Hearing that, Jo Mi-young nudged his shoulder. If you can just give up. Don't bother our Mo-young. On the contrary, Mun-cheol looked intrigued. Hey, have you ever seen me miss out on someone I have set my sights on? Later, everyone said their goodbyes. Get home safely. The team leader came over to check. Mo-young, are you okay? Mo-young smiled. Yes, I did not drink much. He inquired, you are heading back to school, right? Straight to the dorm, Mo-young said honestly. No. It is past curfew. I have a place to stay nearby, so I am fine. Hearing that, he did not ask further. Alright. After a silence, the team leader suddenly asked. About earlier. Manager Park Mun-cheol from Shilling. He hesitated for a long time before speaking. No. He was good to you and made an offer. So. Are you thinking of signing with Shilling actors? Moo-young answered firmly. No. The team leader was a bit shocked. Why? They are very famous. They could give you a lot of good roles. Thinking of Mun-cheol, whose entire body was covered in black smoke. Moo-young smiled, and said softly, I do not like working with someone whose face I can't see. He looked up at the sky above. In Moo-young's eyes, everything was sparkling. It felt very new, but the shimmering light was truly beautiful. Returning, Moo-young gently pushed the door open. Teacher, hello? Jung-gil called out from inside. Moo-young, what brings you here at this hour? Moo-young walked in slowly. I had a dinner party nearby and it just ended, so I was planning to sneak in here to sleep. Hearing this, he moved closer excitedly. A dinner party? You have really become a man of society, huh? If you are tired, go to sleep, or you can sit here for a bit. Moo-young remained polite. It has been a long time, so I would like to chat with you for a while. Hearing that, Jung-gil pulled him over. Perfect timing. Since you are here, let me introduce you to my junior. Kyung-min, this kid is Ha Mo-young. Young-min quickly stood up. So it is you. Nice to meet you. I am Go Young-min. Jung-gil turned away. You two greet each other. I will go get some snacks. Moo-young smiled. Yes, he took the initiative to shake hands. Hello, I am Ha Mo-young. At that moment, he felt it pollen. Moo-young's eyes involuntarily searched around. It was not coming from the academy, but from this man. He could not contain his curiosity. What does this man do to have so much pollen coming out of him? Young-min was a bit confused. Is something wrong? Moo-young quickly let go. No, it is just that your hand is very firm. Hearing that, he sighed. It is probably because I have done too much hard labor. Jung-gil interrupted. Of course, Kyung-min has worked very hard. Everyone in acting is like that, but you have been at it for 10 years now, have not you? It was late. But voices still echoed in the room. After leaving this do-or-die acting industry, I did manual labor and ran through every hardship to the radish fields in Gangwon-do. After leaving like that, I still ended up coming back to work as a manager. Mo-young was curious. A manager? Kyung-min nodded. Yes, at Bigwin Entertainment. You have never heard of it, right? It is just a very small place. Jung-gil suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, Moo-young, have you chosen a company yet? Out of the list I sent last time, Bright Entertainment was the most promising. Moo-young said softly, I received a business card from Shilling Actors today. But, upon hearing that name, Jung-gil's eyes lit up. Shilling. Wow. That is amazing. Then do not think twice. Just join them. Moo-young put his water glass down. No, I am thinking differently. He suddenly leaned in. Manager, does Bigwin Entertainment take rookies? Kyung-min jumped. Yes. Yes. Hearing that, Moo-young held out both hands. Please give me your business card. I am interested in Bigwin Entertainment. A few days later, at a large corporate building, Moo-young, dressed neatly, sat reviewing a contract. In his hand was the exclusive contract for Bigwin Entertainment. Recalling what Jung-gil said earlier, I have reviewed the contract carefully. There are clearly no toxic clauses. Moo-young checked. By toxic clauses, do you mean terms that are disadvantageous to me? Jung-gil explained carefully. In other words, it is like a slave contract. If you look closely, you will know, but here you do not have to worry about that. He did not forget to clarify, the conditions are very generous for a rookie. Usually, it is a 5-5 split, but here it is 7-3, you get 7, of course. Training time is excluded, and the contract term is short, about 3 years. Thinking back, Moo-young smiled to himself. Thanks to teacher Oh-seok arranging everything, the contract review was mostly over. He held the contract up in front of him. Looking at the beam of light, Moo-young marveled. So beautiful. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hello Moo-young. Mun-cheol, surrounded by his usual gloom, appeared again. How are you? Now the two stood in contrast. One radiant, the other dark. The coffee cup on the table was less than half finished. Moo-young listened dejectedly as the man started talking. Moo-young, you did not answer my messages or calls, so I came to find you personally. Mun-cheol smirked and guessed, it must be exam time, right? So you are quite busy. Moo-young interrupted. What are you doing here? He still had the nerve to say, just a coincidence. Moo-young thought. Coincidence, my foot. Finally, he spoke directly. I am sorry you came all this way, but I have no intention of signing with Shilling. Mun-cheol clung on stubbornly. Don't you care about the signing bonus? We will cater to your every wish. Moo-young replied nonchalantly. No, I am considering another place. Bigwin, hearing that he rested his chin in his hand with a look of regret. Bigwin, it is the first time I have heard of them. Does our country even have an entertainment by that name? Mun-cheol rolled his eyes irritably, unwilling to accept it. Everyone aspiring to be an actor craves our Shilling, yet you are interested in a small agency whose name no one has even heard of. His voice suddenly dropped. Maybe Moo-young is still young and does not know. Without the help of a major entertainment company, you might not even be chosen by broadcasting stations. Black mist spilled out with his words. What is the use of being a good actor then, when no one invites you? Moo Young did not answer, just let out a soft laugh. Looking at that mouth, he understood. It turns out this person was a verbal sinner, which is why the smoke came from his mouth. He slowly gathered the contract. But manager, he said to himself, I see it spewing out this thickly, so a lot of malicious energy must have accumulated inside. Stopping his movements, he turned. I think now is not the time for you to be worrying about me. Mun Chael raised an eyebrow in doubt. Moo Young gently uncapped his pen. I know what I need to do. He smiled and called out softly, manager. Just like that, Moo Young signed his name. You should just think about yourself. Mun Chael was startled by that attitude. And finally, Moo Young completed the signing for his first management agency. Early the next morning, at Big Win Entertainment, a price list board hung on the wall. Moo Young looked around blankly. Since the office was renovated from an old billiard hall, it was, well, how should I put it? He thought to himself. It looks like a hideout for a debt collection company. Kyungmin walked over. Would you two like tea or coffee? Both answered in unison. Coffee for me, tea for me. Jung Gil looked around and asked. But Kyungmin, is there a practice room? He replied while preparing the drinks, of course. Though the night duty room also serves as the practice room and the cafeteria. Then he glanced over worriedly. They won't revoke the contract because our company looks like trash. Will they? Moo Young suddenly asked. By the way, where is the CEO? Kyungmin brought the drinks. He will be here soon. Due to some issues, our CEO had to go on a business trip. Moo Young smiled. It is fine, I arrived a bit early, he thought to himself. So the CEO also does management work. Moo Young's gaze suddenly shifted. He pointed and asked curiously, brother, what is in that filing cabinet? Young Min looked in that direction. That is where we store the scripts. He slowly introduced, there are various genres from Chungmuro film scripts to winning works from public drama contests. At this point, Kyung Min could not help but feel shy. The CEO loves collecting these things, so the place ends up looking like a warehouse. Moo Young nodded with interest. Various genres. That would be very helpful for acting practice. It is good for character analysis and seeing many works. He stared blankly at the cabinet. Above all, the pollen is flying like this, right between the cracks of the filing cabinet. After a silence, Moo Young asked, can I take a look at the cabinet? At that moment, someone rushed in, panting. So sorry for being late. Gyum Dong stopped at the door, catching his breath. Kyung Min called out happily, CEO. Moo Young realized this was the CEO of Big Win Entertainment. The man stepped forward and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am Na Gyum Dong. Gyum Dong seemed very excited. Nice to meet you. I am Na Gyum Dong, the CEO of Big Win. Moo Young also stood up. Hello, I am Ha Moo Young. He could not help but marvel. You are even better looking in person than on video. He smiled and replied, thank you. Gyum Dong then said hurriedly, sit. Once everyone sat down, he began. I have heard the gist from Manager Go, and I have seen the web drama. Even though you have not acted much, you made a very deep impression. Moo Young's eyes sparkled. Thank you. I think it is because I met a good teacher. Jung Gil felt moved. This kid, Gyum Dong slowly took something out. Now then, holding the contract, he said clearly, I will let you know about the contract conditions and officially introduce our company. Then Gyum Dong slowly recounted Big Win Entertainment is a company that Kyungmin and I built after betting our lives on acting, but failing to reach the final goal. We created it so that someone else could find a new path. Photos of the company's two actors hung on the wall. Though we only have 2 affiliated actors, Gyum Dong recalled the time they worked together. Even the CEO is handling management tasks, but everyone cherished every result solely through their love for actors and acting. Gyum Dong's words carried sincerity. We are trying our best to manage everything. Moo Young was drawn in by every word. That is wonderful. Truly a person who loves acting purely. After a pause, Gyum Dong suddenly asked, Moo Young, do you have a direction you want? Do you prefer dramas over films, or is there a specific genre you want to do? Moo Young gently put his water glass on the table. He said with determination, as long as I can act, anything is fine. Gyum Dong was convinced by that attitude. This young man. He is wonderful. He then turned serious. But Moo Young, I also lived my life thinking the same way as you. Then Gyum Dong looked him straight in the eye. Because being an actor is a job that absolutely requires an audience to function. It needs a certain level of circulation. There was a belief in his gaze. Because it is a place very difficult to overcome just with a love for acting, there must be something you want us to do for you. Thinking about it, he continued, preserving your own beliefs is a good thing, but if you can't raise awareness, your choice of roles will naturally be narrowed. Moo Young tilted his head as if he understood. You mean I also need to think about public appeal, right? Gyum Dong immediately replied. Exactly. He emphasized once more, finding out how you want to act is important, but at the same time, you need to think about how to show it to many audiences. At this point, Gyum Dong's attitude turned cheerful again. This is advice as an acting senior, not as a CEO. Moo Young understood many things. I understand what you are saying. Thank you very much. He also searched in his bag. Well then he took out the contract. Please look after me. That action left all three of them stunned. Jung-gil was surprised. You came here to sign from the start. So you had already decided, Mo-young answered firmly. Yes, saying this, he turned. As you said earlier, if there is anything I am worried about, you will help me, right? Dong immediately affirmed. Of course. Young just needs to hold the spoon. We will prepare the feast, he asked loudly. By the way, manager Go, where is the seal? Kyung-min hurried away. Wait a moment, the rest of the contract was quickly finalized. Signatures and seals are all set. We are family now, so let us speak comfortably. Dong grinned broadly. All right, let us do our best. Manager Go will be in charge of everything for you. You can call him manager or senior, whatever you are comfortable with. Young did not stand on ceremony. Then I will call you manager. So, how's the next project looking? Young-min was startled. Already, Young clenched his fist with determination. I want to get back to acting as soon as possible. The two men opposite him could not help but be moved. Such passion was truly touching. Young-min stood up and asked, all right. Which one caught your eye? Young did not react immediately. Well, his gaze shifted back to the cabinet, where pollen was pouring out of the filing drawers. Young-min slowly opened the door. Casting has ended for many and we are flooded with scripts, but some are still in progress. Pick one you would like to try. Young understood immediately it was those scripts. He pondered in silence for a moment. Then he said honestly, manager, could you recommend one for me? There are so many. Young-min readily agreed. Sure, give me a second. He laid out a series of scripts. From what I have seen, these 5 are very solid. They all gathered to examine each script one by one. An aura radiated from each book, and some were overflowing with pollen. He truly had an eye for talent. Young slowly reached out. He picked up one volume. I want to do this one. Young-min thought, this kid really has an eye for this. Seeing this, Jung-gil asked curiously, Epidemic, is it a historical drama? He turned to explain. No, it is a modern piece. Jung-gil muttered the name, The Prison. It is the first time I have heard of this work. Dong could not help but worry. Why did you have to pick Epidemic? I do not think that project is going smoothly. Young looked at the script, confused. Yes. Why is that, sir? Dong explained. For Epidemic, I heard the producer lost contact with the author right in the middle of production. Jung-gil summarized briefly. You mean the casting discussions are still a long way off, right? Kyung-min nodded. Probably. If we are waiting for investment to follow through, it will take quite a while. On the contrary, Young did not feel disappointed. Then I would like to take the other scripts to read as well. Young-min then remembered. Before that, we need to upload a brief profile to the homepage. Do you have any photos? After thinking for a bit, Young asked, would a graduation photo work? Young-min sighed helplessly. We will probably have to take a new one. Do you have social media? While Young was searching, Young-min suggested. Let us go eat first, he said with a smile. I will tell the other actors under our agency to come and say hello soon. Young stood up as well. Yes sir. As all 4 left, Dong did not forget to encourage them. There is a lot to do. Let us work hard together, Young replied with a smile. I will work very hard. Colors everywhere vanished. A vision of the near future where everything was destroyed. The world died in gray. A helicopter above carried a messenger. Days passed like this until a shocking event occurred. Mutations spread everywhere. As rumors of a gas leak from an airport in Seoul circulated, ordinary people began turning into zombies. Everyone thought the gas leak was the cause turning into zombies. Everyone focused on the announcement, waiting for the government's official investigation results. A man's voice echoed. A mass phenomenon somewhere in Seoul. Before the public, the government concluded, it is not an accident, it is an epidemic. Young flipped the script, muttering, a fictional soul. He read through and thought, Korean works with this setting are definitely rare. The protagonist being a child with no combat ability is also unique. Bong Gun stepped out of the bathroom. That was refreshing. Coming to the desk, he asked curiously. What is that? A script. Young looked up. Yes, the phone suddenly rang. Sorry, I need to take this. The voice on the other end was urgent. Hey, Young, don't you worry at all when your friend does not stay in touch. He was a bit dazed. Has it already been 2 weeks? Junho said helplessly. Seriously, is that all you have to say? He thought about the previous posts. Hey, do you know that the shirt and bin war became a hot topic? Junho said with a slight sigh. Thanks to that, I am several times busier than before. Young said happily. That is great. But since you are so busy, what did you want to tell me? Junho looked into the shop. Well, his voice dropped. I have not been able to get in touch with Bora. After a moment of silence, Young asked casually. So, isn't it just because it is you calling that she is not picking up? Junho jumped. No, it is the first time communication has been cut off like this. Leaning back in his chair, Young said seriously. Now that I think about it, she is probably busy filming her drama. She just does not have the time. On the other end, Junho was still flustered. I hope that is it, but since I have not been able to reach her for so long, I decided to ask you. He glanced to one side. Actually, my cousin said he wants to use you as a model for the social media account, so I added Bora into that slot too. Thinking about the modeling job, Junho continued. Since it is adjusted for health, it will be quite worthwhile. He added instructions. I will arrange things as best as I can, so please try to contact Bora for me. Moo, Young muttered brand account, page model. Someone called from behind. Are you here, Junho? Help me with this. Moo, Young hurriedly hung up. Yes, hey, I am hanging up. I can't get any rest at all. Once finished, he checked again. Social media page model. I do not know exactly what he meant, but Junho will probably explain it clearly later. Hearing that, Bong Gun became curious. Moo Young, you said you are an actor, but are you doing modeling now too? Moo Young answered honestly. My friend's cousin launched a clothing brand, so I got a good opportunity like that. Bong Gun mused. If you are a social media model, your follower count will probably go up a lot. He quickly explained, I only created the account recently, so it is not at that level yet. Bong Gun said slowly, lately, there are many cases where people manage their social media well and get advertisements, so you should ask your agency. Moo Young smiled, his tone flattering. I guess I should. The manager would probably know best, right? Bong Gun looked at him for a moment. By the way, he suddenly suggested, one of my friends is also writing a script. Does your agency accept submissions? Moo Young did not refuse. Since we are a small agency, we probably accept scripts from producers. Tell him to try emailing us. Bong Gun wrapped a towel around himself and turned away. Right. That makes sense. Who carries paper around these days? Anyway, alright. Looking at his phone, Moo Young thought, I wonder what is going on with Bora. His eyes wavered slightly. What if Bora does not pick up my call either? The phone displayed the outgoing call to Bora. In the room, the cameras were set and ready. The director observed and then shouted, ready, action. Bora asked excitedly. So you had a drink with the boss? Daryong said shyly. Well, we did drink, before being interrupted by her. Did you kiss too? Hearing this, Daryong hurriedly explained, no, nothing like that happened. Bora laughed happily. Look at you. The two kept nudging each other. Hey, do not be like that. Suddenly, someone walked in. Ms. Jin Soo-yeon. Both of them then had to fall silent and clean up. The director examined the scene carefully and then shouted. Cut! The crew rushed to Daryong. Let me touch up your makeup. Daryong, are you okay? You did not get too much water splashed on you, right? Bora sadly took a towel to wipe herself. Her inner shirt was completely soaked. The director suddenly called out. Miss Daryong, she replied. Yes, he signaled. The water splashing part was a bit stiff, so let us do it one more time more naturally. Hearing that, Daryong smiled and replied, yes sir. Bora suddenly heard her grumbling. Seriously? What else can I even do here? Daryong turned and reminded her. Bora, make it consistent, okay? She replied politely, yes, senior. Then Daryong grabbed the water bucket. Here, like this. Without a word, she dumped it straight onto Bora. There, Bora suppressed her anger and reminded her, Senior, please be careful not to hit my face. Daryong stood with hands on hips, laughing. What? Are you afraid of getting a scratch on your pretty face? The crew whispered among themselves. What is with that atmosphere? Don't look. The director called out loudly. Daryong, let us get back to filming. She just walked away. Yes, I will check the mirror one more time, and then I will be in. Bora stood there, clenching her fists tight. Anger flared up inside her. With her personality, she wanted to pull her hands out and fight around, but Bora then calmed herself down. It was probably because of that the loneliness on set. She thought of Muncheol ever since she rejected the contract offer from Shilling Actors. At that moment, the camera was started. Alright, let us film. The director shouted loudly, ready. Recalling the previous phone call to Bora was at Shilling Actors. She thought in disbelief. Shilling Actors. That place is nothing short of a dream for aspiring actors. She had immediately agreed. Yes, okay. We can meet and discuss details. Then she was suddenly startled. Yes, Muncheol asked with a smile. I heard you are very close with Ha Mo-young, right? He laced his fingers together and lowered his voice. But, Miss Bora, Muncheol asked with a scrutinizing gaze, do you have a boyfriend? Then he even complimented her. You are truly beautiful. Bora thought the contract terms are too disadvantageous, and he suddenly mentioned Ha Mo-young. She stood up decisively. This man's eyes were more dangerous than anything. She then flatly refused. I appreciate the offer, but I must decline. Recalling how his shadow seemed to loom over Daryong. Even without that, Daryong's petty bullying became more severe. Everyone in the crew watched the scene intently. Daryong smiled, holding the water to dump. She acted panicked. My hand slipped. Miss Bora, are you okay? Someone shouted. She is bleeding. Seeing that, Daryong suddenly panicked. What? I only did it lightly. She frowned, biting her lip in worry. The bucket was suddenly swung her wrist. People around suddenly noticed her. Is Ms. Daryong injured too? In an instant, everyone ran after Daryong. What should we do? To the hospital, quickly, Miss Mokji. Young, are you okay? Only one crew member remained. Bora, you should go to the hospital too. She sat there watching everyone's shadows leave. Bora struggled to stand up. She reminded herself, don't cry. Tears flowed uncontrollably. If she cried. Then, Bora noticed her phone in the distance. My phone, an incoming call from Ha Moyoung was displayed. Who is it at a time like this? Bora sat alone in a diner. The table was full of half-finished beer cans. Junho called out happily, Bora. Bora was startled. Why did you bring him Junho? He asked softly. What is wrong? As soon as he saw her, Junho was terrified. Your daughter balls. Your nose. What happened? Bora stammered. I do not know. Moyoung finally spoke up. Are you okay? She bowed her head sadly. I have to be okay. It is the job I wanted to do. Hearing this, Moyoung asked worriedly, did something happen? With a sigh, Bora recounted everything. Well, after hearing it, Junho slammed the table in anger. God, this is crazy. What Park Mun-cheol is sabotaging you? Young apologized. I am sorry, Bora. Bora was confused. What? Why are you apologizing? He then explained, that man said the same to me and I refused him too. Bora's gaze was somewhat evasive. It turned out that because he was interested in Ha Moyoung, he made an offer, got rejected, and decided to target her Ha Moyoung's acquaintance as a secondary tactic. She crushed the can. No, in the end, it is my problem. Bora stood up and shouted. Just you wait. I will do well on my own. Junho also excitedly supported her. Exactly, Bora, I will kill them all for you, Moyoung reminded. Calm down. Only then did he remember. Aside from Shilling, have you thought about any other agencies? Bora stood in a daze for a moment. Seeing this, Moyoung suggested, what do you think of our agency? Bora's face looked a bit incredulous. Moyoung grinned innocently. The next day, Kyung Min and Moyoung were choosing photos. He appraised them. The concepts are so similar, are not they? Are all actor profile photos like this? Young Min added. It is because that is the image actors want to project. He handed over something. Take a look at this. Young Min held many photos. You feel like they are quite different from idol profiles. Then he showed some examples. Usually for actor photos, people prefer the cleanest possible look and a natural bright feel. Moyoung examined them carefully. So it means that no matter what color the role is, it can soak in. Kyung Min replied. Exactly. After a while, he asked again, what do you think? Any concept you are satisfied with? Moyoung said shyly, I just need one where I am smiling. These cool expressions are too embarrassing. Hearing this, Kyung Min thought. So the kid can get shy. Then how can his acting be so the opposite? Is it truly talent? Suddenly Moyoung asked. By the way, manager, are you still recruiting actors? He said frankly, yes, as long as the chemistry is right. After thinking a bit, Moyoung suggested, one of my friends is a former child actor who is in the current MBV drama. I recommended our agency to her. Is that okay? Hearing this, Kyung Min's face turned to one of shock. A shout echoed from the office. What? Our agency has another rookie. Young Min then composed himself. No, what is that about? Moyoung explained. It is a fashion brand run by my high school friend's cousin. I received an offer to be their social media model from that friend. He then smiled and asked back, so we should discuss it with the company, right? Young Min was startled and did not know what to say. In his head, only 2 data points remained. Recruiting artists, getting jobs. He sighed helplessly. Seriously. It is not about losing face. But, Pyongyang opened his tablet. You said Born Torre, right? It is the first time I have heard of it, so it must be a small place. No, give me the contact number for them. Moyoung obediently replied. Yes, sir. Kyung Min's expression gradually changed. You said Born Torre, right? I thought it was a small place since I would never heard of it. He suddenly screamed. This brand is currently ranked #1 in sales on the Korean fashion store. Moyoung muttered in confusion. Korean fashion. What is that? Young Min used Enbin as an example. It is the most talked about fashion store in our country. Enbin's pictorial is right here for Born Torre. His eyes widened. Wait Moyoung, you said it is your friend's brand, right? He asked again in disbelief. Then did you also introduce Bin to them? Moyoung said happily. Yes, because Bin is my friend too. Young Min's face went blank. And Bin is your friend. Immediately after, he adjusted his expression. Anyway, I got it. I will handle the contract negotiations for you. Moyoung took a script out of his backpack. Yes, and there is one more thing. I have finished reading all the scripts I brought. He proposed. Want to apply for the epidemic audition? Kyung Min had no problem. Epidemic. Sure, a small figure standing alone. The protagonist was set as a child, so it would be a child actor. The image shifted to a young man. The next important role was Jin, the child role that attracts the ringleader who causes the incidents the protagonist experiences. Young Min carefully confirmed. Which role do you want to play most among the characters appearing? Jin. On the contrary, Moyoung chose another character. I want to play Louis. Hearing this, Kyung Min also nodded. Well, there is Louis. He introduced the role, the genius character suffering from depression. The figures of one large and one small person followed each other. A guide for the protagonist, right? Kyung-min thought for a long while. I think you would fit him well, but will it be okay? He analyzed. For dark characters, acting mostly focuses on gestures and eyes rather than lines. Moreover, from the middle to the end, the protagonist is targeted by monsters and dies a tragic death. Moo Young stuck to his choice. Yes, I want to do it. He hesitated. Of course, the director and producer will decide, but Kyung-min suddenly interrupted. If this does not work out, you will look for another project, right? Mo Young gripped the script. Yes, but he said with determination. I do not think it will come to that. Young Min was quickly convinced. I understand. I will contact the producer of Epidemic. He thought to himself, since Moo Young brought us our first mission, I must definitely make the connection using all the power of the agency. Gyum Dong appeared out of nowhere. Good afternoon. Moo Young is here. Both replied in unison. Hello, CEO. He walked in carrying a cardboard box. What were you two talking about? Kyun Min recounted. Moo Young said he wants to apply for the role of Louis in Epidemic. Gyum Dong's face looked a bit surprised. What? Why did it have to be Epidemic? My. Young tilted his head, confused. Why not? Only then did Gyum Dong speak up. What I heard was, there will be no audition. Moo Ying jumped up. What? Why? He sighed and said, as for that script, they said they could not find the author. I heard they managed to contact Monsnet not long ago. Young Min added an explanation. Monsnet is the producer of Epidemic. Gyum Dong reached out and closed the door. But the problem is, he said gloomily, there are actors who were already chosen when the author wrote the script. They are insisting that if it is not those actors, they won't make the movie. Hearing this, Moo Young hesitated. Pre-selected actors, internal casting, Kyung Min followed up. Consider it so, although things might change depending on Monsnet's situation. He suddenly realized the issue. In that case, would not the producer also think differently from the author? Gyum Dong also pointed out the key issue. There is a problem there. Young Min seemed to understand too. Another difficult situation, he said in a low voice. Rumor has it, director Jin Kyung-moon is involved. Gyum Dong stepped up to add information. You have heard what kind of person director Jin Kyung-moon is, right? He is considered a talent who has dedicated 20 years to the film industry. He is a famous director known for respecting the opinions of staff, authors, and actors alike. Then he emphasized, that means there is a high chance he will follow the author's wishes. Moo Young clenched his fists. Even so, Mo Young proposed with determination. Please look into it for me just once. Straight lines on paper. Because the character was drawn based on an actor's foundation, it was not unbreakable. A hand reached out and tore the paper. His eyes shone with excitement. I just need to directly become that character through my acting. In the room, a shout rang out. Hey, I said it is blocked there. Help, help, okay, I am coming. Moo Young smiled and told himself. I should practice the script while the seniors are playing games. He gently peeled off a face mask. Before that, recalling what Kyung Min said, I can't take you to a skincare shop, but use this instead. He thought, I should also use the face masks the agency gave me. Mo Young flipped through the script. The protagonist is young, so a child actor will handle it. He uncapped his pen and studied carefully. I want to play Louis, but if they ask me to play another role, I will try my best to do it. Setting pen to paper, he determined. So I will memorize everything. Bong Gun closed his laptop. As he walked, he thought, I can't visualize the character. I will have to work here today. Sitting down, Bong Gun sighed wearily. This is bad. The character setup within the script's completion is so important, in the room full of muttering. Character. On one side, people were busy playing video games. Bong Gun walked in, scowling and clutching his head. From afar, a voice rang out, so what if I am? Bong Gun looked over curiously. That voice. Young stood before the mirror and said, a blockaded area, open the door, because all of you will be punished. He switched to a sarcastic tone, punished. How funny. You have already searched everything beforehand. Then his face fell. That is just your own thought. Bong Gun thought in disbelief. What? This kid. That acting power appears while he is wearing a face mask. Moo Young suddenly curled into himself. Has everyone forgotten what the government said? They said it was an epidemic. It is not that we are like that. It is to gather the seriously injured. He stomped hard on the floor. Moo Young took a breath and strained his voice. Are you stupid? You believe that? Bong Gun watched the acting unfolding before his eyes and thought, switching between so many roles in an instant and being so dedicated. The ruins of a city served as the backdrop. There were no CG effects or a studio, but the situation was vividly drawn. Moo Young seemed to merge with the character. You belong to FG, right? Tell the truth right now. He pointed and said, I mean that gas. Hearing this, Bong Gun was startled. What? This sounds like a story I have heard somewhere before. He hurriedly ran over. Mo Young, panicked. You scared me. He held the face mask in his hand. Senior, when did you get here? Bong Gun hesitated a bit. Where did you get that? And what is with the mirror? Myung answered honestly. This script, sir. I got it from my management agency. I borrowed the mirror from the room next door. Looking at the script, Bong Gun became pensive. How strange. After a moment, he muttered, I have read this plot before. Myung was shocked. Really? Sitting down, he recounted, I mean from the Seoul Union Club. Since it is a gathering place for aspiring actors in the capital area, we had meetings to bond and share our works. This is a script written by a guy I met there. Bong Gun pondered for a moment. There were times I thought he would given up because I rarely saw him and heard news like this. Myung listened intently. The protagonist has a burn scar on his wrist, right? Is the brown-haired boy in the supporting role still the same? He quickly realized. Brown hair. Are you talking about Louis? Bong Gun tried to recall. I think that is how the character was set up. But why do not you know? Myung explained. I mean, that does not appear in this script. An idea flashed. Wait, Myung suggested. The setup is not in the script. Could you tell me about it again? Bong Gun looked regretful. I just can't tell you. Myung was confused. Pardon. Then he heard him continue, that script. You can't even read the later parts. Because that author went missing in the middle of the serialization, I do not know the following content. Hearing this, Myung hesitated. I was not supposed to show you. But, finally, he brought it out. In exchange, you have to tell me what you know about the later setup. Okay, Bong Gun agreed immediately. Okay, deal. As he read, he marveled, I finally get to read the ending of this. Myung watched closely. You must have been deeply impressed to remember it until now. Recalling that person, he said, it is not that I was deeply impressed. He was just so eccentric. His scriptwriting was annoyingly good. Bong Gun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If there was one flaw, it is probably because he put too much effort into the setup, so the actual writing was incredibly slow. Myung's eyes lit up. Meticulous setup. A thought flashed in his mind. The settings that do not appear in the script. If I recreate those settings with my own. Myung hurriedly inquired, Senior, do you happen to have any materials or scripts that person left behind? Bong Gun tried to remember. I'm not sure if they are still on the sharing board. Wait a second. He opened his computer and checked. 2 folders were then uploaded. Bong Gun showed the screen. Well, is this what you are looking for? In his heart, he thought, this is exactly it. Myung happily accepted. This is perfect. I will look through it quickly and give it back. Bong Gun was also relaxed. Sure, a trade then. I will read the script quickly and return it too. Then he clicked on the folder. Myung examined it carefully. I will start with the character setting folder. This person set up 5 or 6 pages for a single character. The pieces began to fit together. Janie, 9 years old, long black hair down to her waist, hates beans and loves chocolate. Myung told himself, this definitely does not appear in the script. Let me read Louis's setup too. The character's image appeared in his mind. Louis, 21 years old, curly brown hair, runs a small shop with his grandmother. He has innate talent, but it has been buried due to circumstances. A gentle young man taking care of his younger sister. He suffered from depression after the death of his grandmother, his only family. He found a reason to live again because of Janie. The piece of chocolate was the key point. He loved to stroke Janie's hair and always had chocolate in his pocket for her. Myung smiled slightly. So Janie kept receiving chocolate from an unknown source. It was Louis giving it to her. The more he read, the more interested he became. It is a bit different from the script, but the later setup fills in the gaps quite well. It is a work I chose based on the pollen. But, it felt like a meeting of minds. Now I want to be chosen for this work. There was a connection between the actor and the character. I want to become Louis. Myung happily took notes. Carry chocolate. Received from Louis. He could not help but be excited. This will be a great weapon. I understand. Thank you, CEO. After finishing the conversation, Jeom Dong hung up the phone. He leaned back in his chair wearily. After a silence, Jeom Dong spoke. Kyung Young Min, tell Myung. He turned. Yes sir. Gyum Dong sat up straight and announced, they said they have arranged a meeting for Epidemic. Kyung Min felt joyful. Then the role of Louis that Myung wants is not just a dream, he nodded. You could say that. He added another piece of info. Myung should probably aim for another role. Louis has already been confirmed for another actor. On the road, traffic was heavy. Candidate for the role of Louis, actor Lee Hee-jun, looked out the window absent-mindedly. Lee Hee-jun, candidate for Louis. The assistant listed some names. A few people from the production company, director Jin Kyung-moon, and Yu Yu-na. Hee-jun sat up immediately. Yu Yu-na. The assistant let out a sigh. We will have to cater to a kid throughout the filming. Besides, I heard she is a very cranky child. Then he did not forget to remind him. Anyway, she is a good actress. Hee-jun suddenly suggested, Hyung, can you ask them to change my role? The assistant jumped. What are you talking about? He advised softly. I have already finished talking with manager Park Mun-cheol, so give it up. Besides, the writer strongly recommended you. Hee-jun leaned back in his chair listlessly. I am so grateful I could cry. He glanced outside. The role the writer recommended is the protagonist's assistant, Louis. I thought I would escape supporting roles, but I am getting another one. Holding the script, Hee-jun understood that because of director Jin Kyung-moon's name value, refusing was out of the question. As he watched, he calculated. The work is solid. If I have to do this, the role I want is. A figure appeared. The sexy and mocking second lead villain. Jin. Hee-jun imagined himself. Lately I have only taken on warm and easy roles. Every role I have played is like that. The wheels slowly came to a stop. If I can take on the second lead villain Jin, I can transform my image. Hee-jun stepped down slowly. Since he appears the most after the protagonist, it is a role to be reckoned with. Before going, he instructed, talk to the manager for me. One more time. Okay, the assistant reassured him, I got it. Just finished today's meeting well. Taking a deep breath, Hee-jun walked away. Guess I have to. No need to worry, I am a professional. In his heart, he could not stop thinking. I will have to feel things out slowly. There might be a chance to snatch the role of Jin. He took the initiative to greet. Hello, writer, right, I am Lee Hee-jun. Nice to meet you. Hee-jun flashed a bright smile. In contrast, the other person was a bit timid. Writer A of Epidemic replied softly. Hello, then he turned and walked away. Hee-jun clenched his fist in embarrassment. What, is he looking down on me right now? Then someone spoke up. Mr. What? Hee-jun, sit here. Hee-jun walked in. Hello director, he greeted softly. Nice to meet you. Yuna, right, I am Lee Hee-jun. The girl introduced herself. I am Yuna. Suddenly, she reached out and pointed into the air. Hee-jun smiled and asked back, is there something on my cheek? Yuna turned away instantly. Just kidding. Hee-jun suppressed his anger. Very funny. At that moment, the director spoke up. Alright, everyone's here, so let us get started. Everyone had a script in hand. Hee-jun began. So I think Louis giving Jamie chocolate is an act of sympathy. Because of the harsh environment the child has endured, he tells her to eat something sweet and forget about it. The staff member nearby whispered, Writer, A, are you okay? Why is your face? The writer's eyes avoided them. No. That interpretation earlier was a bit. Hee-jun listened intently. Yes, what is wrong? The other person hesitated. Someone walked in from outside. Sorry to interrupt the meeting. CEO, was there an appointment with Bigwin Entertainment today? The staff member suddenly remembered. I forgot. Then he whispered back. Director, as I mentioned before, that is the friend I recommended for a supporting role. Kyung-moon nodded. The talented rookie, he skimmed the script. If he is good at acting, we should use him. Let us meet him once. Someone entered from outside. Hello, I am sorry for interrupting the meeting. Mi-young bowed politely. I am Han Mo-young. In the room, everyone fell silent. Hee-jun's eyes rounded as he looked at him. Yu-na cried out happily. Louis, Young-min stepped forward behind him to introduce. Hello, I am Go Young-min, manager at Bigwin. Mo-young only recently finished a web drama, so he does not have a debut work yet. Kyung-moon listened in silence. But he is a capable friend who can perform any role well. If given the chance, it would be his honor to debut in the director's work. He suddenly said, Mr. Lee Hee-jun, Yuna, can you take a break for a moment? The girl immediately agreed. Yes. Hee-jun gave a forced smile. Of course. For a rookie, there would not usually be a chance like this. In his heart, he thought, if he does this well, he might not even need an entry role. Kyung-moon finally spoke his intention. Mo-young. Can you stand over there? He immediately complied. Yes, director. He slowly stepped forward. Mo-young smiled, standing straight and waiting. Kyung-moon appraised him. Although his appearance is one thing, he focused on the eyes. Especially those eyes. That melancholic atmosphere is exactly Louis. Then he began to ask, you said you have no acting experience. Mo-young quickly replied, yes, but I am confident I will do very well. Kyung-moon asked again, have you read the script? The writer listened in silence. Mo-young followed up. Yes. Kyung-moon continued, what role do you want to play? His gaze rested on him for a long time. At that same moment, Mo-young said, Louis, sir. The 2 points converged. I want to play Louis. Kyung-moon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. As I thought, the figures of the two seemed to merge. For anyone who had read the script even once, they would admit he was a perfect match. He was about to decide. Then someone interrupted again. Wait, the manager stood up in protest. The role of Louis has already been assigned to Lee Hee-jun. Mo-young, currently sitting, seemed to have no reaction. The writer stammered and hurriedly explained, I am sorry, but I hope this person will play Louis. The department head became even more annoyed. You heard what Hee-jun's manager said earlier. How can we change what has already been agreed upon? He complained. This is why we say internal casting is hard to decide. The writer became flustered. It is because I suddenly felt Hee-jun's atmosphere is very different from Louis. To one side. Hee-jun listened in silence. Yuna ran over curiously and asked. Are you an actor too, Oppa? He nodded. Yuna, I am an actor too. The girl continued. How old are you? Yuna is 9. He announced. I am 20. Pointing at his face, Yuna was curious. Oppa. What is that on your face? Moo Young laughed and replied, there is some cake on Yuna's cheek too. The girl blankly put her hands to her face. He leaned in and whispered, just kidding. Their natural interaction made everyone freeze. They realized, anyone looking at them would think they were Janie and Louis. Kyung Moon proposed, that friend over there. Let him try reading the script. Hee Jun whispered to his manager, Young, what do you think? The atmosphere has completely shifted. He replied with some difficulty. Manager Park Mun-cheol probably won't like this. Hee Jun laughed. No need to look into it. Just help me think of a way to solve this. Seeing the two of them happy while the manager had a massive headache, Moo Young was still chatting. Really? The girl nodded. Yes, really. Kyung Moon approached to probe. Moo Young, do you have any other schedule today? Surprised, he still replied, no, I do not. He instructed. Then please wait in the lounge until the meeting ends. He nodded. Yes, I understand. Seeing Moo Young stand up, Yu Na said regretfully. Are you leaving, Appa? He gently stroked the girl's head. See you next time. The smile made the girl freeze. Kyung Moon went back to work. Now, where were we? Moo Young nodded. Yes, reading the analysis for scene 94. He seemed to understand. Alright, then, Hee Jun silently calculated in his head. If that kid gets the role of Louis and I can get the role of Jin, that would be great. But if I lose Louis and do not get Jin either, that is absolutely not okay. He glanced toward Kyung Moon. I can vaguely see what the director is thinking. Should I speak first? This made him realize, asking to change roles after agreeing on a specific image was not polite at all. The two silently understood each other. The actor must have noticed what I said earlier. How should I adjust this? At that moment, Kyung Moon suddenly spoke. Mr. Hee Jun, we offered you the role of Louis. But, is there any other role you would like to play? The whole room fell silent. It had been said. He continued to explain, although we discussed the role based on image, an actor's thoughts can be different. Hee Jun gave a forced laugh and replied. He was extremely hesitant. Should I say it now or not? Right then, Yuna spoke up. Hee Jun Ajusi would be a great fit for Jin. He laughed and thought, what a cute girl. Then he asked, why is that? The girl answered seriously, just because your eyes are very scary. Like this, the people in the room started discussing. If Hee Jun does it, his image is usually warm and sincere, right? That is true. Taking the opportunity, Hee Jun proposed frankly. Since Yuna said that, I think it could work. I have been wanting to try something new and more intense. He turned to look at Moo Young. Among the characters, I think the role of Jin is very attractive. Seeing him act like this, his manager was speechless. Hee Jun suddenly started a conversation. Jin is cool. Thank you for thinking I am cool. Yuna turned her head to look at him. I did not say it was you. She turned her face away. I said it was that Ajusi over there. He thought angrily. I take back that cute compliment from earlier. The people around were still gossiping. Since Hee Jun usually plays warm roles, having a face where good and evil coexist, villains with faces like that are more popular these days. Kyung Moon continued to probe. So can I assume you want the role of Jin instead of Louis? He replied. The role of Jin is great, but if I can work with the director, I would be happy to take the role of Louis too. In his head, Hee Jun calculated. I have to prevent a total disaster. Yuna suddenly called out, Director. The girl looked at him expectantly. Director, I hope that Appa from earlier plays Louis. He laughed and approached. Is that so? Why? Yuna answered innocently, because he smells like chocolate. The scene shifted to another location. Moo Young was still sitting outside, waiting. Kyung Moon walked up and called, Moo Young, you have waited a long time, have not you? I am going to check the camera and read the script to see if we can work together. This surprised Choi Won. I do not know about the script reading, but a camera test is not something just anyone can try for. Choi Hwan realized this was truly a golden opportunity. He handed the script to him. Moo Young, here's the script. He immediately took it. Thanks, Young. This caught Kyung Moon's attention. It seems you have read it very diligently. Moo Young smiled and explained. Because the work is so good, I have analyzed all the characters, sir. I can do any role the director requests. He was quite surprised. Is that so? He then proposed, try scene 103 on page 74. Moo Young nodded. Yes. Suddenly his expression changed. He hurriedly asked Louis. He explained, you said you wanted to try. The camera is ready. He was still in a daze. Yes, director. He was somewhat expectant. Let us see Ha Mo Young's Louis. Kyung Moon continued, I hope to see the Louis you portray in your own version. In his heart, he knew this might be the first and last chance. Mo Young reminded himself. Focus. I can do this. On this side, he was still urging him. I do not have much time, so do it quickly. All right, ready. The voice rang out. Action. Mo Young switched to acting mode. He approached anxiously. Janie, are you okay? The girl asked worriedly. Louis Appa, you are suffering a lot because of me, are not you? He laughed and shook his head. Don't say that. The girl spoke awkwardly, but you got hurt because of me. Janie was still blaming herself. I must be a burden to you, Louis Appa. I am sorry. Mo Young gently wiped the girl's tears. Genie, do you know? He replied gently, when a person carries something, they also gain strength. I am so grateful you appeared and came to my side. Remembering something, he continued. How about we sing together? The performance surprised Yuna. The girl stood to one side, watching. The scarecrow doll, Pinocchio, her expression slowly turned to amazement. So I like you. At the same time, Mu Young slowly turned his head. When meeting the blue-haired angel, he gently hugged Yuna. Take me with you. Appear tonight in my father's dreams. His acting was amazing. Can you talk to me for a bit? Kyung Moon suddenly spoke up. It won't do. The department head became awkward. Yes sir, he then made a decision. Let us discuss it with Lee Hee-jun's side again. Choi Hwan showed a hopeful smile. So, he turned his head and called, Ha Mu Young. Mu Young listened. Yes. He then proposed, make sure to clear your schedule from the summer. He seemed very satisfied with Mu Young's role. We will meet again in the summer as Louis. Immediately after, everyone praised him. Mu Young, you are really lucky. Choi Hwan nodded and continued. A debut work, playing a supporting role in director Jin Kyung Moon's work. Mu Young scratched his head. I still can't believe it. He knew he was a talented director and a famous producer with good works. This surprised him, and as for the role he wanted, there would definitely be Pollen. Mu Young wondered. Because it was given for free, the path he took was not easy. He sighed and thought. What should I look forward to next? The senior glanced at Choi Hwan. The contract, what do you think? He replied. Mo Young is a rookie debuting, but for the producer to offer this price. They must really like Mo Young. The figure he mentioned excited everyone. 9 million won. He was a bit worried. Isn't it rare for a rookie to receive a payment like this? He nodded. That is true. Usually, rookies are busy just trying to get their faces known. He recounted indifferently. In my time, forget receiving pay. There were many cases where agencies paid producers to help them develop. At this point, the senior was very hopeful. Mu Young debuting in director Jin Kyung Moon's work and receiving that pay. It is a great start. Everyone looked at Mu Young to congratulate him. While it is luck, you prepared very hard, so this is a deserved result. I sincerely congratulate you on your debut, Mo Young. The poster displayed the text, Youth Special Issue No. 6 Zervanese. Mu Young replied. It probably includes everything related to college life. Choi Hwan realized. You want to try university modeling, he explained. My friend said it also gives a scholarship. He nodded. True, many artists started as Wonil University models. Mu Young's voice stammered. The profile you mentioned earlier, he smiled and asked, can we use the photos taken at Wonil University? Both stared in silence at the poster. Elsewhere, the staff member awkwardly explained. So, as it happens, Hee-jun also did not like the role of Louis, and I think Monsnet will use another actor. Muncheol thought angrily, is that how Monsnet works? They clearly threatened that they would only cast for the role of Louis. Shilling Actors manager, Park Muncheol, he then ordered, go find out who is being discussed for the role of Jin. The staff member was surprised. What are you going to do? He replied coldly, you have to know the target to work undercover, do not you? Do you think Hee-jun has a competitive edge at the audition? A cruel smile appeared on Muncheol's lips. No matter who the target is, there is always something to level them with. Things might get a bit troublesome, but Pitika, he had his own calculations. Because moving from a supporting role to a main role is beneficial anyway. Remembering something, Muncheol asked, who is that rookie? The staff member was confused. The one who came to greet us in the middle. He nodded. Alright. Is it a familiar face? The staff member scratched his head awkwardly. It is a face I have seen for the first time, I think, he hurriedly announced. The name is Ha Mo Young. Muncheol was startled, he remembered Mu Young's face. Manager, just think about yourself. This made him even angrier. Ha Mo Young. Muncheol mentally noted, you keep making me pay attention to you. At this point, Mo Young proposed. Regarding the profile you mentioned earlier, can we use the photos taken at Wonil University? Choi Hwan was a bit surprised. Using photos from Wonil University for your profile, he explained in confusion. While it is possible since they are not a commercial magazine, there is no reason we can't. But, Mu Young asked blankly. They are not a commercial magazine, Choi Hwan explained to him. It is because it is entirely planned and edited by students. He provided specific details. For instance, the photography is handled by the photography department, outfits by the fashion design department, and the layout by the CD department. Mu Young marveled. That is incredible. He felt quite interested. So it nurtures talent while promoting the school. That really is the ideal university activity. Then he continued, since this is an opportunity for students nationwide to get their faces known, it is worth a shot. However, Choi Hwan picked up his tablet and asked, can you look through the photographers I have pre-selected? I have strictly screened for the best ones. He gave a forced smile and replied, of course, I am very grateful for your help, but, his eyes became filled with anticipation. I think the photography at Wonil University will be exceptionally good too. Time passed until the day of the Born Tour model photoshoot. Junho's cousin waved and greeted him. Mo Young. How have you been? He was the CEO of the clothing brand Born Tour. At the same time, he came over to shake Mu Young's hand. I heard the news. You got cast in director Jin Kyung-moon's project. You have really become a star. Mo-young shook his head and explained, no, it is not like that. His face lit up with expectation. I heard your business is doing very well, sir. Junho's cousin laughed and recounted. The new products this time sold out in just 30 seconds after launch. It is making things quite difficult for me. Mo-young repeatedly praised him. Congratulations, sir, Junho grumbled from the side. This is ridiculous. Before leaving, he winked. I am busy so I will head out first. Have a good shoot, Mo-young nodded. Yes sir, Junho pointed behind them. Let us get going. He only knows how to get in the way. Mo-young was surprised. That is strange. The pollen is still flying everywhere. He thought in confusion. Didn't it end with Enbin's situation last time? Later, Junho instructed. You heard about it right, it seems they will choose the final models from page 5 to page 10. Mo-young obediently followed along. Okay, he suddenly suggested. I heard you created an SNS account, right? Can you post some behind-the-scenes still cuts from today's shoot? Mo-young recalled the term still cut behind-the-scenes photos used to promote the work. He smiled and replied. Then I will have to ask my manager. As for Bora, has not she arrived yet? Junho turned his head and announced. She is already here. He suddenly warned, you better watch your eyesight. Mo-young was feeling confused when he continued, because Bora's beauty might blind you. On this side Bora was still getting her makeup done. Seeing him appear surprised her. Ha, Mo-young, you are late. He waved and greeted. Hey, Bora, remembering something, he said with concern. Your nose was injured last time. Is it okay now? She laughed and replied. Do you think I am an amateur? Bora smiled at him. Of course it is fine. Mo-young immediately sat down. As expected of a professional. She sighed and reminded him. You are too loud. Get ready already. Mo-young nodded. Yes, the photographer walked over and reminded them. Alright, today's concept is like this. He laughed and continued. Friends, joy, bustle. I will shoot while you two harmonize together. Mo-young seemed to understand. Yes sir. The lights shone directly onto the set. Mo-young was a bit awkward. Bora, to be honest, this is my first time doing a pictorial. Bora quickly noticed. You are nervous. That is so unlike you. The two of them began the photo shoot. The photographer smiled and suggested, Mo-young, you are a bit stiff. Lean in a little closer to me. Bora. He hurriedly nodded. Yes. Bora teased. Are you stupid? She gently leaned against him. Seeing the atmosphere, the photographer was very satisfied. This is great. This feeling is very vivid. Let us keep going. The photo shoot proceeded as usual. The two cooperated more and more in sync. They even captured some incredibly beautiful shots. The photographer then suggested, let us try turning on the phone. Flash, realizing something was wrong. Everyone was bewildered. Yan-che, did you hit the light switch in the back? She hurriedly spoke up. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Then the lights were turned back on as normal. However, this made the photographer extremely irritated. He scolded her. The shoot was going so smoothly, and Yan-che kept bowing her head. I am truly sorry, Mo-young suggested. Then, I will go to the restroom for a bit. The photographer nodded in agreement. Alright, then let us continue with Ms. Bora. Once outside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly Yan-che stepped forward and said, Sir. Excuse me, she bowed with absolute sincerity. I am so sorry about earlier. Mo-young recognized her, the one who turned off the lights. He wondered in confusion. It is pollen. Where on earth did the pollen come from? Then he replied, No, I am okay. But it is our first time meeting, right? You do not seem to be a Borntori staff member. She hurriedly explained, I am a student on a leave of absence, so I came to assist the photographer today. Mo-young was a bit curious. Are you on leave for an internship? Yang-che nodded and recounted. Yes, I am currently working for the Wonul University magazine. This familiar name surprised him. Wonul University. He approached and proposed. Could I borrow your hand for a second? She was quite surprised. Yes. Sure. Looking at her palm, he seemed to understand. Mo-young gently touched her palm. So the pollen was coming from this person, but why were her hands shaking like this? Yan-che sighed and explained. When I get nervous, my hands shake, so I can't hold a camera. She felt a bit helpless. My dream was to be a photographer, but because of this, Mo-young smiled. Let us see. He praised her cheerfully. In my eyes, these are golden hands. She was utterly confused. What? Mo-young turned back and said, Manager, I do not think you need to take photos anymore. He made a direct decision. I want to entrust today's still cuts to this person. Next, Mo-young and Bora continued their work. Yan-che stood to the side anxiously. With hands shaking like this, can I even take a decent photo? She did not know what to do. What now? This made her feel awkward. If I say I can't do it now. Wait a minute. A staff member quickly stepped forward. Director, let me fix Mo-young's hair. The photographer nodded. Okay, the staff touched up the makeup. Bora, look that way. Mo-young suddenly paid attention. Bora turned her head in confusion. Where, on this side, Yeon-chae still had not calmed down. Having fixed the makeup, Bora realized. Oh, it is for the still cuts. But it seemed Yeon-chae was still very flustered. She looked at the photos she had taken. The result left her deeply disappointed. My hands shook. Even so, she did not give up. One more time, she said to herself, just one more time. Looking at the next photo, Yeon-chae was startled. Her hands did not shake. This photo was the most perfect shot she had ever taken. Her eyes widened with happiness. The photographer continued to announce, all right, let us start shooting. That was also when Yeon-chae realized the sound of the camera shutter rang in her ears. She observed the surroundings. The light was sparkling and radiant. Yeon-chae began to feel hope as wonderful moments were captured on the small screen. A happy smile appeared on her face. As expected, I am happiest when I am taking photos, the photographer announced. Yes, very good. Let us end here. Mu-young said, great job, everyone. Standing for a long time had made him quite tired. Yeon-chae suddenly came over. Excuse me, she bowed to Mu-young. Thank you, he was confused. Pardon, for what? She explained. Thank you for helping me when I made a mistake earlier, and for giving me the chance to shoot the still cuts. It allowed me to gain experience. Her palms clenched tight. She said, above all, Yeon-chae seemed happier than ever. I was so happy. I explained my situation to an acquaintance and struggled through working as an assistant, but because I am not outgoing, I could not do anything properly. She continued, even what I love became a chore, so it was hard to be joyful. But today was the first time I felt true joy. At this point, she laughed. As I thought, I really love taking photos. Yeon-chae regarded Mu-young as a benefactor. Anyway, thanks to you, Mu-young. Although it might sound presumptuous, I truly believe you will be successful. He nodded in understanding. Thank you. Then he replied gently, photographer Yeon-chae, you will be successful too. Finally, the photo shoot came to an end. Remembering something, the photographer asked, Yeon-chae, will you be coming to the next job too? She shook her head and replied. No, thank you for everything during this time. He was surprised. Then what are you planning to do now? She explained. I plan to prepare for my return to school. The photographer was curious. Return to school, you mean Hwanyul University? Yeon-chae laughed. Since it is hard to work and study at the same time, I have to stop working. She looked at the results she had created. Being a still cut photographer feels great, does not it? Comments kept appearing. I have been looking forward to Mu-young. Amazing. Look at that face. Borntor, the brand lately, they really know what is up. Bora instructed as she walked. From now on, post directly to your SNS. I have already tagged my reference ID. Young asked blankly. Tagged, Juno waved. Guys, good job. Let us go eat. Bora became expectant. It is your treat, right? Seeing the manager appear, Mu-young was surprised. Manager, you should come eat with us too. He suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Then he recounted. There was a call from Monsnet. They said they will schedule the script reading for a week before filming. Mu-young was startled. That means, he recalled Choi Hwan's words. It means the casting process has finished. He had said, the actor Lee Hee-jun you met back then will play Jin, and the next actor, Song Hye-jun, will be Hyo-jung. At the same time, he recalled Hee-jun's face. Young suddenly asked, those are names everyone has heard at least once. It is impressive, right? Junho called out, hurry up, I will stay here. The manager announced. Let us go. Sitting in the car, he was still thinking. Even though I do not know how Hwanyul University and photographer Yeon-chae will influence me yet, surely, in his heart, there was a sense of anticipation. We will be able to meet again, right? Inside the building, Jeom-dong shouted, are you crazy? He was furious. Have you lost your mind? If you want to get out of here alive, keep your mouth shut. Young Min remained stubborn. Stop it. If we keep this up, we are all going to die. Watching the two of them argue, Mu-young stood still. Impressive. Seriously, he wore an excited smile. Even though the manager and director said they would help me practice logic, I did not expect them to go this far. As expected, since they started as actors, their immersion is top tier. He had to admit that even though one person played multiple roles, the sense of immersion never wavered. Jeom-dong glanced toward him. Louis, Janie, Chocolate. He did not forget to play his role perfectly. Jeom-dong kept urging him. Hurry up. Mu-young could only remind himself. Get into character. But the scene made Young Min burst out laughing. I seriously can't watch this anymore. He became frustrated. Why are you laughing? I did my best. You were a bit speechless. Looking at that face, how is Mu-young supposed to catch any emotions? He suddenly felt annoyed. No. What is wrong with my face? But this only made Young Min laugh harder. Inside the room, he gave a serious evaluation. This part is fine, but when you say the lines for scene 74, you need to sound more arrogant. Mu-young tried to memorize it. Really? Young Min advised him seriously. Be mindful of that and fix it. Also, try holding your breath before reading the next line. How does that feel? He focused on taking notes. Wait a second, let me write that down. He suddenly felt anxious. I heard the total experience of these two actors is over 20 years, but this is too much to absorb at once. No matter how tired he was, Mu-young remained focused on the work. Looking at the pile of notes in his hand, he was surprised. There is no end to the learning. Jeum-dong chuckled. That is how it is in art. Time passed until the next morning. Sitting in the car, Mu-young let out a nervous sigh. Kyung-min turned his head curiously. Shaking, he explained a little. He continued to comfort him. There is nothing to worry about because I will be by your side supporting you. He suddenly felt relieved. Yes. Mu-young looked around in surprise. What, you did not park in the parking lot? He explained. The Mongnet parking lot is very narrow. Since we are rookies, we should try not to get in the way of other people's parking spots. Mu-young understood immediately. He said to himself, is this what social life is like? I have learned another thing. Looking inside the room, Kyung-min announced, I think we are the first ones here. For a rookie, this is basic etiquette. Mu-young's seat was already set on the table with the name Louis. Kyung-min evaluated the spot with surprise. So it is here. It is great because it is near the door. As a rookie, it is best to be quick to greet everyone first, hand out flyers and hold the door. He suddenly got excited. I am very confident in those things. He nodded in response. I will stand out in the hallway. Then, inside the parking lot, everyone began to appear one by one. Other actors made their way inside. Mu-young stood up with a smile. Hello, I am Ha Mu-young. Please take good care of me. The others approached him. Hello, which role are you playing? He explained to everyone. I was assigned the role of Louis. Everyone was surprised. It is a supporting role. Du-soo entered the room. He spoke up in greeting. The role of Louis. It is great to meet you for the first time. Mu-young turned his head curiously toward the door. Main reporter Kim Do-soo entered. It seems your management company is quite good. Mu-young immediately became friendly. Yes, my management company is truly wonderful. He nodded in understanding but thought to himself. What is with this kid? The film crew also began to enter. Hello everyone, please move aside a bit so we can bring in the equipment. He suddenly became excited. So many people. I need to stay sharp. Mu-young bowed politely. Hello. Just then, Hyo-jong entered the room. The moment she stepped through the door, she complained. The parking lot here is really narrow. A reporter stepped up to talk. Hyo-jong, you are here. I am a reporter from D Magazine. She nodded politely. Yes, nice to meet you. Hae-jun smiled as she walked in. Hyo-jong, it has been a while. She ran over happily. I did not expect to see you here. She nodded and remarked, you are still the same as ever. Standing to the side and witnessing this, Mu-young could not help but be impressed. He evaluated both of them. Hyo-jong had a warm and affectionate image, while Song Hye-jun had a cold and sophisticated urban image. Mu-young realized that the actual atmosphere and the public image were very different. Outside, Kyung-min maintained a friendly attitude. Hello, I am the manager of actor Ha Mu-young. Please take good care of us, he thought to himself. Are all the attendees gathered now? Kyung-min looked curiously through a small gap. I wonder if Mu-young is doing a good job greeting people. He caught sight of Mu-young being very friendly with everyone. However, Hyo-jong's attitude did not seem very friendly. His expression changed instantly. No, this situation is exactly like Kyung-min was lost in his own thoughts. Like an herbivore in a pack of predators. Will our Mu-young be okay? The staff came in to introduce everyone. Actor Lee Hee-jun and child actress Yoona have all arrived. The little girl responded angrily. I am not a child actor. I am the lead actress, Yoona. He was a bit awkward. I am sorry. Young Min, watching from the outside, also had to evaluate. She is only 9 years old but her aura is intense. Will our Mu-young really be okay? He suddenly caught his eye, and he immediately made a cheering gesture. He felt so moved he could cry. Mu-young? Fighting. Mu-young quickly sat in his position. He realized that sometimes being soft is stronger than being sharp. He told himself that even in front of predators, as long as he is not afraid, it won't be a problem. Mu-young flashed a bright smile. Alright, I am ready. He realized something was not quite right. He seemed to want to avoid Hee-jun's gaze. Why is that person constantly staring at me? The director announced to everyone. Now, everyone is here, so let us get started. The scriptwriter won't be attending for personal reasons. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzz of conversation broke out. Kyung-moon reminded everyone. Now, then, he became serious. I am Jin Kyung-moon, the director of The Plague. It is an honor to meet you all. Let us create a great work together. He pointed to the side. This is the assistant director. He stepped forward. Hello everyone, I am Jang Min, the assistant director. Everyone took turns introducing themselves. I am Lee Hee-jun, playing the role of Jin. Others followed. I am Song Hye-jun, playing Eri, Jin's superior. Please take care of me. I am Hyo-jong, playing the role of Sora. Yoona was a bit nervous. I am Yoona, playing the protagonist Janie. Please take care of me. Kyung-moon was very satisfied. I feel like your leadership has added strength to the protagonist. It seems she was sulking because the lead seat was not next to the director. Finally, it was Mu-young's turn. Hello everyone, I am Ha Moyoung, playing the role of Louis. He did not forget to add, it is an honor to work with such talented seniors and the director. Please cheer for me. Thank you. Once again, Jun winked at him. This only made him more flustered. She smiled again. She leaned close to Hyojong and whispered, his face is so cute for a first meeting, is not it? She was a bit speechless. She is doing it again. Suddenly, Jun burst out laughing mockingly. Cheer for you a lot. He glanced at him. You are such a good actor, though, he thought to himself. This kid won the role of Louis that very day. If I had not renegotiated for the role of Jin back then, it would have been a big problem. He nodded back. Thank you. Right then, Yeo-jung suddenly spoke up. That is right, she was also very satisfied with Moo-young's ability. I heard even the director acknowledged his acting, so I am curious to see how good he is for everyone to recognize him. She thought to herself, Lee Hee-jun. Everyone knows Sealing did all kinds of dirty work to get him the role of Jin. And he calls himself a professional, shameless. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Kyung-moon laughed. Everyone has such strong personalities. Now that the introductions are done, let us start reading the play. He called out, Jin, you start first this time. Hee-jun immersed himself in the role. You smell like a beggar. His tone became contemptuous. Kids like you are the type to steal and spend your salary before you even get it. You know that. Moo-young suddenly felt excited. The ability to immerse from the start is truly different. Kyung-moon also nodded in praise. Mr. Dodukst. Hee-jun, you did very well, but for that last line, try to make it a bit more subdued. He was very surprised. Read it with more restraint. He continued to give feedback. Yes, do it with the feeling of compressing the words. Moo-young focused on his notes. I need to write down all of the director's evaluations. To avoid wasting time, he reminded them. Next scene. As time passed, Kyung-moon glanced toward Moo-young. Now, this time is scene 16. He also became excited. Finally, a scene where I appear, he recalled. This is the scene where Janie is locked in Jin's hideout and goes through a crisis. As soon as he read the script, Jun's expression turned sour. What is this? Yuna quickly coordinated with the role. The door is closed. Miss Poulsen, Ming War, he glanced at the little girl. Are you alone? The girl's whole body began to shake. I have to get out. I came to the wrong place. I came to the wrong place. Hyo-jong evaluated with surprise. Look at her hands shaking. This little one's concentration is intense. Hee-jun's acting was also very good. That means you are here alone, right? Come here. The little girl suddenly turned her head to look at him. His palms tightened. I told you to come here. In Yuna's eyes at that moment, Hee-jun looked truly terrifying. Kyung-moon realized something was wrong. He suddenly looked at the girl. It turns out she is so scared she can't stay in character. He understood it clearly in his heart. Even though she is an experienced actress, she is still a child. Moreover, this movie is at a level that children should not even watch. He immediately decided, we have to stop for now. Kyung-moon signaled, please call the guardian. Moo-young interrupted Janie. He gently gave a piece of candy to the girl. Out of habit, Yuna obediently opened her mouth. He was helping the girl ease her tension. But the next second, his attitude completely changed. Do you know Janie? His serious expression made even Hee-jun flinch. He turned his head to ask, Janie, is that uncle someone you know? The little girl shook her head. No. He continued to instruct, follow me. Everyone is gathering over there. Yuna suddenly felt relieved. Yes. While he was still dazed, Kyung-moon announced, Mr. Hee-jun, read your lines. He hastily nodded. Yes, I am sorry. People whispered to each other, what was that just now? Of course I knew there'd be an interruption, but that was so vivid. Did you see his eyes when he read the lines? Hyojong found it hard to believe. Now I know. The way she looked at Moo-young had changed. The reason why a rookie who just met everyone became Louis. Everyone else also began their roles. No please, the man warned, get out before the factory burns down. Others hurried to comfort him. Don't be like that. Please calm down a bit. Kyung-moon felt very satisfied. Good. At this part, shout a bit more. The actor obediently followed. I understand. It was Moo-young's turn. He called out, Janie. The girl held the script in her hand. Louis, where are you? He sighed helplessly. Please, only Janie. Looking at this scene, Hee-jun was very surprised. This is interesting. She thought to herself, I even thought I was acting mechanically without even realizing it. I felt this kind of thought through a rookie who just debuted. She also had to nod in praise. Truly great. Very fresh. Sometime later, Kyung-moon reminded them, let us take a short break and then continue. Everyone agreed. Yes. Young Min hurried to pour a cup of water. He gave it to Moo-young. Moo-young, how was it? Did you do as well as we practiced? He nodded in confirmation. Hee-jun suddenly spoke up. I think it was very good. When he turned his head, she smiled gently. She did not forget to add, manager, you have nothing to worry about. Since he is a rookie. Moo-young suddenly felt happy. Thank you. She reached her hand out to him. You know my name, right? I am Song Hee-jun. It is a pleasure to meet you. He gently shook her hand. Yes, please take care of me. She leaned in closer. Looking at you up close, you look so fresh, like a real rookie. There really is a big difference between when you are acting and when you are not. Hyejun continued to ask, how old are you? Moo Young answered innocently, I am 20. Young Min realized something was not right. Whispers broke out. I heard Song Hyejun makes a move whenever she starts a project. So this is how it starts. Is it that kid this time? He quickly put his hand on his shoulder. Moo Young, wait for me a moment. He nodded obediently. Yes. Hyejun stepped up to chat. Our junior, I bought you a cup of coffee. He was completely desperate. This is bad. I heard that, once you are in Hyejun's sights, it is hard to escape. Moo Young scratched his head awkwardly. I do not like coffee. Thank you for the kind gesture. Though, Hyejun suddenly felt angry. What? Is he oblivious or just pretending? She continued to invite him. Then would you like to go eat with me? I am a bit hungry. Kyung Min in the back kept holding his head. As she was standing so close there was no room to intervene. She smiled and winked. I know a good Western restaurant nearby. Just then, Yuna stepped up and called out. Sister. The little girl looked at her with pitiful eyes. I am hungry too. She nodded with a bit of difficulty. Yuna continued to list things off. Yuna wants to eat a sandwich with chocolate milk. Hyejun felt confused. What is with this girl? She still responded politely. Is that all you are eating? You have to eat a lot to grow up fast. The girl's eyes immediately lit up. Really? She realized something was wrong. Yuna happily turned around to announce, Director, Sister Hyejun said she is going to buy us lots of sandwiches. Kyungmoon was extremely surprised. What? Really? Miss Hyejun is treating us. She nodded awkwardly. Of course. He said to everyone. Miss Polar. Hyejun said, you have all worked hard, so she is buying sandwiches. Everyone, pick what you want. Everyone was very excited. Really? Thank you. Hyejun felt a pang of regret for her wallet. Everyone, eat your fill. Yuna even bowed politely to her. Thank you, sister. The girl's eyes were wide open. Thank you so much. Hyejong stepped up to remind her. Sister, focus on work. Hyejun turned her head angrily. What? I am not doing anything. Meanwhile, Muyang focused on reading the script. He suddenly caught Yuna's gaze. He asked curiously, did Yuna pick a sandwich yet? The girl smiled and nodded. Yes. Mew? Young patted her head. Good girl. Seeing him like that, the girl was also very happy. Looking at her face, he seemed to remember something. Going back to a moment ago, it seemed Yuna had been very scared. He continued to advise her, Yuna, you must always remember that Yuna and Janie are two different people. If you keep that in mind while acting, you will feel more comfortable. The girl was very curious. Why is that? Mu Young explained seriously. Because there is power in words. So even if you know it is acting, at some point, it leaves a trace in your heart. I hope Yuna won't get hurt. The girl nodded in understanding. I will try. But Janie is not struggling that much. Having said that, Yuna leaned into Mu Young's arms. Because Louis is protecting her, he chuckled and nodded. That is right. Janie has Louis by her side. The girl continued to announce, instead, Yuna will protect you. Mu Young was a bit confused. Hyejun, on the side, noticed something. Is someone talking about me? In the evening, Jung Dong asked curiously, Mu Young, you are here. How was the first script reading? He smiled helplessly. I am so tired. Hearing that, he laughed. On the bright side, you learned a lot from the other actors, right? You worked hard. Young Min explained from the side. I was busy waiting outside so I could not see Mu Young read, but I heard the director praised him. The seniors' reactions were also very good. He was extremely proud. As expected of Mu Young, suddenly he felt curious. But Mu Young, why are not you going back to the dorm? Why are you sitting here? He explained to Gyum Dong. I plan to practice some more and also organize the director's feedback. The two of them wore bright smiles. Alright, let us look at it together. He nodded. Thank you. Remembering something, Gyum Dong asked. That is right, Mu Young. Have you checked your SNS yet? He turned his head curiously. No. He searched through his pocket. A company sent a message to your SNS, but the office called to say there was no response. Mu Young was very surprised. Who? He tried to remember. What was the company name again? He still did not understand what was happening. A company, Jim Dong announced with a smile. They said they want to sponsor you. He thought in silence for a long time. Sponsorship. Mo Young continued to speculate. Do you mean posting an ad on SNS? He nodded. Have you ever heard of Dr. Matter? He shook his head with an innocent face. No. He gave a forced smile. I figured as much. Jim Dong asked curiously. Do you want to check the SNS message? The content caught his eye. Hello Mr. Ha Mo Young, I am the person in charge of promoting Dr. Matter. I reached out after seeing your photo. Our company pursues a bright and good-looking image. He held the phone in front of him. It seems they want a review. So you just need to use the product they send and post it. Kim Young Min heard this and nodded. Alright, they said, if it is difficult they will also send a draft. Mu-young recalled their products. These are basic cosmetics made from natural ingredients. If this marketing is real, I think it is a good product. Suddenly, Jeom-dong felt confused. You are not answering, do you not like it much? He scratched his head awkwardly. It is not that, but I am a bit concerned. Mu-young thought to himself, because this comes into direct contact with the body, unlike clothes. Promoting something to people who trust me using my name. I do not think I can decide carelessly. He gently comforted him. There is no need to think too deeply about it. Jeom-dong continued to offer advice. These days, the trend is to work in a light and comfortable way. Even if the product has issues, it has nothing to do with us. Kyung-min, on the side, added. But director, I feel like Mu-young's account has not found its footing yet, so I think he should be more active. Both of them looked toward him simultaneously. What is Mu-young's opinion? He remained silent. Thinking for a short while, he continued to propose. Since this is the first promotional request, I want to do it with all my heart. Can I receive the product and use it myself, then write an honest review? His face became serious. I think if you are too honest, the company might be a bit embarrassed. He immediately decided. Anyway, Mu-young's opinion is the most important, so let us just do that. I will tell the company. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Young-min immediately suggested. Mu-young, if managing SNS is too hard, I will help you. He was a bit surprised. That is right, I will count on you then. He suddenly felt unusually happy. Now I have to check which messages I have not read. I have to get used to SNS from now on. Hearing the story retold, Jeom-dong was startled. Senior Haijun sent a DM. Has Mu-young already fallen into Song Haijun's sights? Young-min gently comforted him. Don't worry, Mu-young handled it very well. He chimed in to retell it. She did not say anything special, just mentioned meeting again at the ritual ceremony. He turned back to look at him. Has it already come to the ritual ceremony? He nodded and explained. Because of Yuna, filming has been delayed a lot. Thinking for a bit, Jeom-dong spoke up. I guess so. Is the filming limit for child actors under 15 years old 35 hours a week? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, Mu-young did not forget to add. On holidays, we can film until midnight, but on normal days, filming is prohibited from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next morning. He speculated. Director Jin Kyung-moon is definitely famous for caring a lot about the welfare of the actors and the crew. Jeom-dong put a piece of cake in his mouth. Maybe because of that, I am afraid the ritual ceremony won't be done very formally. Kyung-min added, if there are many action scenes, no matter what, we have to do it. He nodded in agreement. That is right. Because praying to the spirits gives a bit of peace of mind after all. Mu-young looked at the two of them awkwardly. I wonder if there is anything I need to prepare. He stepped closer to comfort him. You might need a bit of pocket money to put into the pig's mouth, but we will prepare that, so you just need to do your job well. After it is over, just enjoy the celebratory dinner. Kyung-min turned and said to the two of them. Now then, let us start practicing the script. Mu-young happily nodded in agreement. Yes, the scene shifted to the film set and the site of the ritual ceremony. All the reporters present there were continuously filming. A giant pig's head had already been placed on the ritual table. Mo-young could not help but be impressed. It is a real pig. Young-min said to him, miraculous, is not it? Kyung-moon stepped forward in front of everyone. Hello everyone, I am Jin Kyung-moon, the director of the movie The Plague. He was a bit moved. Thank you all very much for coming here today. Mu-young had a bad premonition. The sky is a bit cloudy. What if it rains? He turned his head to comfort him. Rain. If it rains, that is good. There is a saying that getting caught in the rain while praying like this is very lucky. He did not even forget to explain. If we see a ghost, that would be even better. Kyung-moon called out. Now, next is our lead actress, Yuna. The girl picked up the microphone and spoke. I hope everyone has a fun time filming. I will work very hard too. She obediently knelt down. Ghost of sleep, ghost of wind, please watch over us. Everyone's hearts melted. She is so adorable. After that, it was Heejun's turn to place the ritual envelope. The ceremony proceeded very smoothly. Kyung-moon called out, now. Next is Ha Mu-young. He hurried forward. Yes, holding the microphone, he smiled brightly. I am Ha Mu-young, playing the role of Louis. I hope we will work happily together and achieve great success. He was about to finish his sentence. And for everyone to stay safe and not get injured. Noticing something was off with his face, Kyung-min called out. Mu-young, he reacted flusteredly. I am sorry. Kyung-moon chuckled from the side. What is wrong? It is like he saw a ghost. Young-min turned and explained. Maybe because it is his first time, he is a bit nervous. He nodded. That must be it. He really is a rookie. Mu-young said briefly. In short, I hope The Plague becomes a huge hit. After the speech, Kyung-min put a hand on his shoulder. This is the first time I have seen you nervous, Mu-young. He glanced to the side awkwardly. I was startled. He had clearly seen something. He did not expect to actually see a ghost. The rain started pouring, and people began to complain. It is so cold. It is really raining now. Kyung-moon reminded everyone. Everyone, let us head inside. They say, rain during a ritual is a good omen, right? For our movie, Moo Young kept having a bad premonition. He was still saying, this feels great. Inside the house, a pitiful Yuna sat in a corner. The camera crew performed their duties excellently. They tried to capture this heartbreaking moment perfectly. The lens pointed directly at the girl's face. Her expression grew worse. How did it come to this? Kyung Moon announced, cut. The staff members whispered among themselves. Moo Young asked curiously, Yuna, were you surprised when the camera got closer than it did during rehearsal? The girl let out a sigh and replied, I was a little surprised, but Yuna is a professional actress, so it is okay. He laughed in surprise. Natsuks, has pimply per spine as ortas bed. I just a bear, me, bestam. After the ritual, it was the third day of Yuna's solo filming. The director asked, writer, scene 17 is next, right? She stepped up and announced, yes, the next sequence is number 3, 104, and 98. Please tear the shirt. The change can only happen when switching from 104 to 98. Everyone nodded. Yes, Moo Young observed the situation. To film efficiently, they gathered and shot all possible scenes at one set, so the script order and filming order were completely jumbled. Yuna occasionally became the future Janie. Not only that, she sometimes became the past Janie. Despite that, Yuna acted very well. Usually, filming almost never follows the script's chronological order, but she was so immersed that it was hard to believe she was only 9 years old. She stepped forward and called out, brother, give Yuna some chocolate. Moo Young smiled and nodded. Sure, here you go. She obediently opened her mouth. He thought to himself, when filming, she is a professional actress, but at times like this, she is just a girl her age. How cute, she asked curiously, but brother, why have you been constantly looking up for a while now? Moo Young felt a bit embarrassed. Did you notice me? He did not know how to explain. Actually, something had been bothering him for a while. Moo Young instinctively looked up at the ceiling. Among the countless lights, there was a ghost. He seemed to have a bad feeling. It was hanging from one of the lights. Moo Young suddenly remembered. It is just like the ghost I saw during the ritual. Yuna noticed again. You are looking again. He scratched his head sheepishly. Maybe because it is my first time on set. I find everything amazing, so I keep looking around. The manager called out, Yuna, let us fix your makeup. She obediently nodded. Yes, and so Moo Young waved goodbye to her. Looking up at the lights, he was extremely worried. I still feel uneasy. If I leave it like this and something happens, a staff member tried to give a reminder. One of the lights over there is out. The lighting director was furious. Which one? Can't you see I am busy right now? He kept criticizing. Why are you always slacking off? Don't you want to work? Do you want to be fired? He became flustered. Yes, I am sorry. He continued to order, go set up the set over there immediately. Right after that, the staff member approached Moo Young. I am sorry, as you can see, I am very busy. He did not forget to warn. It is nothing major, so I will be going now. Moo Young looked up at the ceiling awkwardly. Is it really nothing major? That unlucky shadow. The premonition in his heart grew stronger. It was swinging there. A voice rang out. It took my mother and took my stepfather away. Moo Young kept observing its actions. What is it doing? He immediately decided. I will get a bit closer. The next scene made him freeze. Just now, at that moment, the high-hanging light suddenly fell. Everything happened so fast that Moo Young did not have time to react. The falling light caught the attention of everyone on set. His face turned increasingly pale. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. What happened, you? He looked up at the light that had just fallen. The light, the staff member from before announced, Captain, the light I said was wobbling earlier. It seems it fell. The lighting director's face changed instantly. You never said it was wobbling. He immediately ordered, get someone to climb up and check if the others are securely fixed. He nodded. Yes. Kyung Moon sat in silent thought for a long time. The staff warned everyone, step back. The entire lighting rail on this side is being dismantled. Senior, help me hold that side. The man followed obediently. Got it. Kyung Moon could no longer keep his cool. Lighting director, come see me for a moment. He was a bit flustered. Director. Moo Young's expression grew worse. Seeing ghosts was a huge trauma for him. He looked at his legs. I truly resent this reality where I see things I do not want to see. He told himself, if I had not seen that ghost today, a much bigger accident could have happened. Moo Young suddenly felt touched. Plan. He quickly bowed his head. I am very grateful. Moo Young was still thinking about seeing the ghost today when Yuna curiously approached. Are you okay? He gently patted her head. Of course, I am fine. He did not forget to comfort her. Don't worry, Yuna. Moo Young showed a warm smile. Our movie. Because I think only good things will happen from now on. Inside the Mongnet consultation room for the producers of The Plague, Kyung Moon was furious. A light fell right near someone. He kept criticizing. I told you this is the first time we are working with a child actor, so I was very attentive to this. The manager awkwardly recounted. The lighting team manager said the junior is still a student, so there might have been a small mistake. He was still very angry. Don't just push the responsibility onto your subordinates. He scratched his head sheepishly. I understand the director's feelings, but if we change people now, Kyung-moon did not know what to do. If they changed people now, all the previous consultations and script analyses would go down the drain, and production costs would likely increase due to delays. Right then, the manager continued to suggest, our Mongnet will also do our best to manage things, so if you could overlook it this time. Kyung-moon suddenly asked. Wait, what if we keep the team members but only change the captain? His face changed instantly. Change to who? A smug smile appeared on his face. If it is that person. Inside the room, a staff member greeted. Ms. Hyo-jong. Hello. You are here early. She walked in tiredly. This is my first day at work. He turned and explained. Yes, but the set has not been arranged yet. You will have to wait a bit longer. She sighed and complained, coming early was useless. She seemed to remember something. That is right, I heard there was an issue with the lights last time. Is it all resolved? The staff member nodded. For now, you could say so. He continued, after that incident, the director must have said something to Mongnet. They checked the entire track and changed the lighting captain. There should not be any issues now. He awkwardly added. Because of that, Yuna's solo scenes were pushed back a bit, but Hyo-jong realized something was wrong. Wait, tomorrow we are dismantling Janie's room. We have to shoot all the scenes before the set is torn down. The staff member sighed and remarked, yes, Ms. Hyo-jong might be getting off work late today. Just then, Kyung-moon slowly walked over. He smiled. Hello, you are here early, Ms. Hyo-jong. She nodded back. Director, good morning. She seemed to notice something unusual. This person, he pointed behind him to introduce. This is the new lighting captain. Hyo-jong bowed politely. Hello, he did not reply but only gave a silent nod. Kyung-moon put a hand on his shoulder. He is a bit quiet, so it is hard to hear him speak. He did not forget to reassure her. He will control the lighting well. Inside the room, Hyo-jong was very confused. Meeting the new lighting captain right after hearing the old one was replaced, she had to admit, as expected of director Jin Kyung-moon. Truly talented. Remembering something, she turned and remarked, but that is an item I have never seen before. Hyo-jong picked up a small box on the dressing table. She felt curious. What is this? It is my first time seeing it. The makeup artist smiled and explained. This is the skin cream sent from Mr. Aswain. Metal. This time. I am using it too, and it is very good. Since it has natural ingredients, it is very gentle. Hyo-jong nodded in understanding. I see, she seemed to remember something. But how is the set doing? She was surprised. The set? Oh, you mean that guy, the rookie playing the supporting role? The makeup artist remembered. Mo Young. She nodded. Is his acting good? She suddenly became extremely excited. It is very good. She did not forget to add. His chemistry with Yuna is insane. You would think they were real siblings. Remembering something, the makeup artist recounted, I do not know how hard he prepared, but except for reshoots ordered by the director, he has not messed up a single scene. Hyo-jong was also surprised. To that extent, she asked curiously, have you heard anything? She shook her head. No, I have not. The makeup artist's voice became excited. I do not know how Muyang is so good as a rookie. His personality is also very kind. Hyo-jong seemed to discover something. Seems like you really like him. She quickly shook her head. It is not that. It is not just me. Other staff members think so too. Her voice became strange. Maybe that is why he pushed Lee Hee-jun out and grabbed the role of Louis. Seeing her act strange for the first time made the makeup artist dazed. Yes, Hyojin showed a smug smile. You did not know. Originally, the role of Louis belonged to Lee Hee-jun. Going back to some time before, Hyo-jong made a phone call. Manager, there is a mistake in the View Plague casting list you just sent. The manager was surprised. A mistake, she continued to explain. Lee Hee-jun is the role of Louis, but here it says Jin. And the name of the person playing Louis is someone I have never seen before. The manager was a bit flustered. About that, after hearing the whole story, Hyo-jong was very surprised. What? Ceiling actors went as far as the company to change Lee Hee-jun's role. She suddenly felt disdainful. So Ceiling is still doing dirty work as usual. Does Lee Hee-jun have no self-respect? She suddenly realized something. No. Wait. It seems that Ceiling has already determined Lee Hee-jun's role. Hyo-jong asked herself. How did someone like Ha Mu-young win the role of Louis? She continued to remark, well, I do not know if there was an issue with intermediaries. It seems Lee Hee-jun was about to be dropped from the role of Louis, so his agency used some tricks to get the role of Jin instead. The makeup artist was also very surprised. I heard rumors that originally, Hee-jun was not the role of Jin. She laughed and continued, at first, I thought that Rookie was a rich kid with strong backing, but after seeing him, I realized, Hee-jung could not hide her surprise. Hee-jun's acting just could not compare to that fresh Rookie. Whispers broke out. Did you hear? Originally, the person in charge of Louis was Hee-jin. The image fit perfectly, so why did it change? Things got even worse. Probably because Mu-young's acting was better, so they switched. Well, it is true, he is really good. Surprisingly good. The rumor spread further and further. Really? I just heard Miss Hyo-jung say it. Everyone's attitude changed. Did Mu-young kick Lee Hee-jun out with his acting? That rookie is top tier. Honestly, Mu-young is better. Another person spoke up. No, even though Hee-jun always plays roles like Lewis, being kicked out by a rookie. These rumors reached Hee-jun's ears. He looked very annoyed. It is already annoying early in the morning. The manager quickly reminded him. Hee-jun, he was mad with rage. It is obvious that bastard Ha Mo-young is all excited and smug, right? When is he coming? Hee-jun immediately decided, I have to teach him a lesson once. The manager was a bit bewildered. Did Ha Mo-young really talk behind your back? He said in a calm voice. If not him, then who? His face became angry. Pretending to be kind in front of me while saying those things behind my back. Just then, Mo-young walked up. Hello, he smiled brightly. Senior Hee-jun. Hello? Good morning. Young Min hurried forward. Hello, I am Go Young Min, Mu-young's manager. He bowed obediently. It is the first time I have seen you since the ritual. I hope we work well together today, senior. But Hee-jun's attitude became increasingly angry. Seeing him like that left Mu-young dazed. Senior Erpring, he suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. Mu-young, his face wore a terrifying smile. You think I am an easy target, do not you? He still did not understand. Yes, why are you suddenly saying that? Senior, did we do something wrong? Hee-jun gritted his teeth in anger. Something wrong. He pushed Mu-young back. You think you won the role of Louis because of your own talent. If I said I would not take the role of Jin, you would have to leave too. He looked at him in a daze. Senior Erpring, Hee-jun continued to criticize. You think I do not know you badmouthed me to the staff. You criticized me to take the role of Louis. He quickly reacted. That is absolutely not true. I have never had such thoughts. Everything was based on the director's choice. Young Min also stepped up to explain. Mi-young is not that kind of person. We also manage him very strictly. I do not know how this happened, but this must be a misunderstanding. These explanations only made Hee-jun more annoyed. He asked loudly, is that so? Both of them answered in unison. Yes. His face wore a strange smile. In that case, Hee-jun quickly proposed. Later, try making a few mistakes in the scene with me. Young Min realized something was wrong. What? He was also very surprised. Intentionally making mistakes during filming. Mo-young directly refused. I won't do that, senior. Seeing him so decisive for the first time took him by surprise. Hee-jun quickly questioned, why can't you do it? Is it because I told you to act in a way that is not in the script? He shouted loudly. That is right, because the truth is your acting is worse than mine. Mo-young spoke his mind. If I intentionally make mistakes, the staff will have to work that much harder. I can't do that. Hee-jun could not keep his cool. You kid, he thought to himself. I thought he was simple because he kept bowing and calling me senior, but his view of him had changed. Why is he standing so tall? Is this really the kid I knew? Mo-young continued to turn and leave. I will pretend I did not hear what you just said. Senior, he did not forget to say goodbye. See you later, senior. Hee-jun remained standing still. Young Min kept running after him. Mu-young, the manager also pulled his hand. Hee-jun, this time, he thoroughly hated him. He dares to talk back to a senior like me. I will show you later. Ha Mu-young. The scene shifted to inside the set. Mu-young still felt sad. Why would he say such things, intentionally making mistakes, after all the effort put into a shoot? Kyungmin comforted him right beside. Don't mind it, we just need to focus on our work. As soon as they saw him, everyone bowed. Mu-young is here. He nodded back. Hello, good morning. Kyungmin introduced himself. Hello, I am Go Kyungmin, Mu-young's manager. Kyungmoon announced to everyone. Next, we will proceed with scene 58. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, Mu-young remembered this scene well, the scene where Jin is looking for the paper Janey took, and Louis protects Janey from Jin. Even though it was just a scene of grabbing the collar and rolling around, because it involved action, it was done under the guidance of the martial arts director. Hyo-jong sighed and complained, I have to wait a bit long today. She thought, so tired. Kyungmoon reminded everyone, now everyone, let us shoot the action scene skillfully. Louis enters first and discovers Jin while Jin is rummaging through the room. Both were a bit flustered, listening. Louis protects Janey who is about to enter right after and confronts Jin. Janey and Louis's hands are tied together. Got it, move according to the rehearsal so no one gets hurt. Hee-jun wore a smug smile. Yes. Yuna felt something was off. He continued to remind them, follow the rehearsal up to the part where Louis is pushed against the wall, then finish with improvisation. The girl's eyes lit up. Improvisation, Kyungmoon announced. Prepare. Action. Hee-jun immersed himself in his role. His face grew worse. Where is it? The yellow paper was clearly here. Right then, Mu-young opened the door and entered. Janey, just change your shirt. As soon as he saw him, his expression completely changed. Hee-jun turned his head to look at him. He rushed over like a madman. Where did you put the yellow paper? At the crucial moment, Mu-young pulled Yuna behind him. Janie, no, he kept lunging toward the girl. You, come here, he called out. Janie, take this off and run away. Hee-jun looked at Mu-young angrily. This arrogant punk, he felt something was wrong. Arrogant. This line is not in the script. Suddenly, he grabbed Mu-young's collar tightly. His face changed instantly. It hurts more than in rehearsal. Yuna suddenly picked up a pan on the side. She used all her strength to hit Hee-jun right on the head, causing him pain. He started shaking. Hey, Yuna, what are you doing? The girl was also very annoyed. Uncle, what do you mean? What am I doing? Her face wore a mischievous smile. This is improvisation. Improvisation. In another area, Taek-kyung let out a soft sigh. He silently observed the surroundings. He thought to himself, it has been a long time since I was back on set. I feel really rusty. I wonder if I can adapt quickly. He recalled some time before. We are the lighting team, please take care of us. Kyung-moon put a hand on his shoulder. If it is you, I am not worried at all. Taek-kyung also felt confused. Why did Jin Kyung-moon call me? It turned out the trends on set had changed a lot. Was this how they used lights in this scene now? In his hand, he held the script for scene 69, the setting where Louis, Janie's only helper, dies. He thought for a long time. Louis's death. This scene had something a bit concerning. Right then, Yuna shouted angrily, Uncle Hee-jun, because you called it uncle, it is another blooper. She kept reminding him, it is not my fault, it is yours uncle. Tak-pling walked up in confusion. What is going on? A staff member explained. There is a bit of disharmony during filming. Yuna in the role of Janie smiled smugly. Uncle, do a better job. Lee Hee-jun, in the role of Jin, was very angry. This girl, Taek-kyung observed the situation. The two of them are much better outside. That person over there. As soon as he saw Mu-young, his expression changed instantly. He found it hard to believe. Louis, Taek-kyung looked at him for a long time. The character is exactly like the one in my imagination. How on earth did they cast such a person? He recalled the script, the setting after Jin's gang mercilessly tramples Louis, leaving him collapsed as they disappear. The direction the director set here was a simple fade out. Not only that, seeing Louis still alive and moving made that setting come alive in his mind. Suddenly Taek-kyung had an idea. I think I know how to execute this scene. Yuna happily called out, Director, let us continue filming. She said to Hee-jun, Uncle. Bear with it this time. You have to accept improvisation for it to be effective. He was still about to lecture her. Don't use improvisation. The girl turned to look at Mu-young. Then you should not do that either uncle. He immediately played dumb. What are you talking about? I do not understand at all. Hee-jun felt very uncomfortable. Is this girl saying that I pushed Mu-young too hard? He turned and reminded her, let us get ready, Yuna. She followed obediently. Yes, Kyung-moon called out. Now let us continue filming. Mu-young and Yuna, wait behind the door. She kept winking. Let us finish it in one go, Uncle Hee-jun. He tried to keep himself calm. Truly infuriating. In the next take, Yuna bit Hee-jun's hand directly, causing him a lot of pain. Another time, the girl continued to hit him. She hit him so much that even he had to scream, oh, that hurts. Min was a bit surprised. Look at Yuna now. A cameraman laughed. She is grabbing Hee-jun's hair, is not she? And so, at the moment it felt like Hee-jun was pushing Mu-young too hard. The girl did not back down. Yuna intervened even more excessively. Hee-jun looked at her. I told you to just get it over with, but you are doing this. The girl was also very angry. That is exactly what I want to say, Kyung-moon called out. Now then, he suggested, I feel things are getting a bit too heated, so let us take a break. Everyone nodded. Yes, director. Mu-young suddenly turned around. Senior Hee-jun and Yuna both looked at him. What? He felt a bit awkward. The two of you. Let us stop this now. Mu continued to question. Senior, I know you have been frustrated all day today, but does taking it out on me solve anything? Hee-jun was about to speak up. No, He turned his head to remind her. Yuna, you also know how hard the staff is working. Don't be like this anymore. As the lead character, you should show some responsibility. The girl turned her head to look at Hee-jun, but he became annoyed. What are you looking at? Seeing the two of them acting so childish made Mu-young sigh. He suddenly grabbed the girl's hand. At the same time, he also held Hee-jun's hand. He decided to make both of them shake hands. Make up quickly so we can continue filming. We can't spend all day on this one scene, right? He kept shouting, I won't do it. Yuna was also very uncomfortable. My hand. Mu-young's expression suddenly changed. Senior Erpring, he sighed and remarked, you are much older than Yuna, are not you? So many people are watching. Shouldn't you act your age? He turned his head back again. Now. Yuna. The girl quickly stood up straight. Yes, he was very displeased with her actions. If you keep this up, you are only ruining your own image. A professional knows when it is time to back down. Mu-young looked at both of them. Now, on the count of 3, apologize to each other. Hee-jun clearly disagreed. Are you treating me like a child? Yuna called out. Uncle, apologize first. He was extremely angry. This kid, Hyo. Jong sat to the side, observing everything that had happened. She was also surprised. The atmosphere on set, which had been heavy from consecutive shoots, began to lighten up because of Moo Young's presence. Even the experienced director could not handle those two stubborn actors. The manager right beside her spoke up. See, Moo Young is the one keeping the fire alive for the whole crew. She nodded in agreement. Yes, it is quite miraculous. This time she was truly impressed. It was rare to find a rookie who could act this well, but finding one who was not pressured by the cutthroat competitive atmosphere of this industry was even rarer. She felt interested. He really makes people curious. Hyojong stared toward Moo Young, wondering how far this rookie's upward momentum would last. After a new segment, Kyung Moon called out, "Cut, good work, everyone." Finally, Moo Young could breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, at the set of Janie's house, Louis' scenes have ended for today. I do not need to come back here until the large outdoor set is completed. Yoona smiled, and glanced at Hee-jun. Uncle Hee-jun. We are meeting again tomorrow, right? He turned his head away in annoyance. That is right. The assistant director called out, could you three come over here for a moment to discuss the schedule? Yoona followed obediently. Yes, assistant director. He also called out, Hyojong too. She immediately stood up. I have been waiting to see when you would call me. The assistant director began to analyze. The factory set should be completed around the day after tomorrow, and after that, Moo Young held the script in his hand, and observed it carefully. His eyes suddenly stopped on the first page. Scene 69 was scheduled, the scene where Louis dies. The assistant director looked around. Right, I have a few things to convey to Moo Young about that scene. Where is the lighting director? He thought to himself. You mean the new lighting director who just arrived? Come to think of it, I have not had a chance to greet him yet. Tae-kyung walked over. I am here. He walked up to Moo Young and introduced himself. I am Lee Tae-kyung. He immediately shook hands with him. Yes, I am Ha Moo Young. In his mind, he thought, so, it is this person. Moo Young felt very surprised. The one who will bring luck to the plague. Hearing Tae-kyung's intention, he asked curiously, are you planning to add highlights to that scene? Moo Young's face became focused. Since it is a death scene, there probably won't be many chances to focus light on the eyes. He spoke his mind. Initially, everyone was focusing on the background, but we decided to change the camera angles. Tae-kyung continued to suggest, focus on the specific character Louis, as the center of the shot. His expression became serious. In particular, we want to emphasize Louis' eyes. He recalled the original script. According to the initial acting plan, Louis' death brought a sense of emptiness and pointlessness. Moo Young asked himself, but if I follow the lighting director's words and focus on Louis, a warm smile appeared on his face. Maybe it will create a more dramatic performance than the original script. He nodded in response. I understand. I will follow your direction. The assistant director turned to announce, okay, let us recheck the schedule first. Moo Young bowed. I look forward to working with you. Tae-kyung was also very polite. I also look forward to working with everyone. Hyo-jing seemed to remember something. I have a drama shoot on location in 2 months. A staff member was surprised. Hyo-jong's manager said it was not certain yet. Yoona's mother also explained. Yoona has to ensure enough school attendance days after the new semester starts. Everyone was a bit flustered. Then on this day, Moo Young thought to himself, as for me, I just need to subtract the time for final exams, so I do not have much else to say. The assistant director reminded everyone. Alright. Then the schedule is finalized like this. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, good work everyone. See you tomorrow. Bring the props over here. Moo Young turned to leave with his manager. Hyojong put her hand to her face. Why is my face so itchy today? Was it an insect bite? Take a look at me. Late in the evening, Moo Young returned to the dorm. I am home. Minjun was surprised. The star is here. It is getting hard to see you these days. Youngju reminded him. Come in. Moo Young, in his hand, he carried a pile of Mr. Manhwa. Metal Pharmaceuticals. Youngju curiously approached. What is that? He explained. It is sponsorship goods. They told me to try them and post on SNS. Minjun was a bit surprised. A sponsorship already. A moment ago at the Big Win Entertainment office, Jiam Dong placed a set of cosmetics in front of him. Moo Young here. He did not forget to announce. The cosmetic set you said you would review last time. He was a bit surprised. Why is there so much? Gum Dong laughed and recounted. They must be very confident in their products. They said it is okay to give an honest review. He continued to instruct, you just need to post within a month, so take your time trying it out and then give your opinion. Moo Young looked at the pharmaceuticals in his hand. I must use it carefully and review it thoroughly to be sure. He kept examining the medicinal set. First, Moo Young poured a small amount onto his hand. He felt something was wrong. Wait. The other two were very curious. What is wrong? He stepped closer for a better look. I think there is something inside. Hyungju was surprised. What are you talking about? Minjun felt confused. Really, I do not see anything. Moo Young held the cosmetic bottle in his hand. Don't you see these tiny particles inside? Everyone was confused. It looks transparent though. He discovered something unusual. It is shimmering. A thought occurred to him. Could it be pollen? Mu-young then suggested, you guys should try applying this. The two tried it. Is this high-end stuff? He gave an awkward smile. Probably. Late in the evening, the car sped down the road. Kyung-min turned and announced, I am going to drive a bit faster. Sorry. The news came so suddenly. Mu-young shook his head. Why are you apologizing? The story was retold, because Senior Hyo-jong had to be hospitalized unexpectedly. His filming schedule was moved up urgently. It was early dawn, and they were on their way to the set. He was a bit worried. Is Senior Hyo-jong okay? He sighed and shook his head. I am not sure yet. We will probably have to get there first to understand the specific situation. The scene shifted to inside the set. Mu-young hurried inside. I am here. Everyone was very surprised. You got here fast, Mu? Go to makeup first. Yes, he asked curiously. Where is the junior who usually does my makeup? The makeup artist explained. She went to the hospital with the team leader and Ms. Hyo-jong. Mu-young wondered, why go there? She sighed and recounted, I heard Ms. Hyo-jong's skin got irritated because of the skincare we use on set, though it is not confirmed yet. Mu-young's expression suddenly changed. What? He turned and asked. She got skin irritation from Dr. Gendorol Fertegaran. Matter skincare. Though surprised, the makeup artist still nodded in agreement. She continued to explain, I heard it was Dr. Matter. Mu-young asked himself, isn't that the same skincare I was sponsored with? He suddenly became suspicious. The cosmetics, where I saw pollen inside. Mu-young asked himself in a daze, what on earth is happening? After thinking for a bit, he was confused. Is the skin irritation really caused by Dr. Matter's skincare? Thinking of this, he turned and asked, Miss Withma, it is not just Miss Hyo-jong who uses that, right? The makeup artist nodded. That is right. Everyone who gets makeup here uses the same kind. He felt suspicious. So will this product be removed from the set starting today? She replied thoughtfully. Not for sure, but it is possible. For celebrities, appearance is everything. I heard they are even considering a lawsuit. A moment later, the makeup artist reminded him, done. Don't worry about it. Just focus on your acting. Mu-young smiled in understanding. Yes, thank you. A staff member called out Mu-young is finished with makeup. Another voice replied from the other side. Wait a moment, we are cleaning up the set. Mu-young thought to himself, right, the review for Dr. S.'s Matter. I will be busy once filming starts. I should write it now while I can. Kyung-min suddenly walked in. Mu-young, are you ready? He nodded. Yes, I am done, manager. He felt curious. What are you doing? He smiled and explained. I am about to send the Dr. Matter review for approval. Kyung-min immediately suggested, let me see. Mu-young had written a long post. The scent is very pleasant and I like it a lot. It is not sticky, and more than that, it feels great on the skin. For me, it works well, but it seems it is not suitable for my colleagues. Their skin got irritated, so they are currently at the hospital for a checkup. He quickly called out, Mu-young, I do not think you should write sentences like that. He was very surprised. Why? I was given permission to write an honest review. Kyung-min continued to suggest. I think it is better to delete the part mentioning your colleagues before sending it. A staff member entered and called out, Mu-young, get ready. He nodded in response. Startled. When he turned his head, he was a bit dazed. I accidentally sent it. The scene shifted to inside the set. Mu-young entered and introduced himself awkwardly. Hello everyone, I am Ha Mu-young. Everyone's expressions were a bit blank, which caught his attention. It turned out they called in too many extras and needed someone to stand in urgently. Kyung-moon ran over happily. Mu-young, thanks for coming. He nodded. Hello director, I happen to be free. He continued to explain. First we have scene 77 163, and 3 it is a continuous running sequence. He did not forget to instruct. Wait a bit, let me check the movement positions. Assistant director, did you discuss the checkpoints with the team leader? He nodded and announced, yes, no problem. After a moment's thought, Kyung-moon suggested, good, Mu-young is here, so let us film scene 69 today as well. He had a bad premonition. Louise's final scene. Although filming a death scene does not mean all filming is finished, he at least thought they would film this next week. He turned and said to him, now, if you are ready, let us begin. He nodded in agreement. Yes. Time moved to late afternoon. Kyung-moon seemed very pleased. Alright, cut. Mu-young was so tired he sat on the ground to breathe. Yuna approached him worriedly. Are you okay? It must be exhausting running while carrying Yuna like this. He turned to comfort her. It is okay. Even without carrying you, running in this heat is already tiring. The girl was a bit worried. But what should we do? You have to film the next scene right away. Young turned to look at the set. It was finally time for scene 69. His eyes brightened. The last sky that Louis sees. Kyung-moon walked up and called out, Mu-young, fix your makeup and let us film. The sky is beautiful right now. It is best to shoot before it gets dark. He nodded. Got it. The assistant director announced, Jin's gang will surround you and pretend to kick Louis randomly. Right, just make kicking motions, but you should still protect your head carefully. While being hit, resist a little and grab the ankle of the person next to you once. He nodded. Yes. Kyung-moon continued to instruct Mu-young. After the beating, when acting out the dying scene, we will use an E-light. Don't panic, and just keep acting smoothly. He followed obediently. Got it. He called out, now, everyone into position. Mu-young felt something was off. I do not. He looked up at the sky. Louis's final moment. The next scene commenced. The crowd kept kicking Mu-young. Die. You bastard. Kyung-min, standing to the side, was also worried. Is it because they are from an action school? Even without sound effects, it looks so intense. Kyung-moon felt very satisfied. Very good. What? Mu-young was lying miserably on the ground. Young-min hurried forward. Mu-young, why have not you stood up yet? Yuna immediately gestured for him to be quiet. Kyung-moon said to everyone, Mu-young, you are still acting, right? Bring the slate here. Film it right now. Director. Lighting. Yes. Very quickly, the next scene began filming. Ready, action. Kyung-moon realized something was unusual. Everyone immediately became silent. Mu-young was acting through the stage of dying. A tear rolled down his face. Kyung-moon whispered a reminder. Director, ready. Taek-kyung held the light and pointed it directly at Mu-young. The light in his eyes suddenly appeared. It was a scene that would break anyone's heart who saw it. The entire set suddenly went silent. Kyung-moon was very satisfied. Cut. Taek-kyung turned and said, it is done, director. He nodded in praise. Thanks to director Lee Taek-kyung's idea, everything went smoothly. Everyone was overjoyed. Good work, everyone. That was amazing. Mu-young lay still on the ground, looking up at the sky. Young-min called out, Ma-young, come here to remove your makeup. Hee-jun reminded him, leave him be for a moment. He turned his head in confusion. Yes, he continued to analyze. After acting like that, how can he snap out of the role immediately? Hee-jun was certain of his decision. Let him stay immersed in the afterglow. Mu-young lay still on the ground. The first moment of death he had ever experienced. The first time seeing off a character, a thought appeared in his mind. I wanted to become Louis. He felt an unusual pang of sadness. Let us wait and see. Ha Mo-young's Louis. Let us meet again in the summer as Louis. He remembered Yu Chan's sad smile. Congratulations on your debut, Mo-young. As for me, I am going to apply for an audition for the Plague. He smiled and waved. Thanks to you, I have learned a lot about acting. Goodbye. Time moved to late at night. Mu-young smiled and called out, Yuna, come on now. The girl burst into tears. Rui. The manager nearby remarked. It seems Mu-young's acting was so good that Yuna is too immersed. He gave the girl a piece of candy. Here, eat this chocolate and cheer up. Hee-jun walked up annoyedly and asked, are you still like this? He continued to tease Yuna. With your eyes swollen like this, you won't be able to film tomorrow, will you? The girl was very angry. I do not care, it is all Jin's fault, Mo-young asked her helplessly. Geez, crying again. He pointed at the girl. It is okay now. You be careful too. There is no Rui to protect you anymore. Yuna screamed angrily. Mom, Mo-young sighed and looked at him. Senior, really? He asked curiously. You are not changing your clothes, he explained shyly. I came in a hurry and did not expect to be rolling around like this, so I did not bring any clothes. It seemed Hee-jun was looking at him with an evaluative gaze. He suddenly asked, Sister, do you have any spare clothes? A staff member announced with a nod. What clothes? I have a t-shirt. He pointed at Mu-young. Give that to him. He was a bit surprised. Hee-jun did not forget to add, today it is like you were the only one working hard. It is annoying to watch. He smiled in surprise. Weren't I the one working the hardest? He was surprised when he saw him talk back. Mu-young quickly bowed. No, if you give it to me, I will accept it with gratitude. Thank you. He could not help but praise. Next time, buy the exact same thing, and bring it. You are too good. In his heart, Hee-jun also knew clearly. Ha Mo-young was the only one who could play Rui. He could not forget that scene. Although he did not want to admit it, he had completely proven it with his acting just now. This surprised him even more. If he is only a rookie at this level, then in the far future, his talent is enviable enough to be infuriating. Hee-jun seemed to remember something. Remember to thank Hyo-jong later. If Hyo-jong had not been substituted, we might not have been able to film the video today. He nodded happily. Yes, thank you for your concern. Realizing something, he quickly turned away. Who am I concerned about? That is ridiculous. Kyung-moon put a hand on his shoulder. Mu-young, he was extremely happy. You worked hard today. Thank you for coming despite being called on short notice. He also had to remark, it is hard to believe you were added so suddenly, but your acting was superb. Especially scene 69. It was truly wonderful. The other directors are all satisfied too. Everyone kept discussing, Mu-young really is no joke. Seriously, he also felt relieved. That is a relief. Thank you. Kyung-moon seemed to remember something. Actually, I have this kind of jinx. He was very curious. A jinx, he spoke his mind. The scenes that I am satisfied with ending in just one take, somehow, always become hot topics. Like the scene of Dongsu wiping the floor in parasitic hormone and the scene of Ray kissing at the end in the candy shop. How Mu Young immediately remembered those scenes. Those scenes. He bowed politely. Thank you, it is all thanks to the directors. Kyung Moon quickly waved it off. It is nothing. In his heart, he suddenly felt an unusual sense of emptiness. He thought in silence for a long time. If it were not for the pollen, I might have had a hard time meeting Rui. Mu Young looked at his hands. But what the pollen brought was only an opportunity. In the end, what proves everything is oneself. He suddenly became expectant. Today, I have grown once again. I want to see it in theaters so badly. Time moved to late at night. Dakyung was still working as usual. An assistant hurried in to report, "Director, something big has happened." She looked up in confusion. "What is it? You sound scared." She was the director of Dr. Matter. The assistant quickly reported, "Director, Joy Enter contacted us just now. Actress Hyo Jong used our product and her skin is completely broken out in rashes." Her expression changed instantly. "What?" the assistant said helplessly. "We sponsored the products through the makeup art staff, so they will demand damages from both them and us." She continued to question, "How serious is the condition?" The assistant sighed. "I heard they had to cancel the filming schedule and she was hospitalized." Dakyung did not know what to do. Setting aside the skin-related lawsuit, it involved actress Hyo Jong, who is known for being difficult. She sat in silent thought for a long time. It seemed she had made a decision. "I probably have to meet her in person." The assistant nodded. "Yes, I think you should do that." A staff member hurried over. "Director, are you busy?" Dakyung nodded. "Very busy. There is an emergency." She recounted flusteredly. Ha Mo-young just sent feedback on the sponsored product. He is fine, but he mentioned that his colleague's skin broke out in rashes. She suddenly stood up. "Ha Mo-young, the one in director Jin Kyung-moon's project, right?" The assistant nodded. "I think so." Dakyung was curious. "He is filming with Hyo Jong." She called out, "Give me Ha Mo-young's contact number." Time moved to late at night. Young Min turned and reminded him. "Hyo Jong said she will take a few more days off, so we decided to film your part first." Mo-young nodded. "I think that is better than letting the schedule pile up at the end." He laughed. "Right," he was still thinking, "is it really because of Dr. Matter? I am perfectly fine." He was very curious. "You have been captivated by that brand." Mo-young thought to himself, "I can't exactly say it is because of the pollen." Being a bit tired, he leaned his head against the car door. He still felt very suspicious. "I keep thinking it is strange. There is no way there would be pollen in a product from a brand that easily encounters issues like that." Mo-young suddenly felt suspicious. What did the senior eat by mistake back then? Young Min shook his head. "Probably nothing. Hyo Jong is on a diet. She even drinks very little water." He nodded in understanding. "I see." Looking at the candy, he was quite surprised. "The chocolate I bought for Yuna." Mo-young blamed himself. "There is so much left. I should have just given it all to Yuna." Remembering something, his expression suddenly changed. "Wait a minute," he recalled. "Didn't Senior Hyo Jong eat something on set?" Right then, Mo-young's car suddenly stopped at the destination. He glanced behind him. Dakyung had also driven up. She immediately stepped out of the car. "Ha Mo-young," he nodded. "Yes, hello." She introduced herself. "Hello, I am Han Dakyung, representative of Dr. Matter." She was a bit flustered. "It is truly an emergency, so I took the liberty of contacting you. Thank you for coming." He smiled and shook his head. "It is nothing." Not wanting to waste time, she spoke up. "You look tired, so I will get straight to the point." Dakyung continued to explain. "An actor had an issue while using our product on set." He had already guessed it. "It is Hyo Jong, right?" He was quite surprised. "Yes, how did you know?" She shared what she knew. "The company received a complaint. Just a moment ago, Mo-young, you mentioned a colleague having a problem." He was curious. "That is right. And then what?" Dakyung searched through her bag. "I want to ask a few things. This is important for the company, so I hope you will answer honestly." She was very curious. "The basic skincare product Hyo Jong used. You used the same one too, right?" Mo-young spoke without hiding anything. "That is what I heard. Everyone getting makeup used that same product." She started recording. "Did Hyo Jong have an unusual reaction from the first day of use?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "I am not really sure about that." She nodded in understanding. "I see." Dakyung had her own calculations. What else did she need to ask? If Hyo Jong really sued, she needed to gather as much information from the set as possible. Mo-young suddenly felt worried. Senior Hyo Jong's condition was serious. "I heard she even had to be hospitalized." She thought to herself. The hospital they mentioned is actually an aesthetic dermatology clinic in Cheongdam-dong. It seems Mo-young does not know that yet. Dakyung gave a forced smile. "It is probably not serious enough to worry about. Is there anything else you can tell me?" She was expectant. "This is really important to me." Mu Young became awkward. I really do not know anything else. She smiled apologetically. You must be exhausted. I am sorry for waking you up like this. Go inside and get some rest. Mu Young suddenly noticed some pollen. Those were the pollen particles appearing on her hand. Dak Young saw him acting strange and turned back. What is it? Did you remember something? He quickly shook his head. No, it is nothing. She turned to leave. Thanks anyway. I feel bad for calling you out so urgently without bringing anything for you. She pointed in one direction. How about I buy you some snacks at the convenience store? Mo Young shook his head and declined. It is okay. His expression suddenly changed. Come to think of it, as she was leaving, he called out. Wait, after thinking for a moment, Mo Young decided to say, maybe you should suggest Senior Hyo Jong get an allergy test. He had noticed something unusual. Hyo Jong was on a diet, but she kept saying a certain snack was delicious and ate it constantly. Dak Young's face brightened. Do you know what kind of snack it was? Mu Young shook his head blankly. I am not sure. I just remember it was a new kind of snack. It had a nutty flavor. She nodded. Dak Young waved goodbye. I understand. Thank you so much. He nodded. Go get some rest now. Until she got into her car, Mu Young bowed politely. He yawned several times from exhaustion. That pollen just now. I probably did not see it wrong just because I am tired, right? Inside the hospital, Hyo Jong screamed. This is so frustrating. She was going crazy with anger. What am I supposed to do with my skin like this? She threw the mirror aside. I have spent so much money here. Why is not this clearing up? The assistant smiled and comforted her. Just take the medicine and monitor the situation for now. Hyo Jong nodded and asked. Fine. Has that cosmetic company contacted us yet? She quickly reported. Yes, but they asked if you are allergic to anything. She replied irritably. I told them no. How many times do I have to say it? The assistant explained awkwardly. Dr. Buffett. Matter said we should do an allergy test before negotiating. Hyo Jong sighed helplessly. How ridiculous. She immediately decided. Fine, let us do it. Once it is done, I will demand an explanation. If it is not an allergy, just they wait, I will make them pay. The assistant then suggested, I am going to go buy some coffee. I will get your usual right. She nodded and lay down. Hyo Jong did not forget to remind her, hey, on your way back, buy me those snacks too. Kong Kong chips. On the set, the assistant director asked, Director, is the weather okay today? Kyung-moon sighed and replied, probably not. Filming a dystopia when the weather is this beautiful is a problem. He nodded and continued, it is sunny with no shade, so we are exhausted before even filming. We have 70 extras today. He immediately decided, let us just use CG to fix the sky. Quickly prepare and start filming. Meanwhile, Mo Young was focused on reading the script. Yuna turned and asked, Brother, is studying fun? He shook his head. No. A bright smile appeared on his face. Yuna, in the future, make sure to choose a major you are truly interested in. The girl nodded happily. I want to join the acting department. Mo Young blamed himself. Final exams are approaching. Filming and studying at the same time makes for slow progress. I have to keep my spot in the dorm. Yuna seemed to remember something. Oh right. She turned and announced, someone contacted the company. They said they want to know about that snack. He was a bit surprised. The snack? The girl nodded. They said they were curious which kind you always carry around. Mu Young recalled what he had told Dak Young. That person was on a diet but the snack Yuna gave her was so good she kept eating it. His face turned thoughtful. It seems Dr. Matter contacted Yuna's agency. Come to think of it, is there a link between what I said about the snack and the pollen the director noticed? He asked himself, or are they just separate incidents? Kyung-moon suddenly called out. What are you doing? Get out here. Both were startled and dazed. The two immediately looked outside. What is happening? An argument broke out. Don't stand there. Get out of there right now. Don't touch that expensive equipment. Jung Gil spoke up hurriedly and awkwardly. I am sorry. He scratched his head sheepishly. It was so hot. I was just looking for a spot in the shade. The staff member was very angry. You are an extra. Where is the extra manager? Why are people wandering around like this? Young Gil immediately shook his head. Never mind. I will move myself. He sighed as he walked away. Set free. He sounds like he is talking about a dog. Yuna suddenly called out, Uncle. Mu Young pointed to his side. Come over here. There is shade here. He was surprised. Me. He nodded and replied. Yes. The girl waved obediently. You uncle. As soon as he sat down, Mu Young started a conversation. It seems everyone is easily irritated because it is so hot, right? Young Gil nodded. Yes. He introduced himself. I am Ha Mu Young. He replied. I know. The role of Louis. I am Hoon Jung Gil, an extra from the broadcast story crew. He turned to look at him. It has been a long wait today, has not it? He sighed. Compared to TV dramas, this is better. I once waited 19 hours just to film 10 minutes. Mu Young became curious. Do you specialize in TV dramas? He gave a sad smile. Specialized for extras like us, specializing does not really matter. No matter how hard we work, all the spotlight eventually goes to the lead actors anyway. Hearing him say that, Moo-young felt a bit awkward. Just then, Hee-jun arrived holding bags and announced, "Everyone, I am back." He continued to call out, "It is hot, is not it? Everyone, have a cold coffee." The staff were surprised. "What is this? Hee-jun is treating." His face became cheerful. "It is so hot, and you are all working so hard." He continued to explain, "This is only natural." Hee-jun thought to himself, actually, these past few days, he was a bit helpless. After Louis's death scene, rumors spread among the staff that he was outshined as Louis because of Ha Mo-young's powerful acting. He had tried a few ways to fix it. He felt a surge of jealousy. Honestly, even he had to admit Ha Mo-young's acting was on another level. If he could not change public opinion with skill, he handed coffee to everyone. "Drink up while it is cold." In his heart, Hee-jun knew, at least I have to spend some money to play the part. Everyone found it hard to believe. "Thanks? Why is Hee-jun acting so strange today?" Yuna ran over quickly. "Uncle, what about mine?" He gave a forced smile. "Sorry, I only have coffee." He then tossed a can to Moo-young. "Ha Moo-young, you have one too." Hee-jun was a bit surprised when he glanced at the man. "Who is that person next to you?" Jung-gil became flustered and scratched his head. Before he could finish, he turned his face away. "Yes, good work everyone." His face looked increasingly awkward. Moo-young decided to give the drink to him. "Uncle, you drink this." Jung-gil quickly declined. "No need, you drink it." He smiled and explained. "I do not drink coffee, really." He then accepted it. "Is that so?" "Thank you." Jung-gil turned and said, "But my colleagues are here too. It would be strange if I am the only one enjoying this, so I will drink it later." Moo-young nodded. "Yes." Kyung-moon suddenly called out, "Ha Mo-young, are you there?" He quickly responded, "Yes." Seeing the coffee truck in front of him, left him surprised. "What is this?" A man announced to the entire film crew. "Zerotum and Bin sent a coffee truck for Ha Mo-young. We have prepared a lot, so everyone come and have a drink." Everyone was extremely surprised. "Moo-young, are you friends with Bin?" He nodded. "We filmed a web drama together." Everyone showed expectant smiles. "That is awesome. Can I have one too?" The extras were a bit awkward. "Can we have some too?" Moo-young's expression instantly changed. Of course, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He did not really know what was happening either. He gestured for everyone to come over. His voice rang out, "Of course, since it is here, we should enjoy it properly. Everyone, please drink as much as you want." Everyone's mood became excited. "I am going to enjoy this." "Moo-young, thank you, I want some juice too." Moo-young thought to himself. "I have to take a photo." Kyung-min hurried over. "What is this?" he asked in surprise. "Moo-young, what is going on?" He turned to look at him. "Manager, he recounted, and Bin sent a coffee truck without even telling me." His expression changed instantly. "What, a coffee truck? You two really are close." Min held the phone for Moo-young. "Since it is like this, we have to take a grand commemorative photo. Stand over there, let me take it for you." He nodded. "Yes." And so, Moo-young got a picture of a lifetime next to the coffee truck. He then asked, "Are you going to post the photo on SNS?" "I plan to contact Bin to thank him." Kyung-min smiled and nodded. Of course, he seemed to remember something. Before that, he announced with a smile, "Dr. John Matter just contacted us. It is confirmed that Hyo-jong has an allergy." He nodded. "Just as I suspected." Moo-young continued, "I told the director of Dr. Matter to do the test." Kyung-min could not hide his surprise. "What? You told them?" He scratched his head sheepishly. "Yes, there was no need to hide it." He said to himself, or Hyo-jong's side, it is definitely something that had to be kept secret. Kyung-min reminded him awkwardly. "What you told them? You must keep it a secret forever." Though surprised, Moo-young still nodded. "Yes." A staff member called out, "Moo-young, come take a photo." He nodded. "Yes, I will be there in a second." Kyung-min agreed. The staff member smiled and pulled out a phone. "Come here." He nodded. "Yes. Can I tag Bin too?" This situation made Hee-jun extremely angry. He kept screaming internally. "Seriously, Ha Mo-young?" Right after that, Bin called. "Ha Mo-young, did you get it? It is Bin's coffee truck." He nodded happily and replied, "It was a real surprise. Thank you so much." He was a bit awkward. "Which way should I bow to thank you, Soul?" He laughed loudly. Fine. Just post the certification photo." Moo-young said firmly. Of course. Hearing a melody playing, left him surprised. "What is that? Are you making music?" He continued to remind him, "It seems I am busy again. Let us talk later." Bin understood. Alright. Remembering something, he hurriedly called out, "Wait. Where did you say you studied acting?" "The youngest in our group wants to learn acting, so I was thinking of recommending it." Moo-young smiled and replied, "It is BV Academy. I will leave the contact info for you." He nodded happily. "Thanks, see you later." He suddenly felt proud. "Teacher, I did it, Bin. I will definitely be successful too. Then I will go to your concert and send several coffee trucks like this." Just wait for me, the assistant director called out. AC-86 into position, Group 86, gather up. Jung-gil immediately turned and replied, yes, I am coming. Moo-young was extremely surprised. It turned out to be a scene shared with Eun and Jung-gil. A staff member hurried over and asked worriedly, assistant director, have you seen Cigarette 1 anywhere? He turned his head in surprise. What? He questioned helplessly. We are about to film, where did he disappear to? Another staff member reported, assistant director, Cigarette 1, said he had an emergency and went home. The assistant director was in total despair. What, is he crazy? The director personally picked every role through casting, the staff member continued. The Cigarette 1 role is just a small one. There is only one line in scene 86. Let us find someone with experience to fill in for now. He looked up helplessly. But who should I give it to? After a moment's thought, the assistant director stepped forward and called out. Now, everyone pay attention here for a moment. He asked everyone, does anyone here have years of experience? The extras whispered in surprise. What is going on? It seems there is an open role. Jung-gil raised his hand and explained, I have been doing this for about 10 years. The assistant director immediately proposed. Very good. Come over here. You can handle one line, right? I will explain the movements. The pay is double, paid in cash. He nodded in agreement. Yes, Moo-young glanced at Yuna. Great, the assistant director continued to remind them, alright, just walk to here. Be careful not to step out of the camera's frame. Practice first. I am going to check the equipment. Jung-gil followed obediently. Yes. He thought sadly to himself, it has been 10 years and I finally got a second line. Moo-young suddenly cheered him on, uncle, just relax. Yuna smiled. Fighting. He suddenly felt an unusual sense of relief. Fighting. The assistant director hurried to remind them. Alright, do you remember all the movements? Come here. He was a bit awkward. You are the shop owner, right? Do you have any spare cigarettes? His expression did not look very good. Moo-young realized something was off. The movement path, both of them hurriedly pointed the way for Jung-gil. To the right, he sighed and blamed himself. He almost stepped out of the path. Back toward the camera, Jung-gil quickly approached the roadside shop, catching their attention. He suddenly asked, you are the shop owner, right? Do you have any spare cigarettes? The assistant director nodded. Cut. Very good. He breathed a sigh of relief. It is finally done. Moo-young praised. You did great, uncle. Suddenly he felt very proud. Thank you. The assistant director continued to remind them, attach the camera toward Louis and Jenny, filming now. He reminded himself, now it is me and Yuna's turn. Focus. The lens pointed directly at the two. Ready, action. Both their faces immediately switched to acting mode. Watching this scene, Jung-gil could not help but be surprised. He asked himself, the young man who was just smiling kindly earlier. Is he really the same person? The assistant director was very satisfied with this shot. Good job, Moo-young stood up and bowed. You worked hard, uncle. He hurriedly waved his hands. Moo-young, you too, a staff member called out. Moo-young, can you come here for a second? He nodded. Yes, he had to admit, having been in the business for 10 years, he had never been this shocked. This kid is something else. Jung-gil watched his back as he left. With talent at this level, whether he succeeded or not was not the question anymore. The question was just how successful he would become. A few days passed, and Senior Hyo-jong returned to the set safely. The piled-up schedule made it hard for her, but she seemed to be holding on. She tried to act indifferent in front of everyone, even though her face still had small blotches. Luckily there were no more serious symptoms. The assistant director reminded him. Moo-young, get ready. There are many scenes left with Hyo-jong, so hurry up. He followed obediently. Yes, he noticed something was not right, which caught his attention. He looked at the sky gradually turning into evening. Now he could truly see the end of the shoot. The next morning, Kyung-moon announced to everyone, cut. Let us take a short break and then continue. The filming schedule was coming to an end, and today was the final day of recording for the movie. Moo-young suddenly felt a sense of loss. The end of the plague was like this. Inside the closed gates, humans turned on each other. Yuna silently witnessed this scene, only one lonely child standing amidst the ruins, her eyes staring blankly into the void. Time passed, and the gate finally opened. At that moment, a soldier suddenly heard a rustling sound in the darkness. Moo-young smiled and thought to himself, it really is an open ending. No one knows who eventually survived. He was extremely excited. He really looked forward to seeing what kind of theories the audience would come up with after the movie. Yuna ran happily toward him. Brother Moo-young. She smiled awkwardly. You did not have a scene today, but you still came. Thank you so much. Today's scene seems a bit scary. He leaned down and patted her head. This is Janie's final scene, after all. Of course Louis has to be here to witness it. A staff member called out, Yuna, over here. She ran over obediently. Coming, he watched her back. It was finally Janie's last scene. Even he felt nervous. Realizing something, the girl suddenly stopped. She turned back to tell Moyoung, "You have to watch closely, okay?" Yuna showed a bright smile. Just as Janie had Louis by her side in her final moment, this time Louis would be here when Janie finished her journey. Kyungmoon shouted, "Ready?" Moyoung suddenly felt anxious. The director's command came, "Action!" The scene became chaotic. The crowd jostled and pushed each other. Only Yuna stood still. Moyoung kept his eyes on her the whole time. He had to admit, right now Yuna looked as if she were staring directly at him through the lens. His expression suddenly changed. No, he realized something. Right now the person Janie was looking at was, a thought appeared in his mind. Louis. Kyungmoon suddenly gestured. Hee-jun also did an excellent job with his role. He held a club and charged straight at Yuna. The lens quickly captured this moment, but the girl's face showed no fear at all. Kyungmoon shouted joyfully, "Cut! Good work, everyone." Unable to hold it in any longer, Yuna immediately burst into tears. Hee-jun pointed at her. "Hey, she is crying. Crying again." The girl screamed. "Uncle, shut up." A staff member asked. "Director, we are taking a commemorative photo, right?" He nodded. "Of course. Everyone, and the extras too, please gather up." Moyoung suddenly felt an unusual sense of happiness. So the filming of The Plague had officially come to a close. Throughout this time, had he grown much? And, he asked himself, how much further can I go in the future? A woman reminded everyone. "Alright, prepare for the photo." Moyoung and Yuna shouted together, "The Plague, fighting." The filming of The Plague was officially over. He knew clearly in his heart that this was not the end. There was still a long road ahead, passing through post-production editing, CG processing, voice dubbing, not to mention working with the promotion team to adjust the release schedule, but he was not worried at all. There was still a lot to be done before the movie officially hit theaters. As for him, what was he doing during that time? Moyoung focused more on self-development. He had received an invitation to play the lead role in a youth film, but it was the role of a lead singer in a band, so he had started practicing singing to prepare for the audition. Time passed, waiting for no one, and soon the day before the premiere of The Plague arrived. Moyoung was extremely nervous. Tomorrow, the movie he was in would officially debut. He looked at his phone screen. He was both excited and nervous. There was the photo he took with Yuna. He looked forward to it greatly. More and more people were recognizing and supporting him. Moyoung looked up at the sky. This attention might be a bit much for him, but for now, he was just a newly rising star. However, he was confident. He looked forward to the future. Before long, he would become a star that shone brighter than ever. Moyoung showed a bright smile. He suddenly reminded himself, I have to sleep early. I still have to prepare for the premiere tomorrow. And so, the day of the premiere screening of The Plague arrived. It was not just at 10 major theaters in Seoul, but there were also schedules in major cities like Incheon, Gwangju, Daehan, Daegu, and Busan. The movie attracted a lot of attention. A tour around major metropolitan areas had been planned. Kyung Min called out, "Moyoung, we are going on stage to greet the audience before the movie starts." He nodded. Yes. Inside the theater, everyone was waiting expectantly. Hee-jun and the others from the production stepped onto the stage. Shouts rang out, "Lee Hee-jun! Yao Jong! So handsome." Moyoung suddenly noticed something unexpected. He looked at the girls who were constantly cheering for him. "Wait, I have fans too. Thank you, everyone." Then came the introductions. "I am Yu Yuna, playing the female lead Janie. Hello, I am Moyoung, playing Louis. I am Lee Hee-jun, playing the villain Jin, who always causes trouble for those two." After a brief introduction, everyone took their seats. His heart was pounding with excitement. He was finally going to watch Epidemic. Curious, he spoke up, "Yuna, where are you going? The movie is about to start." The girl looked a bit flustered. "I am not old enough to watch it." Moyoung was startled, realizing, right, this movie is age-restricted. Moyoung chuckled and suggested, "In that case, I will watch it and tell you all about it later." Yuna obediently waved goodbye to him. The lights went out, and he immediately turned serious. "It is starting." The opening scene showed a protest. "The government must compensate. Compensate us." An explosion appeared before his eyes, making Moyoung marvel. "The CG effects are really well done." Inside a room, Yuna called out in despair. "Louis." The door opened, and he was sitting inside. His face looked incredibly pitiful. Moyoung asked himself, "Is that really me?" He quickly shook his head. "That is not me. That is Louis." He was almost moved to tears, making a fictional character come alive and becoming someone other than himself. He realized that was the essence of acting. The scene cut to a group of people beating Moyoung to death. It was the scene where he lay weak on the ground. The audience was stunned. Moyoung quickly overheard someone gasping in awe. He suddenly felt embarrassed. "I feel so shy, but I also kind of love this." Near the end of the film, a soldier held a gun and went to check the situation. He noticed something that caught his attention. He approached the inside of the room. The door slowly creaked open. Everyone in the theater fell silent. Their expressions suddenly shifted. Moyoung watched the film in silence. The movie had ended. He looked up at the sky and discovered pollen flying everywhere. And so, the movie spread through word of mouth, attracting audiences at a dizzying speed. Thanks to that, not only the lead actors but also I became busier than ever. Then one day, Young shouted in confusion. Is Epidemic about to be pulled from theaters? Dong smiled and told him. Why the long face? It is being released on OTT instead, which means you will get a decent payout from that too. He was a bit hesitant. That is good. But, Dong asked in surprise. But what? Young asked dejectedly, so I won't be able to get the 10 million ticket actor title. Hearing this, Dong was shocked. What? You, a rookie who just debuted, are already aiming for the 10 million mark? Young asked him back, puzzled. Is that not allowed? He placed a hand on Young's shoulder. Of course it is. Dong continued to praise him. Even without that title yet, look at how your value is skyrocketing in real time. With your keen eye, the opportunity will surely come again. These words deeply touched Young. He nodded happily in agreement. Yes, time passed. Starting this journey with Ji, I had entered the second life of my own. On the surface, I seemed to be sailing smoothly through the entertainment world, but I knew well that I had only just set sail. He reminded himself that on this journey, storms and rapid currents would constantly threaten his dreams, yet he cherished it deeply. Being here made him feel the happiest, and that was why he would continue to move forward, embracing his dream until the very end. Young Min called out from the parking lot, Young, let us go, the next schedule is waiting. Get in the car, hurry. He nodded, coming. In his heart, he was curious. What kind of role will I get to transform into next time? The trial screening of Epidemic was a huge success. Let us turn back the clock to the time leading up to the premiere. Young's daily life also began to change. Kyung Min asked, Young, are you worried because you do not have a place to stay? He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, yes, I have to leave the dormitory when the break starts. After thinking for a bit, Kyung Min suggested, if it is okay with you, stay at the office. The chairman will understand. Young politely declined. Thank you, but since there is no place to wash up, a goshi one would probably be better. Kyung Min was about to say more. If I did not live with my parents, I would have told you to come to my house. Young rejected the idea. It is okay, I will figure something out. Young suddenly fumbled for his phone. A call at this hour. Young Min turned back and told him, if it is Dr. Bit matter, I have already contacted them. They said they will wait until the schedule ends. His face showed a bit of surprise, but he answered the phone anyway. This was 7 months before the premiere of Epidemic. Dakyung said over the phone. Mr. Bikshu. Young, you have heard about it, right, about Mrs. Ethan Hyojong's allergy. Regarding that, Hyojong herself had absolutely no idea. He nodded and replied, yes, since she is very careful about self-management, she definitely would not have eaten it if she knew. He sighed softly. Anyway, it is lucky it was caught in time before anything serious happened. Dakyung agreed, exactly. Without you, Young, we would have struggled. She is a high-value actress, so the company really could not afford the fallout. He nodded gently. Yes, while thinking to himself, I have to move out before the break and I have no idea where to put my stuff. I wonder how many hours of sleep I will get today. She did not forget to mention, the other company promised to send a formal apology letter. I am truly grateful to you. Young felt a bit awkward. I did not really do anything. He looked out at the sky. Among all these buildings, he did not have a single place to call home. Suddenly, Dakyung asked, actually, do you need anything? Young instinctively blurted out, a house. She nodded. Yes. His expression changed instantly. What? No, Dakyung seemed a bit troubled. It turns out their appearance fees are quite high, huh? He repeatedly explained, I am so sorry, I was just exhausted and started talking nonsense. She asked curiously, it is fine, but do you need a place to stay right away? Young did not know where to start. Actually, I have to move out of the dorm soon so I am a bit overwhelmed. Regardless, I am sorry, please forget I said that. He tried to end the conversation quickly. I am very embarrassed and tired, so can we hang up here? I am glad the director's work is going well. I hope everything goes smoothly in the future too. As soon as he hung up, Young scolded himself. I am so stupid. What an idiot. Kyung Min, while driving, reminded him, get some sleep. Sleep is the main issue right now. The time skipped to the next morning. Dakyung stretched in her office. She thought to herself, a house. Since he mentioned a dormitory, it seems like he really does need one. Suddenly, a young man stepped inside. Dakyung. He handed her a card. Here, an invitation to a charity party from your new sister-in-law. She immediately refused. I do not have time. I have been working overtime lately. He sighed and reminded her, if you do not go this time, mother will find an excuse to criticize you. Dakyung looked him in the eye. You will speak up for me, won't you? The story unfolded. Cielo, Korea's leading cosmetics brand. Chairman Han Min-chun of Cielo had 3 sons, and Dakyung was the youngest daughter and a child from a second marriage. By the time Dakyung grew up, her 3 brothers had already split Cielo's shares, so she did not have many options left. And so, she either had to accept being married off to a decent family like the one on the business card, or start her own brand from scratch. Before leaving, the man turned back. Anyway, I have delivered the message. Dakyung was stunned. Is there really no other way? She was still deep in thought about how she could both gain credit and repay the favor. She suddenly asked. Wait. You have a friend who works in real estate, right? Can you ask them if there is a house available for short-term rent? The man turned back in surprise. You mean Byung? Why the sudden interest in a house? Dakyung explained. I am planning to rent a residence for about a month or two for a concept photo shoot. She thought to herself, I can't exactly tell him the company almost got into big trouble. The man immediately nodded. I will try messaging him. He chuckled and added. But you know, the properties Byung the mushroom handles are not exactly normal. Those words made her remember something. Elsewhere, Mo-young was packing his things. He was exhausted. He had failed his finals miserably and could not find a place to stay for the summer. He sighed and blamed himself. This is really a big problem. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Mo-young, answered Bora. She asked in surprise. Why have not you been in touch lately? He gave a forced smile. Right, you did call me. I have been so busy that I forgot. He asked curiously. Is there something urgent? Bora shook her head and replied. Not really, I just wanted to ask if you were looking for a part-time job. Mo-young was surprised. A part-time job, she continued to explain, an extra with a specific look. Bora clarified. I told the PD that I have a friend who could do it and he seemed interested. It is for 4 episodes total, about 30 lines of dialogue. If it does not conflict with your schedule, before she could finish, Mo-young happily accepted. I will take it. He was excited. Since filming for the movie is almost over, I wanted to try acting in a drama. This is great. Bora reminded him. Then come meet the PD today, I will let him know beforehand. He smiled brightly. Okay, I will be there as fast as I can before the opportunity goes to someone else. She nodded. See you later. Mo-young quickly called out. Wait, he only just remembered to ask, but what kind of role is it? As soon as he saw Mo-young, Junho was speechless. Ha, Mo-young, are you kidding me? Mo-young turned to him, puzzled. What, don't I look like a thug? Junho did not know what else to say. You look more like a nerd. Mo-young became disappointed. Then I am screwed. The role Bora recommended is a delinquent friend who follows the lead because he has a crush on the female lead. He did not know what to do. That is why I tried to style myself as a thug as much as possible. Mo-young pleaded. Help me out, you have got that vibe. Junho sighed. What are you saying? I am a model student. Mo-young stared at him. Wait, were not you a delinquent? Junho was speechless. Seriously, what do you see in me? Mo-young interrupted. Chasing girls, fighting all the time, teachers always catching you because of your beard. He gave a goofy smile, even during class. Junho hurriedly stopped him. Enough. After thinking for a moment, Junho asked, are you planning to meet Bora? Mo-young nodded. Bora said she would introduce me. Junho pointed at him. Fine. But on the condition that I follow you to the set. I will turn you into a genuine thug. Mo-young flashed a bright smile. Perfect. It does not have to be genuine, just a little bit will do. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Mo-young looked around the vast space. This is definitely a real film set. Bora glanced at Junho with annoyance. What is that guy doing here? Bora looked over at Mo-young. Hey Mo-young, did you prepare your look? He nodded. Junho helped me. He looked at himself. He said this is the intellectual thug style. The staff were still busy working. Hey, someone bring the props here quickly. Sorry. Mo-young was surprised. It is so noisy. Aren't you supposed to be in a scene? Bora explained. The male and female leads are filming right now, so I am waiting. He listened to her in silence. But hey, it is probably better to meet the PD first. I do not know if he is free. I do not want you to just meet the assistant director. Bora stepped forward and suggested, for now, just follow me and let us see. She called out, AD. Where did the PD go? Mo-young looked at the man in front of him. This was the assistant director. The man announced. The PD just stepped down for a moment. Who are these people? She pointed at Mo-young and introduced him. This is Mo-young, the one I told you about last time. Mo-young, this is AD Park Sangil. As soon as he saw Mo-young, Sangil looked extremely displeased. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The face is decent enough. Mo-young sensed something was wrong and looked dazed. Sangil continued his assessment. But this is different from what I heard. Instead of a free-spirited image, you look more like a nerd. This won't do. He continued to question Bora. Did you call this guy here just to sneak a friend in? Facing this situation for the first time, both of them felt a bit awkward. Finally, Mo-young understood why Bora had said it was better to meet the PD first. She stepped up to explain. Mo-young's image is based on what the PD requested. I only mentioned that he is a good actor. Hearing this, Sangil suddenly became irritated. Bora, why are you talking back to me? He spoke irritably. You are really annoying me now. She quickly bowed her head. I am sorry if I upset you. Sangil's voice grew louder. Come on, he did not mean any harm, right? Or did he really have bad intentions? Suddenly, Junho stepped in front of him. Hello, AD. He held up his business card. I am Lim Junho, MD, of Bonturi. Here is my card. The man was a bit surprised. Bonjuri, that place is very hot lately. Junho nodded. Thank you. You do not have a sponsor here yet. Right? He thought for a moment and then nodded. As far as I know, that is correct. Let me see. Mo Young watched the scene in silence. Did Junho just break the tension? Bora whispered in his ear, it is best not to get involved further. For now, let us back off and wait for the PD. He nodded in agreement. Let us do that. With that, she stepped forward and placed a hand on Junho's shoulder. She smiled and bowed. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to say hello. We will wait over there until the PD arrives. As soon as she finished her sentence, Sangjul gave a smug smile. Wait for what? She was still confused. Pardon, he continued to question. Mu-young, are you dissatisfied because I am just an AD? Mu-young firmly denied it. Of course not. He continued to suggest at first glance, your image does not fit the role. But if you are confident, try to overturn that with your acting. His tone was somewhat contemptuous. Lately, there are too many people who rely solely on their faces and act arrogant, so I do not expect much from you. Mu-young's eyes immediately lit up. Wait, this situation might be a golden opportunity. He thought to himself, a thug is a type of character I have never experienced. I must grasp the characteristics of the subject thoroughly. He immediately decided, I will make it mine. Myung turned to look around the area. He asked curiously, will I perform right here? Sangjil glanced at him with annoyance. Of course. Why don't like it? Shy. If you can't do it here, where do you plan on doing it? His tone became even harsher. This is not working. You do not even have the basics. If you do not want to do it, just go home. Faced with these words, Mo-young did not argue back. He gave a friendly smile. No, if the AD agrees, I will perform right here. Please guide me. The man kept reminding him, if you do not take this seriously, I will kick you out. Realizing something was wrong, Sangjul was startled. Mu-young's attitude had completely changed from the beginning. He smiled and looked directly into Sangjul's face. Everything happened so fast that Sangjul did not know what to say. Sangjul quickly turned serious. He asked irritably, hey, what do you think you are doing? Everyone around them immediately paid attention to the scene. Mu-young also began to activate his acting mode. He leaned close to Sangjul. And yet this pig dares to bare its fangs. Bora, on the side, was worried to the point of tears. We are dead. Junho, however, was trying to hold back his laughter. Laughter echoed around them, drawing even more attention. Sangjul was about to say something more. No, Mu-young called out. Sangjul. The man turned his head to look at him. It felt as if everyone in the class was staring at him. And the person bullying him was none other than Mu-young. The smile on Mu-young's face turned terrifying. Don't be so arrogant. Sangjul's entire body began to tremble. You? He suddenly jumped up. You crazy bastard, who do you think you are acting tough in front of? Everyone rushed to stop him. Calm down, AD, you can't do this. He was still furious. Let go of me. Mo-young asked him curiously. You told me to try acting as a thug. Sangjul looked at him with hatred. Hey you, what does that have to do with a pig? He scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, I originally planned to say anchovy, but it did not seem to fit. Hearing this, Junho laughed even louder, making Bora worry. Lim Junho, do not laugh. Quick, hold Mo-young back. Being humiliated like this for the first time made Sangjul extremely angry. This guy. Sangjul quickly lunged forward. Get over here, you are dead today. Looking at the chair that had been kicked to the ground, the PD sighed. Good grief, he asked irritably. Why did things turn into a mess just when it was getting good? This man was Lee Kyung-rok. He smacked Sangjul on the head. Sangjul. What kind of stunt are you pulling in front of all these people? After saying that, Kyung-rok looked towards Mo-young. You are Mo-young, right? Mo-young bowed politely. Hello, PD? The PD reached out to shake hands. Pleasure to meet you. I have seen your Maitu. Mo-young nodded. Thank you sir. Kyung-rok suddenly felt very puzzled. But, he explained awkwardly, an extra role can't be too prominent. Right now we need someone who can play off the others rhythmically. Mo-young realized. Did I overdo it? His face became confident, catching the PD's attention. He really is filming for director Jin Kyung-moon, is not he? I wonder what kind of actor he will become in the future. He did not need to recall the exact moments of the acting. Just judging from that performance earlier, Mo-young had completely immersed himself in the character. After thinking for a bit, Kyung-rok suggested, let us try a look with glasses, a nerdy style. Mo-young pointed at himself. But my vision is 20/20. Junho and Bora quickly explained. Non-prescription glasses, you idiot. Mo-young nodded obediently. That is perfectly fine then. Thank you PD. I will do my best. Is there anything I should keep in mind for filming? Kyung-rok reminded him. Just do not change your hairstyle until the filming schedule is over. He suddenly remembered something. Director Jin Kyung-moon. Huh? Mo-young looked up at him. Yes, how did you know? Kyung-rok chuckled. Well, about that. Sangjul on the side was fuming with rage. Just you wait, Ha Mo-young. This entire scene was observed by Dar-young and Mori. She called out Dar-ryung. After this scene ends, noticing her gaze on Junho, she asked curiously, "What? Who are you looking at?" She turned and walked away. "No, I will take care of it myself." Mori was puzzled. What was that about? The director suddenly announced, resuming the scene in 5 minutes. Bora turned back to remind them. "I have to head in too." Mo-young nodded. "Bora, thanks for today." He asked curiously, "By the way, I have not been able to get in touch with Yu-chan lately." "How about you?" Bora explained awkwardly. "It has been a while since I contacted him too, so I am not sure." A staff member called out, "Bora, we need to touch up." She quickly ran over. "Coming, everyone, I am really leaving now. See you later." Only Mo-young and Junho remained. Junho turned back curiously. "Anyway, it is a relief, things went well. Now you are going back to the dorm. When are you moving out?" Mo-young sighed. "That is exactly what is giving me a headache." Mo-young became flustered. "I really do not have any other choice now." Junho's face turned smug. "Then just come to my house." Mo-young was also curious. "Your house? You mean your parents' house, right? And where did that rose come from?" Junho answered casually. "I just picked it up." "Don't ask too many questions." Looking at the news on his phone, Mo-young was bewildered. "Is that Representative Han Dak-young?" Junho leaned in curiously. "What? Who is that?" She had sent a message. "You mentioned needing a house last time, right? If it is really urgent, I can lend you an office-tel in Yonggang-gung for about 2 months." She continued sending messages. "But there is a problem with that house." Junho turned and asked him, "A vacant office-tel?" He was feeling very curious. "Explain it clearly. How can you receive an office-tel as payment?" Mo-young shook his head and explained. "It is not payment, just a loan. Plus, there is a private reason, so I am trying to get the story straight." He continued to instruct Junho, "So for now, just stay quiet." The door suddenly opened. Mo-young is here. The scene inside left both of them frozen. Dak-young immediately introduced them. "Mr. Rick Byung, this is Mo-young, the business partner I mentioned. And this is his friend." He nodded in understanding. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Byung, from the real estate side." He continued the introduction. "I heard you plan to rent this place for work, right? You probably know by now, but generally, this place is fine. It is just that no one who moves in can last more than a month." Mo-young suddenly felt confused. "Why is that?" Byung turned back, puzzled. "Dak-young, have not you explained it?" She was very surprised. "I sent a message, did not I?" Mo-young accidentally saw something he should not have. It turned out there was a roommate. He suddenly spoke up. "I understand now." Looking at the woman in front of him, he had guessed it. "You said this house has a problem, right?" Byung nodded and explained, "That is right. An actor logged out here before. That is why no one dares to stay in this room." He continued to explain, "I am a Catholic, so I do not believe in that kind of stuff." His voice suddenly choked up, until it actually happened to one of my relatives. Byung brightened up again. "Regardless, I am still doing business with this apartment." Dak-young let out a forced smile. She thought to herself, since this is a token of gratitude for a benefactor, I was worried he would not like it. "I am so sorry he has to stay in a place like this." She continued to observe Mo-young. "This is a win-win situation, is not it?" Before leaving, Byung instructed Mo-young, "I will let the building manager know you are moving in." Mo-young nodded happily. "Yes, thank you." Dak-young waved goodbye. "Mo-young, I will be in touch." Both of them bowed. "Yes, CEO." After thinking for a moment, Adha suddenly said to him, "Hey, be honest with me." His expression changed instantly. "What is the relationship between you and the CEO? Why is she finding a house for you?" Mo-young quickly covered Junho's mouth. "I will explain later. Don't talk like that, and help me out next week." Junho nodded in agreement. Alright, having the housing issue resolved made Mo-young feel very relieved. He thought to himself, I do not have to worry about a place to stay anymore. Next week, I will finally be at ease. The scene shifted to late at night. Youngmin asked worriedly. "Is this a rare occurrence?" Mo-young nodded. "Of course. Even if it is a small role, I still pay attention to the schedule coordination." Youngmin sighed softly. The assistant director insisted it had to be at 2 a.m. Mo-young replied, "I do not think he likes me." Youngmin was surprised to hear that. "Really, is he picking on rookies or something? This is your first time filming a drama outdoors, right?" Mo-young suddenly felt excited. "That is right. I have only filmed in studios before." Youngmin continued to comment. "I am a bit worried about the first location." Looking ahead, Mo-young realized something was off. "Wait, why is that?" A large crowd of people was gathering and waiting. They kept calling out, "Wonta Appa." An assistant hurriedly reminded them, "Please put your phones down and delete the photo you just took." Mo-young was completely bewildered by the situation. Hyungmin called out awkwardly, "Mo-young, come this way. Please let us through." The crowd did not care at all. "I said, do not touch me, Wonta, Daryong, please, just a little bit." An annoyed man turned back. "I got here first." Mo-young smiled and stepped forward to explain. "I need to get ready. I am really sorry, but could you please let me through? He let out a radiant smile. All the obsessed fans froze instantly, and so, Moo Young and Kyung Min successfully pushed through. Thank you everyone. They stared at Moo Young's back. Who is that? He is an idol, right? By this time, his phone showed 1:44 a.m. Sangul gave a smug smile. You actually showed up at this hour. Moo Young remained serious. Hello, AD. Sangul continued to order him around. You must not be busy at all since you ran here as soon as you were called. He smiled and explained, that is right. Luckily, I am free at this time. If I had received the notice a few hours earlier, I might have missed it. I will pay closer attention to notices next time. Sangul's face suddenly changed. What? Murmurs rose from behind. Moo Young said he was told to come hours early. Really? He quickly cut them off. Whatever, just wait for that guy. Moo Young looked around curiously. Alright, but what about my makeup artist? They told me I would be arriving first. The corner of Sangul's mouth quirked up. The director said he wants a nerdy look, so no makeup is needed. Moo Young was about to say more. How does being a nerd relate to not having makeup? But Sangul interrupted. Woonya will be here soon, so get ready for when he arrives. He continued to bark orders. Move out of your friend's spot. He felt incredibly smug. The broadcast quality today is very high. The audience will see every single one of your pores. Just then, Kyung Min ran over. Moo Young, I have got your outfit ready. What about the makeup? Moo Young was a bit flustered, not knowing how to explain. About that, after hearing the story, Kyung Min was furious. You are filming a drama without any makeup. Moo Young sighed softly. It is just what we have to do. Young Min immediately decided. I will check if I have some basic cosmetics or something. Moo Young sat down dejectedly. Yes, thank you. He suddenly felt troubled. Even for a small role, having no makeup will look terrible. And I need to fix my hair because I have been wearing a hat. What should I do? At that moment, a girl suddenly approached. Moo Young turned back in surprise. Yes, she was very curious. What is your name? He introduced himself. I am Ha Mo Young, an actor. She could not help but praise him. You are very handsome. He suddenly felt happy. Thank you. The others grew curious. Are you an idol too? Will you keep appearing here? People kept buzzing about Moo Young. Who is that? I do not know, but he is so handsome. Let me see too. Suddenly, a girl unexpectedly announced, I became your fan while waiting in line for late-night snacks. He awkwardly explained to everyone, this is the first time anyone has told me they are a fan. Where are you? She was extremely embarrassed. Don't look at my face right now. I am not wearing any makeup. Moo Young gave a forced smile. Me neither. The production team said, I can't do makeup or hair today. Everyone was shocked. Making him film today without makeup is a bit too much. One girl shouted angrily. Who said that? It was still late at night. Young Min tried to make his way toward Moo Young. Wait a minute. Let me in. He let out a forced smile. Gosh, Moo Young, did you at least get some toner and lotion? The next scene left him frozen. Moo Young smiled and said to the girl, it is a role as a nerdy delinquent. Since it is just a supporting role, please do not make it too flashy. The girl nodded. Yes. Do not worry. Everyone joined in to help him with makeup. Does anyone have a new sponge? I do. Look at this. We need to groom these eyebrows. After thinking for a moment, the girl decided, should we sweep the hair to one side? Your face looks too kind, so let us make it look a bit more like a delinquent. Young Min felt something was off. Is it really okay like this? On the other side, Wunta was extremely annoyed. He kept complaining. There is still an unpleasant smell. His assistant smiled and explained, no, that is just the scent of perfume. He was furious. Why did they choose a filming location like this? Do they want me to slip on vomit? The assistant felt a bit helpless. Wunta, as soon as he stepped up, he kept complaining, I really do not know what kind of torture this is. A crew member stepped forward with a smile. Mr. Dodukst? Wunta, we are about to start filming. Is your wrist okay? He nodded. Yes, it is okay. His face turned sour. Please pay a bit more attention to the filming site. I did not just slip on puke. I almost got injured. She gave a forced smile. I am so sorry. I will manage it more strictly. Alright. And so, Wunta entered the set dejectedly. The girl pointed toward Moo Young. And here, let me introduce you. This is Moo Young, who will be playing your friend. As soon as he saw Moo Young, Wunta's expression changed instantly. The staff reminded both of them, before we film, please do a table read of your lines together. Moo Young bowed politely. Hello, I am Ha Moo Young. I look forward to working with you. Wunta nodded back. Yes. Hello? He thought to himself, wow, he is good looking. An assistant called out, Wunta, go to the car for a moment. Wunta reminded him. Okay, go ahead. Remembering something, Wunta turned to look back at Moo Young. He suddenly felt annoyed. Why did they pick someone this handsome for an extra role? After a moment's thought, he asked, are you a rookie? Moo Young smiled and replied, I debuted in Late Night Pub. Wunta immediately remembered, the drama Enbin Hyung was in. Moo Young was surprised. You know Enbin, Wunta pointed to himself. You do not know me, he thought. I am in the same company as En Bin Hyung. As if realizing something, he asked, by the way, it seems you are quite close to En Bin Hyung. Wonta did not forget to add, he is not usually the type to get close to strangers easily. Moo Young smiled and explained, it just happened that we became friends. He thought to himself, no need to go into detail. En Bin probably would not want that. At that moment, Sangil walked toward the two of them. He called out, Ha Mo Young, are you ready? The PD is coming soon. As soon as he saw Moo Young's face, he became enraged. Ha, Mo Young, who told you that you could wear makeup? I specifically told you no makeup. Wonta suddenly turned and asked, no makeup. Why? Sangil was a bit flustered. It is because when we film a two-shot, he will stand out too much. Wonta immediately grew annoyed. Are you saying I will be overshadowed? Sangil waved his hands and hurriedly explained. No. It is not that. It is just to keep the focus clearly on Wonta. Wonta was very displeased with the AD's actions. Focus or whatever, please just manage the set properly. I just slipped on vomit and almost got seriously injured. Sangil scratched his head awkwardly. Wonta sighed softly and asked, anyway, let us just start filming now. Sangil hurriedly reminded them, wait, we have to run through the lines first. An obsessed fan witnessed this scene and thought, wow, this is unbelievable. She sighed softly. Not only did they make Wonta fall, but now they dare to put some nameless rookie next to him to compare visuals. She felt extremely uncomfortable. This is unbearable. Just then, Kyung Rok unexpectedly walked up. Is Moo Young here? Moo Young nodded. Hello director, he quickly explained. You said to go for a nerdy style. But I was wearing a hat today so my hair was flattened. I had to sweep it to the side. I hope that is okay. The director evaluated him for a long time in silence. He turned back in surprise. Is this okay? You are friends, after all. Wonta replied nonchalantly. Of course. It is just a bit of wax. What is the big deal? The director made a decision. Good, let us keep it as is. We do not have much time left anyway. Sangil was about to say more. But, Kyung Rok suddenly asked, Sangil, is the cleanup I told you to do finished yet? Sangil awkwardly explained to Kyung Rok, yes, it is done. Let us start with this side first. The way his attitude changed so quickly left Mo Young speechless. Wonta reminded him. Let us try the lines. Moo Young nodded. Yes. Immediately after, Wonta asked. At this point, you will pull me back as soon as the dialogue ends. Right? Moo Young nodded. Yes, I will do that. Wonta pointed at the script. So after I shake your hand off, I will say, what do you know? Moo Young cooperated perfectly. Hey, do not do that. Stop it. Moo Young's serious attitude took Wonta by surprise. Seeing him like that, Moo Young asked, is there a specific part you want me to emphasize? He smiled kindly and said, I am just a supporting role here to back you up. If there is anywhere you want me to push the emotions to match your acting, just let me know. Wonta was quite taken aback by those words. I have never heard anyone say that before. Isn't acting just everyone doing their own part? He immediately waved it off. Just focus on the lines. Moo Young nodded. Yes, I understand. He thought to himself, he seems still pissed about slipping on that vomit earlier. Kyung Rok announced to everyone, let us start filming. He reminded the crowd. Please keep quiet during filming. No photos, please. Kyung Rok pointed the camera at the two of them. Ready, action. Their scene officially began. 7 months remained until the premiere of Epidemic. In the middle of a dark alleyway, Moo Young warned, hey, do not do that. Wonta was extremely annoyed. Let go. Kyung Rok said to both of them, alright, change the angle. Let us do it again. Kyung Min smiled and walked over. Moo Young, want some water? He shook his head and replied, no, it is okay. Since I have not had time to touch up my makeup, it will be a mess if it gets smudged. He was a bit worried. They are filming from all angles. If the lip color changes. Yeah, just in case, do not touch my face. Kyung Rok and Wonta discussed the script on the side. Moo Young suddenly felt tired. We have filmed the same scene 7 times already. Being an extra is harder than I thought. He was lost in thought. I suddenly thought of Mr. Swer Woon Jong-gil. I wonder how he endured over 10 years of just being an extra, not even a supporting actor. Kyung Rok announced, let us go again. Everyone nodded. Yes, when he saw that Wonta's shot was not successful, the director was very irritated. Cut, Wonta dejectedly suggested, PD, it is almost morning. Let us stop this scene here and move to the next one, okay? The director looked down at his phone. I guess we could do that. Moo Young realized immediately. The next scene is probably the supporting male character getting hurt by the lead's words and crying. Now I can rest. As soon as he sat down, Kyung Min praised him with a smile. Good job, Mo Young. You only have one last scene left. Young Min did not forget to add. It is really exhausting. My friend said if you have nowhere to go, just go act in a drama. Moo Young turned to look at him. Why? Young Min explained. They said because there is no time to go home. You do not even need a house anymore. Moo Young nodded. That is true. On the other side, Kyung-ruk kept instructing Won-ta when Song-min does the monologue, help him shed tears at the right moment. Okay, Won-ta nodded obediently. I will try. His expression suddenly became uneasy. The pile of smelly trash made him feel disgusted. Won-ta thought to himself. In a situation like this, where am I supposed to get the emotions from? The lens pointed straight at him. Ready, action. Song-min started lecturing. Wake up. To him, what he feels for you is not love, it is just admiration. Won-ta tried to put on a heartbroken expression. He quickly requested, I am sorry, I would like to do it again. Kyung-rok nodded dejectedly. Alright, let us focus more on the emotions this time. Murmurs broke out. Won-ta, cry. What happened just now? This is a crying scene. Why can't he cry? The crowd gathered even more. Please do not push me. Won-ta could not cry no matter what. Should I just be honest and say I can't do it? Just then, Na-young stepped forward and asked, Won-ta, can't the tears come out? Won-ta quickly backed away. Yeah. Can't you tell by looking at me? He told himself, it is no good. I will say, I am not doing it anymore and leave it for next time. Moo-young pointed to himself. Then let me cry in front of you so you can see. Won-ta turned his head in shock. Mo-young explained. Because seeing someone else cry makes you feel sad. Kyung-rok called out. Won-ta, ready, you have to make it this time. Okay. Won-ta nodded dejectedly. Yes. He thought to himself, gosh, I have lost the timing. A staff member announced. Ready, action. The space immediately fell silent. Won-ta closed his eyes tight, trying to concentrate. The lens pointed straight at him. His mood was getting worse and worse. Suddenly, he saw Moo-young's face crying. Moo-young was using his own way to comfort him. It is okay. Won-ta listened to those words in silence. I know that you truly loved that person. He stood still. Even if it was not returned, your love was still real. Finally, Won-ta successfully burst into sobs. This time, Kyung-rok was satisfied. Alright, cut, take a short break, then we will move to the next scene. Good work, everyone, the makeup artist called out. Won-ta, let us fix your makeup. Moo-young scratched his head sheepishly. Gosh, my powder probably all washed away. He turned to look toward Won-ta. He suddenly asked. Was the effect good? Won-ta nodded in praise. It was amazing. Kyung-min stepped up to remind him. Moo-young, next scene. Wait, your face. He was a bit troubled. Kyung, please compare and see how much my face has changed from earlier. Having no other choice, Kyung-min could only try to fix his outfit. Won-ta saw this and was surprised. Wait, he was curious. You do not have someone in charge of your costume? Moo-young smiled and explained. As you can see, I am just an extra. After a moment's thought, Won-ta called out. Nuna. Won-ta immediately suggested. When I am done filming, please fix his makeup too. Moo-young was extremely surprised. Won-ta placed a hand on his chest. If you are En Bin-hong's friend, then you are my friend too. I look forward to working with you. You can speak comfortably to me. Moo-young breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Moo-young thought to himself. Won-ta, really, thank you so much. We are the same age, after all. New news appeared in the papers. Today's hot topic. M Station's mini-series. Views had reached 16,882. Negligent set management. A supporting actor slipped on vomit on the street. Not only is this a hygiene issue, but the actor almost got seriously injured. How could they let something like slipping on puke happen? Fortunately, there were no serious injuries, but there could be lasting effects. Immediately after, unfair treatment of extras. The assistant director ordered extras not to wear makeup. The low-res era is over. Now 4K and 8K are the standard. Yet, they told an actor not to wear makeup, even for a supporting role. Appearing with one's true face in a work is important, so this is a very unreasonable, even insulting request. It did not stop there. And finally, the part I found most absurd, the assistant director comparing the actors' looks. He made the supporting actors and extras stand in a line and compared their appearances. Views reached 180,000. The end of the headline added, this act of comparing appearances relates to point number 2. It is a serious insult to both supporting actors and extras. The numbers kept rising, even hitting 193,006. Images of Moo-young were also revealed in the press. This topic attracted many viewers. Comparing looks is the biggest shock. In this day and age, they said it was filmed by chance, but the image quality is so high. It probably was not a coincidence. Isn't that Won-ta, who is the person next to him? A model. The AD was right about the looks, but who is that guy next to him? Did Won-ta act well? Won-ta should pull out of the project. A question was raised, who is that extra actor? The next morning, Hyung-ju shouted, Ha Moo-young. Wake up. His expression was extremely serious. Moo-young sat up, dazed, not understanding what was happening. Is it time for the rap party? Hyung-ju quickly shook his head. No, that is not important. Hyung-ju was furious. I heard you were bullied on set. Right. Moo-young was confused. What? Hyung-ju continued. Rumors are spreading that the staff would not let you wear makeup, so fans had to do it for you. Moo-young was stunned. How do you know about that? Minjun told him. There is an exposé posted online. In the comments, people are saying it is about you. He looked at the news in bewilderment. It is real. Junho asked him curiously, was there really bullying on set? Mo-young told everyone that those rumors are true. But thanks to Wonta and the stylist, everything ended well. There was no problem. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. He was also curious. But when did that story blow up? Minjun recounted. It seems it was early this morning, but the original post was deleted. He pointed to his phone. Also, look at this. The scene inside surprised Mo-young. Young-ju continued to analyze. I skimmed through it. It seems the reaction to you is not bad at all. People are even talking about who the actor is that made Wonta look less impressive. Mo-young was a bit flustered. He blamed himself. Another thing to feel guilty toward Wonta about. His phone rang, catching his attention. Who is calling? I will step out to take this. Young Min suddenly spoke up. Mo-young, did you see the article? But I have one more thing to tell you. Mo-young was puzzled. What is it? Young Min announced. There is an interview request. Mo-young's expression changed instantly. Young Min continued to ask. From Daily, you have heard of them, right? Mo-young nodded quickly. Yes, I know. Is it because of today's article? Young Min thought for a moment and replied, I am not sure, but it is highly likely. Since you are a rookie catching the reporter's attention, I advise you to take the interview. What do you think? Mo-young decided immediately. Then I will do it. Young Min continued, and this has not been announced to the press yet. Young was surprised. What is it? Young Min said what he knew. It seems the broadcast station has temporarily decided to fire that troublesome assistant director. SN Entertainment just received the notice. Mo-young chuckled in surprise. He really dug his own grave. It did not end there. At the same time, Wonta will post on SNS that everything has been resolved. So I should also contribute my voice at the right time. Mo-young suddenly stood up and asked, can you help me manage my SNS account? I have to finish cleaning up here and then move into the office till today. Kyungmin did not think twice and nodded in agreement. Alright. So, where should we hold the interview? Since it is your first one, I want to film it somewhere nice. Is there a spacious place with good lighting? He informed him. Actually, I know a place. The scene shifted to a busy street. Mo-young held his phone, reading news about the assistant director of the mini-series. M Station AD eventually fired, sincerely apologizes to actors. The terrible reality of TV sets what is the real cause. We are all fine now. Wonta speaks out after the controversy. Junho, standing right next to him, glanced at his phone. He asked curiously, is this all you have? We could have just taken a taxi then. Mo-young sighed and replied, I said I would take a taxi, but you insisted on coming along. Junho quickly shot back. I did not expect your luggage to be this light. There probably won't be much to unpack once we arrive. Mo-young explained. Regardless, I should organize it a bit. A reporter is coming here today. His expression suddenly turned sour, catching Mo-young's attention. Junho sighed softly. I should have stopped you more firmly. Junho criticized irritably. I suspect the person who rented this place to you did it on purpose. They will sell the apartment for a higher price, once you are famous. And now there is a sudden interview. It is suspicious. Mo-young smiled to comfort him. Well, it is not like I own the house anyway. Besides, I heard there are rumors about it being haunted, so no one wants to buy it. Junho became even angrier. That is exactly the problem. Junho continued talking to Mo-young. You know my dad is a landlord, right? He says if a house is rumored to be haunted, it is best not to even go near it. After thinking for a bit, he suggested, try negotiating with Mr. Nongkensteer. Boyong. Tell him if you help sell the house, you want a little commission. Mo-young laughed and replied. It is Mr. Byong. But most importantly, what should I do about that ghost? He suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute, Mo-young thought to himself, if no ghost appears, there should not be a problem with selling the house, right? It seemed Mo-young was deep in thought about this issue. He immediately turned to leave. Hey, sorry, I will head down first. Help me bring the stuff up. Okay. Junho looked at him in disbelief. What? Do I look like your subordinate? Mo-young quickly ran forward. Just this once, please, Junho called out. Hey, Mo-young quickly returned to the apartment he had just rented. The first thing he did was take a deep breath. He shouted loudly, Ghost. It seemed Mo-young intended to negotiate. Come out. Let us talk for a bit. Finally, the ghost appeared before his eyes. Even though her appearance was quite terrifying, he startled and backed away. So you were there, Mo-young's eyes sparkled. Now is not the time to scare each other. This is important. The ghost was taken aback. Before she could react, he reached his hand toward her. Mo-young gripped her hand tightly and asked, can you help me sell this house? Seeing her expression sour, he continued, first of all, there will be an interview filmed here today. At the same time, he revealed his intention. Starting with that, I will promote this house as much as I can. Mo-young smiled and suggested, if the landlord, Mr. Byong, refuses, you can continue to stay here. But if he does not, he immediately made a decision. Then please leave this place. Seeing the ghost's angry face, Mu Young added, of course, there are conditions for you too. He voiced his thoughts. I will prepare a memorial food offering for you. Seeing her still hesitating, he wondered, wait, is not this issue a problem? Outside, Junho was feeling very annoyed. Ha Mu Young, you are going to pay dearly for making me carry your stuff. Mu Young suddenly turned back to look at him. Junho stepped inside the house. Ha Mu Young, you better pay me back for carrying all this. Mu Young quickly shouted a warning. I need to make a call. Don't come in, ghost, over here. When she appeared, Mu Young asked, continuing from before, do not you have any wishes? If you do not want food, should I give you money? Her body floated in the air, catching his attention. The ghost suddenly asked him, you are an actor, right? His expression changed instantly. You can talk, the ghost questioned angrily. How could I ended up like this? Are not you curious why? Mu Young did not know how to respond. I heard you committed suicide, so I felt awkward asking. She sighed and recounted her story. At university, no. 45. There is the Hadong Theater. The play Holly Tree performed there was supposed to be my first leading role. The ghost suddenly became choked with emotion, but I died before I could perform it. She still had many regrets. I had prepared so much. Mu Young felt something was off. I am sorry, but I absolutely won't do anything like letting you borrow my body. The ghost glared at him. I do not want to use your body either. Okay, she stepped even closer to him. Anyway, she spoke with a firm voice. I want to perform there. Mu Young asked awkwardly. It can't be done here, it has to be there. She nodded firmly. Yes, it must be there. This made him think for a long time. It was a bit troublesome, but he figured he would help a poor soul. Mu Young immediately decided, then it is a promise. We have to keep our word. After all, this involves an office tell worth tens of billions. He kept grumbling. You probably do not understand because you had enough money to live in a place like this. But for me, this is an incredibly precious opportunity. Seeing the ghost vanish before his eyes left him dazed. Wait a minute. Just then, Junho ran inside. Hey, Ha Mu Young. Mu Young startled and turned back. Junho was furious. What do you mean, borrowing a body, and what is this about having to do it there and not here? He had overheard everything from outside. This guy. I knew it from the start. That person named Han Dekyung. Mu Young suddenly asked, hey, what are you imagining? Junho shouted angrily. If it is not what I think, then what is it? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hyung Min walked in and reminded them. Mu Young, let us go do your makeup. Realizing Mu Young and Junho were bickering left him speechless. Junho quickly explained, manager, I think Mu Young is heading down a dark path. Mu Young did not know what else to say. Hyung, please explain it to him. Young Min let out a forced smile. You two? There was one thing he had to admit, they were really close. Inside the room, Junho was very curious. Actress Hyojong. What? Allergy. Mu Young nodded. That is right. That is why Dr. Martel lent me this office tell instead of a fee. Junho was still curious. Then what was that call you made earlier? Mu Young made up a random excuse. It was a collaboration offer for a project. Young Min walked in and reminded him. Mu Young, the reporter is here. Get ready. He nodded. Yes, as soon as she stepped inside, the reporter praised, wow, this house is amazing. She reached out her hand to him. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Curry? Mu Young. He nodded back, nice to meet you. I am Ha Mu Young. He introduced Junho. This is my friend. Kyung Min placed a hand on his chest, and I am Mu Young's manager, Go Young Min. The reporter smiled and nodded. Yes, hello everyone. Mu Young smiled and asked, what would you like? Reporter, coffee, or tea? She immediately suggested, I will have coffee, please. Entering the room, the reporter pulled out the necessary equipment. She followed that by laying out notebooks for clear note-taking. Mu Young was a bit nervous. This is the first time I have been officially interviewed like this. She smiled. Alright, let me introduce myself first. She began her introduction. I am reporter Lee Yuna, from the entertainment department of Daily Daily. Yuna started her interview. Mr. Mu Young. Why do not you introduce yourself a bit? You enrolled in an acting academy after the college entrance exam, right? She was curious. You started quite late, but you have progressed very quickly in a short time. You debuted through Late Night Pub and are currently filming a movie. Mu Young gave a friendly smile and replied, and most recently, I appeared in a supporting role for a mini-series as well, right? Yuna nodded in praise. You really have a knack for the job. It is all thanks to the behind-the-scenes support from your company. Realizing the sarcasm in those words, Kyung Min was taken aback. Luckily, Mu Young reacted just in time. You also said you only knew through the articles, so I have nothing more to add. She waved it off quickly. No, do not misunderstand. I just want you to tell the truth about what happened then. Yuna began taking notes. Thinking back, I saw a rather interesting topic in the comments section of the article, so I would like to hear Mu Young's opinion on it. Sensing something was wrong, Mu Young was startled. Wait. She is. Her face showed a smug smile. Between you and Wonta, who do you think has more striking looks? Mu Young silently observed Yuna. Black smoke. He understood clearly in his heart that this reporter did not ask with simple intentions. Seeing the awkward situation, Kyung-min quickly spoke up. I am sorry, but questions like that are a bit. Her attitude suddenly shifted. Gosh, you are really protective of that, are not you? Mu Young thought to himself. That is strange. Daily is not usually this aggressive. She sighed and decided. I guess there is no other way. Next question then. Yuna continued. You are acting alongside Yuna in the movie Epidemic, right? Mu Young nodded in confirmation. Yes. He thought to himself, I can answer this one. Her face suddenly turned ominous. Don't you find it difficult working with children? Encountering such a case for the first time, Mu Young froze. Pardon. Even Kyung-min and Junho realized this woman was far from simple. After a moment's thought, Mo Young reminded her, reporter, that project has not finished filming yet, so it is hard for me to talk about it at this moment. She suddenly slammed her folder onto the table. If you can't say anything, it will be hard for me to continue. The room immediately fell into silence. Yuna looked Mo Young straight in the eye. If you truly have the goodwill to be interviewed, then please answer at least this one question. Hearing this, he looked at her in silence. Yuna gave a smug smile. I want to know Mr. Thadzing. Mu Young's thoughts on Assistant Director Park Sang-il's resignation. She was recording everything. Some say it was an overreaction. As an assistant director, it is understandable to want the supporting roles to stand out more than the extras, right? Mu Young reminded himself. In front of this reporter, anything I say can be easily misinterpreted. It is best not to say anything right now. He suddenly stood up. I am sorry, I need to use the restroom for a moment. She nodded awkwardly. All right. Take a break. Kyung-min turned to walk in one direction. I will also. To avoid awkwardness. Junho suppressed a smile and introduced himself. Hello, I am Lim Junho, Mo Young's friend and an MD at Bonchuri. Since you are free, let me talk to you so you won't be bored while waiting for Mo Young. She smiled and nodded. Yes, that is perfect. We are in the same boat. Her words left Kyung-min and Mo Young completely frozen. Mo Young asked, puzzled. I wonder if I did something wrong. Young-min was also surprised. Strange. When I scheduled this with the director, they said the atmosphere was very good. Mu Young became extremely troubled. The interview probably won't work out, will it? Kyung-min scratched his head helplessly. Honestly, it will be hard. Reporters have high self-esteem. If they are treated like this, rumors will spread throughout the industry instantly. The ironic situation left Mo Young at a loss for what to do. Outside, Junho was still smiling and chatting with Yuna. He immediately decided, then, let me try to answer tactfully and see. Kyung-min blamed himself. I want to cheer you on, but I do not know what to say. Mu Young turned back to him. You do not trust me, Kyung-min continued. Junho said, you are the type of person who speaks without a filter. Mo Young quickly denied it. It is not that bad. Young-min pointed back. First, I will contact the director. Mu Young nodded. Yes, while he was exhausted, the ghost suddenly appeared. He turned to look at her. Ghost, she had already guessed something. It is because that reporter is problematic, right? A radiant smile appeared on Mo Young's face. A short time later, he quickly returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yuna shook her head. It is fine. Your friend is quite a smooth talker. She was very expectant. Now then, can I ask that question again? Before Mo Young could answer, Yuna continued. About Assistant Director Park Sang-il. Kyung-min quickly spoke up. Reporter, about that? Mo Young suddenly asked. Yes, that is right. I have invited you all the way here, so I have been too reserved, have not I? He looked straight into her eyes. First, let me ask, do you also handle content that is not recorded? Yuna was curious. Not recorded, Mo Young continued. I mean things not saved on the laptop or voice recorder. Can you still publish them? She laughed and nodded. If it is just hearsay without evidence, it can't be used. That is good then. So everything will be clear for both sides later. Mo Young thought to himself. That is enough. He continued to ask, good, so where should I start? He spoke slowly. Assistant Director Park Sang-il. My impression of him was not good from the start. He approached me and said all sorts of nonsense about my looks. Mo Young sighed and wondered. At the time, I just thought, is this industry really like this? Yuna showed an expectant smile. Go on. He continued to recount. He told me to try acting a part, and then he almost raised his hand to hit me. She kept taking notes. Tell me everything truthfully. Kyung-min called out worriedly. Mo Young, she, on the other hand, kept praising him. Mr. Mo Young, you are going to be very famous. You are so frank. He instructed her. Make sure to write a great article. Okay, definitely. Yuna spoke with a voice full of confidence. Of course. I will finish writing it today and publish it as breaking news immediately. Suddenly, the coffee cup on the table wobbled. The next second, it spilled right onto Yuna's laptop. Mo Young seemed to have anticipated this. Oh, you just brushed against it earlier. She desperately turned her laptop upside down. It is dead. It is over. I have not backed it up yet. he immediately suggested, I will take the laptop to dry it out. Yuna's voice trembled slightly, please help me. Mu Young called out, reporter. I have a pair of pants you can change into. Come this way. She nodded in agreement. He smiled and pointed forward, don't worry about the article. There is still the voice recorder, right? She understood his point. Thank you. Before leaving, Mu Young gave a smug smile. It seemed the ghost was preparing to carry out the task he had assigned. Before she left, Yuna smiled and said goodbye. Thank you so much for today, Mu Young. He nodded and advised her, drive carefully, reporter. She waved goodbye. I will send the photos to the company. Pick the ones you want and let me know. She did not forget to add, I will wash the pants I borrowed as soon as possible and send them back via quick delivery. Mu Young smiled and nodded, just do whatever is most convenient for you. Young Min thought to himself, letting us choose the photos. It is lucky the atmosphere softened, but still, as soon as she left, the ghost suddenly called out, Mu Young, realizing something was wrong. Young Min cried out in fear. He looked at him worriedly, what were you thinking? Interviewing like that, you will be in big trouble if the article comes out wrong. Mu Young smiled to comfort him. Don't worry, Hyun. Young Min was puzzled. What do you mean, do not worry? Mu Young turned back. Junho. Did you take care of the laptop? Junho nodded. I even opened the internal parts slightly to make sure. It is absolutely unrecoverable. Mu Young continued his calculation. The reporter also said that without notes, she can't write it. So in the end, she won't have any evidence to put in the article. Remembering something, Young Min became anxious. The laptop is taken care of. But what about the voice recorder? Mu Young explained. I checked. It was not working. Young Min was surprised. Really? Mu Young nodded. Yes. He thought to himself, sorry, I lied, but I absolutely can't say the ghost helped me. Later on, Kyung Min was very curious. When did you realize the recorder was not running? Why did not you give me a sign? Mu Young told him, because I thought I should keep the reporter's trust first, so I missed the moment to say it. Sorry. Young Min breathed a sigh of relief. Gosh, that is lucky. Junho looked at his own reflection in his coffee cup. He suddenly called out, but I saw it clearly. Mu Young looked up at him. His expression turned sour. The coffee cup spilled on its own. Young Min was suddenly frightened. What, is there really a ghost here? No wonder I felt a chill down my spine in the middle of summer. Junho turned and asked him. Right, I am not the only one who felt it, am I? Mu Young did not know how to explain it to both of them. He sighed and reminded them. I heard if you mention a ghost, the ghost will come close. So let us just pretend we do not know anything. Junho gave a forced smile. I am not scared at all. Kyung Min suddenly felt a shiver. Suddenly I really miss the boss. Junho suddenly complained. Strange. My shoulders feel heavy. Mu Young warned him. Stop joking around. After a moment's thought, Mu Young looked out the window. He knew clearly in his heart, next semester, no matter how hard he tried, he might get into the dorm, but from the semester after that, he might actually end up on the street. He continued to calculate. Before helping that ghost pass on, he had to negotiate with Byung. Late that evening, Yuna was very expectant. Alright. She opened her computer screen. Let us get to work. She breathed a sigh of relief. It is a pity the laptop is broken, but luckily I turned on the recorder. The article was titled, Shocking Expose by Rookie Ha Mu-young. She felt very smug. Pouring his heart out like that in front of a journalist. Yuna wondered to herself, is he just a naive rookie who does not think ahead? Director Park Moon-cheol sent a message. Reporter Lee, how was the interview? She nodded and replied, yes. She did not forget to add, it seems Sealing does not even need to worry. He just kept blabbing. If left alone, he will probably self-destruct. I will take care of making it blow up at the right time. Yuna was extremely excited. Sending a green rookie like that right after debut is a bit heartbreaking, really. She proceeded to open the recording. But he should have kept his mouth shut. This world is not easy, and people won't let it slide just because you are young. It seemed Yuna was eagerly opening the recording file. Strange sounds appeared. She was confused. What is wrong with this? A voice echoed from inside. Be gone. Yuna breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. The next second strange words appeared. Get out. Terrified, she quickly backed away. Yuna screamed in despair. The scene moved to the next morning. Mu Young looked around in all directions. On his way to investigate the ghost's request, he had found the Hadong Theater the stage. The ghost said she wanted to stand on one more time. He wondered, puzzled. I do not know if the map is wrong or if I am just bad at directions. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Mu Young's expression shifted instantly. He called out in dazed surprise. Yu-chun. The man recognized him in an instant. Mu Young recalled, Yu-chun, the person who had studied at the acting academy with him. He was surprised. Ever since he went to university, I had no idea where he was or what he was doing. He shook his hand curiously. Why are you here? Yu-chun was a bit flustered. I should be saying that to you. Mu Young was confused. Summer break. No, more importantly, why did you disappear for 5 years? He realized something was unusual. Bora also said she has not been able to contact you for a long time. Mu Young could not hide his curiosity. Yu-chan, what is wrong? What happened? Yu-chan quickly dodged. Nothing. Anyway, why did you come here? He explained. I am looking for a place called Haedong Theater. Yu-chan was surprised. Why are you looking for Haedong Theater? Mo Young glanced at him. Do you know it? Yu-chan pulled out a script from his hand. I am part of the theater troupe there. His voice was a bit surprised. It is a famous theater, did not you know? Mo Young became excited. That is great. I am hearing about it for the first time. Yu-chan's expression suddenly turned strange. Well, how would you know? Noticing his strange expression, Mo Young was dazed. Yu-chan quickly explained. Sorry, I did not mean it like that. Mo Young gave a forced smile. It is fine. What you said is not wrong. Yan stepped forward. Anyway, follow me. I am on my way there now. Finally, Yu-chan led him to the Haedong Theater. Here it is. Mo Young was impressed. Yu-chan turned back to look at him curiously. But why are you looking for this place? Mo Young did not know where to start. My friend said they wanted to try visiting once. Yu-chan nodded. I see. Mo Young did not forget to advise him, but you are living here and acting in plays. Being busy is good, but you should keep in touch. Bora is really worried about you. Yu-chan explained. I am only staying here like this until the end of summer. Mo Young turned to look at him. What did you just say? His expression became unusually serious. If I feel I am not good enough, I will quit acting. The girl revealed a radiant smile, but that was only when she was still on screen. The footage began to change. Then came the introduction. Year 20XX Grand Premiere of Epidemic. Yu-chan looked at the screen with sad eyes as those children shone like stars. Sitting still in the theater, he thought, I can only stand in the shadows and watch them quietly. Countless thoughts filled his head. I tried to avoid this, but now I know I have no choice but to accept it. Despite my desperate desires and working through the night, Yu-ken felt a pang in his heart. He could not overcome the wall called talent. In the cinema, he sighed. Some people cling to this for years and can't even get a supporting role, while others have not even been at it for a year and they are already in movies and dramas. Mo Young thought to himself. And the person now? Yu-chan sighed softly. Sorry for only being able to speak like this. Yu-chan gave a sad smile. It is not your fault, but I am only human, so honestly, it is hard for me. That is why I thought about not contacting you. I did not think I could congratulate you sincerely. Hearing him say that, Mo Young was taken aback. Yu-chan turned his face away awkwardly. Well, I will head out first. Take your time walking around before you go back. Good luck with your filming. Not wanting to stay any longer, Yu-chan turned to leave. Mo Young hurriedly reached out to stop him. Yu-chan, wait a second. Mo Young placed a hand on his chest. First of all, an apology. This is an apology as a friend. He seemed quite flustered. But do not compare your life to others. Everyone has their own path. Yu-chan laughed in surprise. Are you telling me to be satisfied with reality? Mo Young hurried to comfort him. No, I mean everyone has a different life, literally. You know, as much as you envy me, I envy you just as much. After a moment's thought, he shared, actually, I am an orphan. As soon as he heard this, Yu-chan's expression changed. Mo Young recalled his past. When I was young, my parents passed away one after another, and I lived under a violent stepfather. On my 19th birthday, I almost died. But I did not die. He did, so I survived. Yu-chan became flustered. I had no idea you had a past like that. Mo Young nodded. Of course not, because I never told anyone. Regardless, Mo Young gave an optimistic smile. I just want to tell you that just because things are hard now does not mean you can decide your whole future. He knew in his heart, it is true I have an ability others do not. So I get opportunities easier. But turning those opportunities into achievements is thanks to my own genuine effort. He took Yu-chan's hand. If you quit because you are tired of acting, I will respect and support your choice. Mo Young's voice was very gentle. But if you are quitting just because you can't stand it anymore, then I want to hold you back. Yu-chan was suddenly moved. Mo Young. Suddenly, he blamed himself. How embarrassing. I avoided you and did not dare to contact you just because I was jealous. He reciprocated Mo Young's sentiment. Thank you. And, Yu-chan spoke from his heart. I am sorry, Mo Young. Afterward the two of them walked together. Mo Young looked at Yu-chan. Do you remember when I first applied for a feature film audition? Thanks to you showing me how to pose and use the camera, I made it this far. Yu-chan nodded. So that is how it was. Remembering something, he turned to look around the area. Yu-chan suddenly spoke up. Mo Young, do you know why Haedong Theater is famous? Because even for a newcomer, if you have the skills, you can land a lead role. He suddenly closed his eyes tight. And desperation. Returning to the past, Yu-chan had said with determination, I do not need money. I will even just clean up. Please, let me join. Mo Young nodded and asked curiously, turns out this place is famous for a good reason. Have you started practicing for your next project? Yu-chan shook his head helplessly. I have not picked one yet. Yu-chan's face turned sad. I do not even know if I will get a role. Seeing him like this for the first time made Mu Young think for a long time. He suddenly suggested, then let us practice together, if you do not mind. Yu Chan turned to him in surprise. Don't you have a filming schedule? Mu Young smiled and shook his head. I have finished my scenes for the movie, and since my drama role was just a supporting one, it ended last time. School is on break, so I am very free. Yu Chan breathed a sigh of relief. That is great then. Mu Young said something cryptic. I am glad I could keep it. Yu Chan turned to look at him. What? Mu Young quickly looked away. Nothing. Mu Young understood in his heart. To me, while I only have Junho as a friend at school, both Bora and Yu Chan are precious connections. I absolutely do not want to lose. He suddenly felt relieved. I am really lucky I could keep them. The director of Dr. Matter sent a message. Mr. Byung's contact info. Mu Young, I am sending his number. Let me remind you, our business must remain strictly secret. He replied immediately. Of course I understand. Don't worry. Unable to wait any longer, Mu Young called Byung. He answered quickly. Mu Young introduced himself. Hello, director. I am Mo Young, the one staying in your office till. I remember you were quite distressed about that thing. So? Byung asked awkwardly, how is it, living there as a trial? Mu Young continued to describe it. There really is an eerie aura. Bin Yong sighed and nodded. See, if it is too uncomfortable, you can move out early. But call me before you move. Mu Young quickly shook his head. No, director. I'm actually an expert in this field. If you want, I can give you a recommendation. Byung was quite surprised. Really? If you can resolve it, I won't be stingy with money. Leave your contact info with me. Mu Young nodded. Yes, Mu Young did not forget to add. But please keep this a secret from CEO Han Dak-young. I want to save face at work, you know. Byung smiled and agreed. Of course. See you later. Mu Young quickly hung up. Yes, director. Right after that, Mu Young could breathe a sigh of relief. Great, one case down. Now, he glanced toward the ghost. An excited smile appeared on his face. Now for that ghost. Inside the theater, the ghost called out, hurry up, Mu Young. Witnessing the familiar setting made her incredibly excited. Yu Chan asked curiously. Why are you so tired? Mu Young sighed and complained. Why is it so hot today? He remembered how hard he worked. There were so many stairs. It was too much. The ghost had declared she would not walk anymore, so he had to carry her here. Mu Young seemed to remember something. By the way, is there no one at the theater today? Yu Chan explained. There is a group preparing for a performance 6 months from now, but it is a different group. The current schedule has ended, so the stage will be empty. Mu Young nodded in understanding. I see. Yu Chan, let me go to the restroom for a second. Though surprised, Yu Chan nodded in agreement. Mu Young complained as he walked. Wait a minute, you are a ghost but I can't walk through walls. He kept reminding her. Slow down. Seeing the ghost standing inside a room left Mu Young confused. Wait, he asked curiously. Are your things here too? Ghost? Suddenly, Mu Young noticed something. It was an old script on the floor. This is, back in the past. Doha held a script in her hand. The Holly Tree. A blonde-haired person smiled and explained, this is a creative play debuting this quarter. I have read it, and it is almost as if it was written just for you, Doha. The others nodded. Exactly. Without you, Mari would not exist. He did not forget to add, if our dummy does not play the lead, who else is qualified? The girl next to her snapped. Please stop calling me a dummy. Doha looked at the script in her hand in silence. She remembered everyone's words. This play is really for you, Doha. That is right, if it is not you, there can be no Mori. Thinking of this, Doha shed tears of sadness. Mu Young smiled as he looked at the script. Your name is Doha. It is beautiful. Don't cry anymore. Is this pollen? Or are these tears? He continued to remind her. You will regret it, but saying anything now won't change things. He thought to himself, that is cold. Mu Young continued to speak to Doha. And look here, there is dust floating. That is a good sign. See it? She asked blankly. What dust? He spoke with a firm voice. You probably can't see it. Anyway, it is a good sign. Trust me. Now that I have found the most important thing, let us head back. He smiled and declared, I will help you. No, I will help you, Doha. Fulfill your wish. She suddenly felt unusually warm. Mu Young was suddenly puzzled. But who is this dummy? Don't tell me Doha is the one they called dummy. Yu Kin was dazed looking at the script before him. Mu Young, suggested Yu Chen. Let us try warming up with this. I read a bit of it, and it seems interesting. Yu Chan was very surprised. The Holly Tree? He asked curiously. This is the first time I have seen this script. Where did you get it? Mu Young explained. When I came out of the restroom, it was lying in the hallway. He focused on reading the script. There was something like this in the hallway. The story was told. The red berries of the holly tree symbolize the blood Jesus shed. The sharp leaves represent the crown of thorns on his head. Not only that, anyone who cuts down a holly tree will face misfortune. In other words, it represents cutting off one's faith. Yu Chen held the script. Cutting the holly tree refers to the messenger of Jesus coming to this village. Which means, it probably refers to killing Mari. Mu Young nodded in confirmation. Seems like it. Yu Chan laughed. The scenes of the woman's death and the misfortune befalling the villagers are edited to cut back and forth. He nodded in assessment. The staging process is truly important. Seeing him evaluate it like that, Mo Young was surprised. Doing this really reminds me of the old days. Yu Chan agreed. Yeah, we used to discuss things like this a lot. After a moment's thought, Yu Chan decided, I want to try performing this work. Mu Young remained by his side, cheering for his friend. Yu Chan suggested. Alright, let us split the roles. But let us just split them enough for now. Mu Young was a bit curious. What about the female lead? Can we just use our imagination to try it out? The two discussed the play. It will be hard for either of us to get into character for this one, so for this part, Mu Young and Yu Chan stepped up onto the stage. His expression shifted instantly. Step aside, I am definitely cutting down this holly tree today. Mu Young's tone was incredibly nonchalant. Fine, keep calling yourself a messenger of God. How can I believe you? There is nothing worth believing about God. He made a decision. I will just cut this tree down and take the money for it. A voice suddenly rang out. You can't. Doha stepped forward angrily. If you do that, everyone here will face misfortune. Mu Young was startled. Ghost. What is happening? She was completely immersed in the play. Mu Young marveled in praise. It really feels like she is still alive. Yu Chan shouted angrily. Those words are just nonsense now. If you are truly a messenger of God, you should at least be able to stop a disaster like this. He was about to say more. If God is like that, then Mo Young stood on the side evaluating. Yu Chan had improved a lot. His pronunciation had depth. And his emotions shifted with every step. He felt like time was flowing backward. So that, is it everyone? Mu Young felt a bit proud. On this stage, he was finally shining. Seeing someone appear, he and Yu Chan turned their heads in surprise. The director suddenly asked, has Yu Chan always acted this well? Yu Chan was surprised. Director, Mu Young realized something. Director, he walked toward the two of them. Who is this next to you? Mu Young bowed politely. Hello, the director continued to ask. Hello. You are Yu Chan's friend. He looked around Mo Young's body. It is Pollen. Yu Chan quickly introduced him. This is my high school friend. He is also pursuing acting and is about to debut in his first movie. Mu Young bowed humbly. Hello, I am Ha Mu Young. The man nodded. Hello Mo Young. The director was a bit curious. But why are you doing that play? Can I see the script for a moment? Yu Chan smiled and nodded in agreement. Mu Young explained to him. I found it in the hallway while looking for the restroom. It seemed very interesting. The director's expression changed instantly. Why would it be in the hallway? Mo Young gave a forced smile. Who knows? The director sighed softly. I once thought it was a perfect script, but when we lost the lead, it lost its life. A character full of vitality like Murray. Only that girl suited it. Mo Young felt a bit awkward. I am sorry for practicing without permission. The director shook his head. It is fine. This place is run on tax money anyway. Speaking of which, I had no idea Yu Chan had improved this much. He smiled and encouraged them. Anyway, keep doing your best. I only dropped by for a moment because of something in the basement. Yelvin turned back curiously. Can I come along? Is it about the water leak? The director sighed and reminded him. Last time you said it was hard to do alone. Mu Young felt something was off. Wait a minute, he thought to himself. He said, they have not decided on a play for the third quarter yet, right? Moreover, if the troupe leader just saw Yu Chan's performance in the holly tree, then maybe. Mu Young immediately bowed. I will take my leave first. He understood clearly in his heart, it is best to withdraw now. Yu Chan turned to look at him. Oh, really? Mu Young waved goodbye. Let us meet up another day. Yu Chan nodded in understanding. Thank you so much for today, Mo Young. Mo Young turned and walked toward the door. Before leaving, he turned back to look at the two of them. His heart suddenly felt warm. Those two with the holly tree, I have a good feeling about this. Back in the past, Doha looked at her phone screen in silence. The voicemail showed an unread message. As soon as she opened it, a voice of criticism rang out. Hey, I have sent the living expenses. You are not still hanging around those theaters all day, are you? The woman sounded very angry. I believe you have quit acting and are preparing to become a broadcaster. Doha endured the criticism. If you need anything, just tell me anytime. She walked into her room, exhausted. Too many things had happened. Doha did not want to face them. At that moment, a light suddenly appeared. She looked forward, confused. Instinctively, Doha walked toward the light. She could see herself shining on stage. People called out. Doha, they reminded her. Come here, how can we have a curtain call without the lead? Your performance today was truly amazing. Everyone around kept cheering. Doha. That was the first time she felt so happy. She accepted everyone's applause. Doha felt as if she had merged with the stage. Thank you. Returning home, Mu Young called out. Ghost. He sighed softly. After the rehearsal of the holly tree at the theater ended, the ghost had disappeared and no longer appeared at home. He told himself. Now that the goal is achieved, I should be happy. Mo Young felt a bit of a void. But feeling this regret. I guess many feelings grew during that time, he thought to himself, ghost. No, Doha. Sorry for not being able to say a proper goodbye. I hope you go to a better place, and can play all the roles you want. A few days passed. Young Ning asked, Mu-young, can we talk now? Mu-young nodded. Yes, manager. I just got home. Young Min suddenly asked. I have some bad news and some good news. Which do you want first? Mi said. Give me the bad news first. Young Min announced. Daily Mail contacted us. They said, the interview from the other day is cancelled due to equipment failure. Mu Young nodded happily. Well, that is great, Young Min said awkwardly. I do not know if it is good or not. It was supposed to be a good chance to introduce you. Mu Young smiled to comfort him. It is fine. Interviews can wait until after my official debut. Young Min continued. The good news is that a PD named Lee Yujin, who works in the drama department, contacted me to invite us for a meal. Mu Young was puzzled. For me, why? Kyung Min reminded him. The male lead character for the project she is planning seems to suit your image. It is probably because of that recent supporting role that you are better known now. Mu Young thought to himself. It is because of that situation again. Kyung Min continued. I heard it is a musician role, but I do not know the details. Just meet her once and see. Mu Young was about to say more. Wait, a musician? His face turned sour. I am terrible at singing and I have no sense of rhythm. At the production company Modripa, Yujin shouted. As long as they are sharp, slightly dark, with a youthful and sexy feel, it will work. Yujin held her head in despair. No matter how I think about it, I feel like one element is missing. The writer, Jin Yunso, suggested, how about someone with an idol background? Yujin nodded and calculated. Not bad, but I still want to prioritize acting first. Yunso sighed, and pulled out her phone. It is hard. From YouTube to Invel, I feel like I have watched every kind of short video. It is all stuff I have seen before. New news popped up. The abuse of power scandal on set. Who is the supporting actor? She immediately took notice. What is this? Yunso asked curiously. Have you seen this article? Yujin shook her head. No. A new actor. Looking at his face, she focused her thoughts. Ha Mo Young. Yunso suddenly spoke up. The vibe is good. But I wonder how he will be in person. Yojin asked curiously. Right, which management agency is he with? After searching, she announced, Bigwin Entertainment. She was a bit delighted. It just happens that a senior I know is working with an actor from Bigwin. I should tactfully ask him to put in a word to arrange a meeting. Yojin showed an expectant smile. If he can sing just a little bit, he will be the perfect fit for the role. The scene shifted to late evening. As soon as she walked in, Yujin called out, Senior. The man before her was PD Hong Seokcho, director of the S-station drama, Crescent Moon. He smiled and waved Yujin. She walked over and asked curiously, You have had a fair amount to drink, have not you? Is the drama filming going well? He nodded. It is okay. Seokcho looked at her, puzzled. I heard the one you had your eye on was Taeseok, who is in our drama. She immediately denied it. No, the one I am aiming for is Mu-young, from the same agency as Tae-seok. He nodded when he heard that. I see. Well, it does not matter, as long as we get to drink our fill. The door opened. Yejin suddenly felt nervous. He is here. Kyung Min smiled as he walked in. This is the room, right? Mu-young bowed in greeting. Hello, I am Ha Mu-young. She hurriedly gestured. Mo-young, sit here. He nodded. Yes, everyone introduced themselves. I am Na Gyum-dong, director of Bigwin. I am Go Kyungmin. Come on, have a drink. Taeseok also sat down. Hurry up, Mo-young bowed politely. Hello, PD. Yojin said. Nice to meet you, Mo-young. I heard you are only 20, but you look even younger in person. You are still in school, right? He nodded. Yes, it is summer break right now. Young Min introduced him with a smile. The PD also graduated from Seo Yonha University. Mu-young is a junior. Mu-young corrected his speech. So you are my senior. Hello. Yujin could not help but be surprised. Hello junior. Seok-jo glanced at him. Mu-young does not drink. He politely declined. I have filming tomorrow. So, she thought to herself, Ha Mo-young. Turns out he does not just maintain a smart image, huh? Some time passed. Seokyo kept praising him. Taeseok, you can drink quite well, just as expected. Taeseok gave a forced smile. After a moment's thought, Seokjo looked around. He pointed at Mu-young. Hey, you, the youngest. Mu-young was startled while eating me. He continued to suggest, since you are not drinking, you must feel like you are missing out. So sing a song. Yujin's face immediately lit up with excitement. Senior, great idea. I want to see his singing ability too. Having no other choice, Mo-young agreed. Then I will sing a song. His melody rang out, leaving everyone frozen. The flowers have bloomed on Dongbak Island. His singing level was terribly bad. Spring has arrived. Mu-young hummed the tune. Brothers far apart, Busan Port. Kyung Min thought to himself, Mo-young, you are really a bad singer. But Mu-young paid no attention to everyone's expressions. Only the seagulls cry sadly. Seocho felt very excited. How cute, actors just need to be good at acting. Everyone around kept praising him. PD Hong is right. This kid is really interesting. As the party ended, Seocho kept suggesting, let us go for a second round. Round 2. Everyone laughed. PD Hong, take some hangover cure first. He was still acting up. I am going to drink more. So what is the point of a hangover cure? Everyone was speechless. Yujin stepped up to Mo-young. Hey, Mo-young. She gave a forced smile. I actually have a quite good impression of you, but this role does not seem to suit you very well. If there is an opportunity in the future, let us definitely work together. Mo-young asked curiously, you were already interested in me, so why won't it work? She sighed and explained, because it is a musician role, you have to sing well. Plus, the actor might have to participate in the OST directly. Mo-young continued to probe. So if I get better at singing, will you hire me? Yajin laughed and waved it off. Singing is not something you can just get better at just because you say so. Mo-young's voice was extremely determined. I think I can do it. His eyes sparkled. I have a feeling about this, Yujin thought to herself. What is this? Such confidence. Does he really have some kind of backing? Mo-young seemed to remember something. Wait a minute, she turned her head curiously to look at him. What is wrong? He immediately realized it was the hazy smoke. He thought to himself, from PD Lee, it only seems to radiate a sparkling light. So, he turned his head to look behind him. He discovered that the hazy smoke was surrounding PD Hong Seokjo. Hong Seokjo kept insisting, calling a designated driver. Forget it, it is a waste of money. It is only a 5-minute drive. Mo-young's expression changed instantly. Drunk, driving. Seogse got into the car and kept calling out, Taeseok. He was eagerly looking forward to it. Let us go for a third round. Suddenly, Mo-young reached out to stop him. He smiled and reminded him, you can't do that. Seojo was a bit confused. What do you think you are doing? Mo-young seriously repeated. Driving right now would be driving under the influence. Seojo became irritated. You brat, move out of the way. Mo-young did not back down. If you touch that steering wheel, I am calling the police. Yujin, witnessing this scene, was also surprised. What is going on? She looked at Mo-young in surprise. This kid was truly eccentric. She sighed with regret. If only he was not such a terrible singer. It is a real pity, but there is no other way. Finally, Yujin had to speak up. Senior, you have already been caught twice. If you have to write another statement this time, it will be a huge mess. Seokjo was startled. No, Yujin. He still continued to mutter. Let us go for round 2. Yujin turned to leave. I will take my leave now too. Everyone get home safely. Everyone nodded in agreement. Goodbye, PD. The others breathed a sigh of relief. We escaped. Young-min turned and suggested, let us grab a taxi too. Mo-young, inside his house, he asked himself, is my singing really that bad? The scene from earlier weighed heavily on Mo-young's mind. He sighed and wondered, singing. Should I take vocal lessons? The latest news article popped up. Music. Social media weekend. Rank 1, Zerotum. Kling. He looked at his phone in surprise. It is Enbin. He thought to himself, he won the trophy on the music show today. I should text him to congratulate him. Enbin sang the melody. Don't do that. Every time you hold me, those rejecting fingertips are still so warm. His expression changed instantly. That is it. Mo-young showed a radiant smile. The expert was right beside me all along. A banner wishing Epidemic a huge box office success fluttered in the wind. It was the final day of filming for Epidemic. Kyung-moon spoke up. Good work. Mo-young. He nodded and replied. You worked hard too, senior. Yuna hurriedly ran toward him. Appa Mo-young smiled and turned around. Yuna. The little girl hugged him tightly. Her face looked a bit worried. Will we ever see each other again? He nodded and replied, of course we will. She seemed very anxious. But Appa, will our movie be successful? Mo-young smiled to comfort her. Definitely. Yuna was surprised. Really? He nodded and continued. This is a secret, okay? He whispered in her ear. I have already seen the future. The girl's face brightened instantly. Okay, I believe you. He thought to himself. How adorable. Kyung-min suddenly asked. Mo-young, did you get in touch? He nodded and replied. Yes. Yuna asked curiously. Where are you going? He gently explained. I am going to meet that friend who brought the coffee truck last time. The girl was surprised. Your friend. After a moment's thought, Mo-young decided immediately to Enbin's house. On the way, Kyung-min was surprised. All the housing complexes around here look so similar, do not they? Mo-young laughed and replied, well, the residences for politicians and celebrities are all like this. I bet outsiders can't just wander in here. Mo-young suddenly understood. No wonder Enbin moved here after that last incident. Kyung-min nodded. Most likely, both of them knew that the previous incident had caused quite a scandal. Kyung-min suddenly suggested, I wish I could make enough money to move here too. Let us stop by a convenience store before we arrive. It would be embarrassing to show up empty-handed since we are bothering him. Mo-young was surprised. Oh, is that so? Both of them stepped inside. The clerk bowed. Welcome. He was still deep in thought. He said it is a dorm, so the other members must be there too. I do not know everyone's taste, so I will just grab some random things. Hope it is okay. While not paying attention, he accidentally bumped into someone's shoulder. Moo Young spoke up awkwardly. Sorry, I was lost in thought. And the other person smiled. It is fine. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, take care. The man was still watching his back as he left. The man thought to himself, that face looks familiar. Shortly after, Kyung-min had to explain a lot to the security guard. As expected, security was very tight. They had to confirm the purpose of the visit and check their IDs. Moo Young looked at the vast space before him. I have finally set foot in Enbin's dorm, he thought worriedly. The manager is picking me up tomorrow, so from now until then, I must transform myself into a music pro. Enbin stepped outside. Welcome, Ha Moo Young. Roman also ran over. Hello, Moo Young hung. He nodded back. Hi Enbin. Hello Roman, nice to meet you. Bin continued to encourage him. Make yourself at home. Moo Young remarked. You look quite refreshed. Enbin laughed. Moving here helped me lose the stalker fans, and work is going much smoother. I feel light as a feather. Moo Young remembered something. I saw it online. Congrats on winning the trophy. Enbin nodded. Thanks. Man. As soon as they sat down, Moo Young asked. And how about you, Ramen? Are the acting lessons with teacher Oseo going well? He smiled and replied, the director teaches well. I'm just having trouble keeping up. Ramen was a bit flustered. Besides, I have been on break lately. Moving was so hectic that I have not had time to go back there yet. Moo Young nodded. I see. Suddenly, Enbin crushed the Coke can in his hand. He spoke up. Now is not the time for small talk. His face became serious. Sing for us, Ha Moo Young. Moo Young clenched his palms. It was time. Enbin asked curiously. But why did you suddenly want to learn how to sing? He explained to the two of them. Well, I'm planning to audition for a movie, but the director said I could not because my singing is bad. Ramen was a bit surprised. Is it a musical film, or is the condition that the actor must sing the OST? These days, machines can fix all of that. Moo Young was a bit flustered, since the role is a musician. He thought to himself, my voice probably just is not very good. Enbin spoke with a firm voice. We will help Moo Young with the singing, and Moo Young will help Ramen with perfect acting. Ramen's eyes sparkled. I want to learn acting from Moo Young. Moo Young laughed. That is great then. The room door closed, and it became silent. Moo Young did not wait any longer. So, his eyes sparkled. It is a bit embarrassing, but I will try singing Cling. Ramen kept praising. That is our song. Enbin thought to himself, singing it right in front of the original artist. How brave. He took a deep breath. Immediately after, he sang the strange melody, Cling to Me. Please give me another chance. Moo Young sang very awkwardly, but I do not know why you are like this. We can't end like. A water bottle suddenly fell to the floor. It was only then that he noticed Si-won standing to the side. Having heard everything, Si-won could not hide his bewilderment. What on earth was that? Seeing everyone's reaction, Moo Young was dazed. Pardon. Enbin burst out laughing. Moo Young. Roman was speechless. Moo Young. Hey Young, are you trying to sing well or are you singing badly on purpose? Si-won found it hard to believe. Does someone who sings like this really exist in the world? Tears were in his eyes. Moo Young still did not understand what was going on. Si-won did not know where to start his critique. The pronunciation is good, but Enbin turned his head to look at him. Hey, it looks like. His next words left Moo Young frozen. Singing is out of the question. He was in complete despair. It is over. My Poland. Some time passed. Moo Young was in a terrible mood. Is there really no hope for me? Ramen suggested. For now, you have memorized all the lyrics. You usually listen to our music anyway. Ramen was about to explain. It is just like memorizing lines. Enbin added Moo Young. Maybe find another role. That is not the only movie in the world. Moo Young quickly refused. I do not want to. I must get that role. Immediately after, Enbin turned his head. Alright, now it is Ramen's turn to show his acting. Ready? Ramen nodded. Yes. Enbin turned back to Moo Young. Moo Young, prepare yourself to laugh. Ramen awkwardly explained. Company K is making a mini-series. Originally, this was Enbin Hyung's role, but he turned it down and recommended me, so I have a meeting coming up. Moo Young was curious. What role? Ramen explained. The role of a thoughtless womanizer. Moo Young thought to himself, Enbin suits that better than Ramen. Ramen looked at him expectantly. The part I am practicing is the male lead's lines from Frappuccino. The drama was famous for the two characters feeling quite similar. Si-won added, wasn't the lead there a legendary piece of trash, always hesitating between the female lead and his ex-girlfriend? Moo Young quickly remembered, I have heard of that too. Ramen could not wait any longer. Then, I will begin. His face showed an innocent smile. Hey, why are you crying? I am not having an affair. This level of acting left Moo Young frozen. Ramen continued to act like a clown. Calm down, please. Hearing this, Enbin could not take it anymore. That is why the company won't let you act. Roman was a bit embarrassed. Hyung, do not laugh. Enbin called out Mo Young, you do a demonstration once. Ramen turned his head to him. Please, Mu Young Hyung. He sighed and stepped forward. Then I will just try to capture the emotion. He thought to himself, a character who wants to change but has high self-esteem. A shameless womanizer. Calculated, but sometimes that exact point makes him quite lovable. Mu Young suddenly changed his demeanor. Hey, he showed a forced smile. Why are you crying? His attitude remained very calm. I am not having an affair. Calm down. The level of his acting took even Enbin by surprise. Mu Young seemed to have transformed into someone else. Sweetheart. Look at me. Don't cry anymore. Smile for me, babe. Ramen and Siwon's expressions shifted instantly. Seeing the room fall into silence, Mo Young was surprised. What is wrong? Was my acting that weird? Enbin was about to say something. Hey, you, he suddenly shouted, that singing just now was decent. Mo Young was surprised. Immediately after, Mo Young sang the melody from earlier. Enbin was speechless. How is it back to the way it was? Try singing right after the dialogue. Siwon felt something was off. Strange. Ramen also commented, I have never seen a case like this. Enbin thought silently. This is actually hilarious. If he just sings, it is a disaster, but as long as he acts out a scene where he is singing, he can mimic it. He looked at Mo Young in a daze. Is that really possible? After a moment's thought, Ramen immediately stood up. He spoke his mind. I get it, I know how to help you look the part in a short time. The scene shifted to the next morning. Unso asked in surprise, PD, where are you going in such a hurry? Yujin explained, I have some business. A staff member stepped forward to announce, PD, about that plan from the other day. She interrupted, sorry, I will listen when I get back. She hurriedly pressed the elevator button. Too many things were happening, making her exhausted. Yujin recalled 2 days ago, how Mo Young had contacted her saying he wanted a private casting meeting. Though she had no intention of casting him, she agreed to meet and say hello out of politeness. She looked around the area. Am I late? I have something to propose. Did he leave already? Just then, a voice called from behind. PD Lee Yujin. The next scene left her frozen. Mo Young walked up with a radiant smile. Hello, she marveled. Gosh, I almost did not recognize you. He smiled and explained, I tried to style myself to fit the Hongdae band image. Actually, everything suits me. Eugene was a bit troubled. I am sorry, but just the image is not enough. Mu Young pulled out the guitar he had prepared. I will try singing a song for you. That is why I asked to meet. She gave a forced smile. All right, let us see it once then. She thought to herself, right now there is nothing, especially not a drama. But I want to invite him to film the 30th anniversary documentary. She already knew the result. She would just listen half-heartedly and then change the subject. Watching Mu Young's actions surprised Yujin. He knows how to play the guitar. He looks the part, too. Mu Young started the melody. A year has passed in a flash. Realizing something was different, her expression changed. He was fully immersed in the melody. Thank you for being by my side all this time. The people around them took notice. What is this? A public confession? They started gossiping. Wait, right now. Mu Young paid no attention to everyone's stares. I do not know what is in your heart. He seemed to have merged with the character. But only when you smile can I smile too. While Yujin was still in a daze, the people around were discussing. Who is this? A rookie idol. He stood up and suggested, I want to participate in PD Lee Yujin's drama with this song. Mu Young spoke with a determined voice. Please give me a formal audition. I am begging you. The space suddenly became silent. Yujin finally announced. Next week. She pointed at him. Keep your schedule clear next week. That is the week of formal auditions. Seeing that he had succeeded, Mu Young showed a radiant smile. He sent a message, Ramen, thanks to you, I got an audition opportunity. I am really grateful. Ramen texted back. Congrats, Hyung, you must pass. Ramen was a bit disappointed. I failed my role, but the PD praised my acting for improving a lot. I will definitely pass next time. Makuna felt a bit of regret that Roman failed. One day at the Zerotum dorm, Mu Young was still practicing hard. Over a period that was neither short nor long, they had put in a lot of effort to absorb each other's lessons. Roman had taught him how to look skilled while playing guitar and singing. In return, Mu Young did the same, teaching Ramen the secrets to improving acting skills in a short time. Ramen was very regretful. It would have been great if we both passed. Kang Young Min stepped up and called out, Mu Young. He was very expectant. What is the result? You look like you are in a good mood from a distance. Mu Young smiled and informed him. She said she will call for the audition. Young Min was overjoyed to hear that. Well done. Mu Young did not forget to add, she also mentioned some anniversary documentary and wants me to participate. Young Min became hopeful. Did she say to contact the company? At that moment, Daryong suddenly stepped forward. Hello. You are Bora's friend, right? Mu Young turned his head to look at her, puzzled. Who? Young Min quickly signaled, that is Young. The name made him realize something. It sounded familiar. Turns out she was the one who had bullied Bora. I accidentally, Mu-young immediately pointed at her face. Right, the one who punched Bora in the nose. Everyone around took notice. What, a fight? Punched, what? He realized something was wrong. Sorry, I slipped up. Young tried to appear calm. It is fine. It was just an accident. But more importantly, she showed a smug smile. I overheard that you came to film a supporting role for our drama and something unfortunate happened, right? Mo-young remembered. The assistant director thing. Young sighed softly. After hearing the story, I felt both pity and guilt. As a lead actor, it would be awkward to just ignore it. She smiled and suggested, so I want to treat you to a meal. Musheng was surprised. Pardon, so suddenly, she held her phone out. Yes, let us go eat something delicious to cheer up. That guy who was with you that day should come too. Mu-young immediately remembered. Junho. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, definitely, he thought to himself. Honestly, I do not really care, and I have no desire to arrange a meeting with someone who had a conflict with Bora. He felt something was wrong, but what did this flower effect mean? Daryong asked in surprise. You do not like it? He quickly shook his head. No, I like it a lot. She continued. Then give me your phone number. Mu-young told himself. Who knows, I will just trust the petal effect and give it a try. A few days passed. Audition day 4. Why are you like this? Why am I like this in Cheongdam-dongdong? Watching everyone busy preparing surprised Mu-young. Before the audition, the director and manager had gathered a lot of information about the movie for him, from the fact that actors were hesitant to join because it would air during the year-end season, to the casting focus mainly on idols. Seeing him appear, Roman asked with a smile, "You are here." Mo-young had to agree. The truth was that among the supporting roles, there was one that perfectly suited Ramen. He curiously approached Ramen. It has been a while. Did you practice much? Mu-young thought to himself. When did we start talking so casually? Roman nodded and replied, yes, I am very confident. Things were gradually getting better. I had coincidentally leaked a little information related to that role to Roman. After hearing Ramen's account, Enbin had tactfully spoken to the management agency, and so the audition was finalized as fast as a kite in the wind. He remembered something. The management company does not know you are going in Enbin's place, right? Romin nodded in confirmation, yes. The company thinks my acting is terrible, and they are afraid of ruining my image, so they kept stopping me. Mu-young thought about it. I see. Even so, Roman has practiced very hard. Ramen asked curiously. But you have not done your hair or makeup. Mu-young turned and explained. I already did. Ramen was a bit flustered. Well, you are already handsome, but still. Ramen turned and said to the makeup artist, Nuina, please help him. Mu-young felt something was off. Hey, she pulled him into a chair. Go sit over there quickly, Roman added hurriedly. Nuna, we do not have much time. Ramen laughed and explained, I intentionally made the appointment 30 minutes early. Besides, these Nunas are pros, so they are very fast. Mu-young glared at him. I do not have money, you brat. Ramen smiled, artists get a discount, do not worry. After a short time, Mu-young's makeup was almost finished. Ramen looked at him in surprise. Hyung, listen to this while you are getting ready. Ramen's eyes lit up. You know the saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. He did not forget to add. I found out beforehand who is coming to the audition. Mu-young was also surprised. If you act well, you can pass. If you know your opponents, you can compare everyone's strengths with the role you are competing for. Ramen continued. I will explain everything in detail, so we must pass. Looking at him like that, Mu-young laughed in surprise. He nodded. Alright, the scene shifted to the meeting room of the film production unit. Unso asked, PD, what do you think of song? Eugene gave her thoughts. The vibe is quite good, gentle voice fits the atmosphere. But their comeback time does not overlap. For now, let us talk with the company. Who is next? Eugene looked at the file. Pyora. Eunso explained. She is very pretty in person. She did not forget to praise. Her image is cheerful but she looks cold, so it is quite surprising. This friend, she thought for a long time. But why are they all idols? The judge sitting next to her said. Don't think too negatively. Idols act well these days, and their fandoms are huge. At least it is easier to pull in advertisements. Eugene thought for a long time. Idols. She suddenly remembered the image of Mu-young playing the guitar. A staff member ran in to announce, PD, it is time for the auditions. She nodded and signaled. All right, tell them to come in. The staff member told everyone, let us begin the auditions. Eugene called out. Let us start with you, Giryong. Don't be too nervous, just think of this as a comfortable chat. He nodded in understanding. Yes, Mu-young was still sitting still. Since this was the third session for those who had already debuted, the rule was to review each person privately. She was lost in thought. But since they are people who will become band members, their interaction is also very important. Gryong stepped up to introduce himself. I debuted as an idol 7 years ago, and started acting about 3 years ago. Originally, I planned to debut as an actor, but ended up debuting as an idol. The head of the production company continued to ask, Mr. Gryong, do you know how to play the guitar? The head nodded in praise. I think you suit the male lead role very well. Gryong showed a smug smile. I have been playing guitar for 10 years. Hearing that, he nodded in praise. Your physique is good too. I bet you work out. Since the lead is the youthful type, it would be great to have a physique that gives off that feeling. Yeojin glanced at him. The head was really into Gryong. He put the folder down. Yes, please have a seat. One more thing. This is an important part, so I will ask everyone together. His face showed a nonchalant smile. Since everyone has experience as idols, I assume you can all handle the OST, right? The others replied. Yes, I can even compose. I used to be in a band. Suddenly, the head noticed Mu-young sitting to the side. He hurriedly reminded. Right. Mr. Dodukst. Mu-young, although we are hiring actors, since this is a movie about a band, Mu-young smiled to comfort him. Although it was not a formal occasion, I have sung before. He was a bit curious. Oh really, where Yujin turned her head to answer, right in front of me. The department head was also surprised. The PD heard it in person. She must be a great singer to be called to an audition like this. She nodded, thinking to herself, it is not that bad, but I can't just let this slide. Eugene understood clearly. If they gave the role to an idol, everything would be much simpler. But if using an actor created disadvantages in terms of costs and promotion, was it really necessary to choose Ha Mu-young and increase production costs? At that moment, Roman suddenly raised his hand. Excuse me, he smiled and suggested, if both Mu-young and I are cast, we could work on the OST together. She was surprised to hear that. Ramen and Mu-young working together, he nodded firmly. Yes, Ramen did not forget to add, if entrusted with it, we will do our best. But he is aiming for one of the guitarists, while I am auditioning for the role of the Mermaid Prince. Yujin fell into deep thought for a long time. If it is Zerotum, she suddenly remembered something. I heard that you, Siwon, are also very good at composing and songwriting. Mu-young smiled and placed a hand on his chest. I heard the male lead might have some shirtless scenes. I am confident I can work out to get into great shape before filming begins. He was looking forward to it. My skin is clear too, with no tattoos. Gryong's expression suddenly soured. Showing his upper body was fine, but what about the dragon tattoo on his back? After thinking for a bit, Ramen continued, our group's promotions just ended, so my schedule is quite free. I can handle late-night shoots or tight schedules. The other actors were startled and panicked. Wait, I was just cast in another drama. I hope there is no conflict. His tone was completely nonchalant. I also know sign language. Thanks to my volunteer experience. Eugene concentrated. She had been wondering whether to add sign language to the character Jong-min. He started commenting again. The male lead seems clumsy in love. Actually, I have been single my whole life. She seemed very satisfied, surprised by the fact that being single was better than being caught up in constant dating rumors. Yeojin reminded the others, if anyone else has anything they want to show, feel free to speak up. She realized something was off, and was startled. Look, Yeojin noticed something unusual. The atmosphere seemed a bit different. Everything was going well, which made Mu-young and Roman very excited. Later on, the director announced, let us begin the script reading. Gryong sighed in boredom. It is my first time seeing a street performance. Either sit there and clap or get lost. Mu-young had to comment. Senior Gryong. I heard his acting experience really makes a difference. His aura is completely different. Ramen approached him. Hyung, I have an idea. He nodded in understanding. On the other side, a guy was trembling while clutching his script. Who would want to film again because of you guys? Even though this guy's acting was terrible, he said, do we look like people who are easily knocked down? Yeojin sighed and reminded them. Yes. Next person please. She called out, Ramen Z. He stepped forward. Yes. He placed his hand on his chest. I would like to audition for the role of Kim Jong-min, the Mermaid Prince. The department head nodded. Alright, let us look at Kim Jong-min's first appearance scene. We will provide the lead in lines. Mi-young thought to himself. Him. Jong-min, the Mermaid Prince, was established as being unable to speak. The staff would read the lines for the surrounding characters, so he only needed to act with his expressions. A staff member held the script. Kim Jong-min, you can't even speak, so why did you come here? He realized, the tone was monotonous and emotionless, making it easy to lose focus. Ramen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Mu-young silently encouraged him. Focus. Roman, the staff member continued questioning, you, what is with that expression? Do you think I am scared? Yujin thought to herself. I did not think Roman would fit, but this is actually quite good. Seeing him remain silent, the staff member continued to mock him. This is hilarious. Kim Jong-min, if you do not like us, why do not you just tell us to get lost? Suddenly, a hand was gently placed on his shoulder. Mu-young smiled and asked, so, can we get lost now? Yojin was surprised by his appearance. He questioned, why have not you left yet? You were insulting Jongmin so much, is there something wrong with your ears? Ramen slowly reached out and pointed to himself. He coldly used sign language. Get lost now. Mu-young gently stopped his movement. It is okay Jongmin, a smug smile appeared on his face. Don't bother with them. Yoonso was also surprised. Ramen's sign language is so natural. And Mu-young's image changes completely as soon as he starts acting. It feels like Ramen is feeding off Mu-young's acting energy. Yujin revealed a joyful smile. No, is not this exactly the Jongmin and Doha I imagined? She was extremely excited. No matter who the company favored or how bad the singing was, it did not matter now. I must choose Ha Mu-young. After the audition ended, Kyu-min called out, Mu-young. He was surprised. Manager, he suggested, how was the audition, want to go eat something delicious? He nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Thinking to himself, it feels like a mother picking up her kid after the college entrance exam. Young Min looked around. Where's Roman? He explained. He went home already. Suddenly, an unexpected text message caught his attention. It turned out to be from Daryong. How about tonight? He was a bit surprised. Mu-young looked up at Kyungmin. Hyung, I am sorry. I have a sudden appointment, but let us eat together next time. He nodded. Oh, is that so? Nothing we can do then. After a moment's thought, he suggested. Jinho, if you are meeting at home, I will give you a ride. He shook his head. No, it is Daryong. I will stop by the house for a bit and then head out. Hyungmin's expression changed instantly. Daryong, he thought. They just exchanged contact info the other day and they are already meeting. He continued to caution Mo-young. I know you have self-control, but do not get too close to that Daryong girl. Especially alcohol, absolutely do not drink with her. He nodded obediently. I know. He felt a bit happy. He really is like a mom. Late that evening at a restaurant in the city, Junho was feeling very angry. Daryong, or whoever, tell her to get here fast. I am going to get revenge for Bora today. Mu-young laughed. I appreciate you coming with me, but do not do anything that'll make the news. He reacted quickly. Are you crazy? You think I want to go to jail? I will behave like a gentleman, just watch. He suddenly became suspicious. Really? The door opened and Daryong spoke up. Hello, Mo-young? Daryong smiled and explained. We are a bit late, are not we? The traffic was bad. I brought a friend along too. Mori appeared before them. Hello, he felt something was off, a nagging feeling. This feels like a double date. Daryong asked both of them, I am about to order, what do you guys want to eat? She gave a smug smile. Do you guys drink? The dishes were all laid out on the table. Mu-young was already on his third bowl of rice. The hot pot at this place is top tier. Daryong was still chatting. Hey Junho, what did I say back then? He replied dejectedly. How would I know? She sighed sadly. But what, Junhasi, you are so cold. Didn't you come here to see me? He flatly denied it. What are you talking about? I came here to drink. Mo-young glanced at the situation between the two. Junho's tolerance was not bad, but that girl was something else too. He sighed and yawned repeatedly. My stomach hurts and I am tired. Why did that sparkle lead me here anyway? He observed Mori and Daryong. These people were reaching their limits. Mo-young recalled Kyungmin's warning, especially alcohol, absolutely do not drink with her. He told himself, Mom, no, the manager will be worried, so I should head out. With that thought, he stood up. It is late. I will be heading out first. Daryong reacted with surprise. Hey, I still want to hang out with Junho-si. He did not know what else to say. Geez, grow up. Before the party ended, Mo-young bowed. Thanks for the meal, Daryong Nuna. He sighed and cautioned. Get home safely then. She suddenly grabbed Junho. Junho-si, where are you going? Want to go for a second round? He dejectedly refused. No, are not you full after drinking that much? She acted pitifully. I know a really good place. Mo-young informed everyone, I will call a taxi. The taxi eventually arrived. Mo-young stepped out and called. Hello, sorry for the wait. Junho, the taxi is here. At that moment, Bora suddenly appeared. I'm Junho, he asked in surprise. Bora, why are you here? She questioned him. There was a company dinner today. And you said you were getting off work early? He was a bit flustered. Well, the thing is, suddenly, Daryong hugged Junho tightly. My Junho just went for a drink after work. What is the big deal? Why are you like this? Bora was extremely disappointed. I see how it is. She turned and walked away. Sorry for bothering you. Junho panicked. Bora, Daryong continued to cling to him. Junho, let us go hang out, just the two of us. He was completely desperate. Let go of me. Mo-young did not know what else to say. How did things get so messy? What is going on? He immediately decided, whatever, I will just deal with the immediate situation first. A taxi was waiting with its door open. He pushed Daryong and Mori inside the car. Did not forget to tell the driver. Please ask them for the address. Driver. I am counting on you. He turned around to look. That should be fine now. I need to go stop Bora and Junho. And so, Mu-young turned back to chase after the two. Unable to hold it in, Daryong threw up, making the driver worried. Miss, are you okay? He became even more worried. Where did those two go? I hope they are not pulling each other's hair out. He noticed something unusual. The sparkle. Out of curiosity, Mu-young stepped closer to observe. Finally, he had the answer. The butterfly effect. I have been looking for all this time. Junho was being intimate with Bora. Mu-young was surprised. It is falling on the people I cherish most. He asked himself. The moment an important person finds another important person. Could that sparkle be to lay the foundation for that? He sighed softly. So that is how it is. I worked hard all day, but a happy ending makes it worth it. Mu-young suddenly stepped forward. Hey, since when did you two start? Both of them were startled. Mu-young. On the other side, people around were gossiping. Isn't that Daryong? Where? You mean the girl throwing up her guts over there? Inside the room, Mu-young felt something was off. No, he asked himself. The two of them. Since when did they get that close? After Mu-young carried Junho home and finished showering, he sighed. They did not show a hint of it in front of me. Just acting. On the other side, Junho kept calling out, Bora. Mu-young sighed and complained. Geez, what a mess. The doorbell rang, catching his attention. Who is coming at this hour? Youngmin called out worriedly. Mu-young. He was startled and surprised. Manager Chu. He walked inside. Why are not you answering your phone? He explained. My phone ran out of battery and turned off. Is something wrong? Youngmin continued to question him. The thing is, you were with Daryong earlier, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Mu-young continued the story. After dinner, she was so drunk that I caught a taxi for her. That is all. He still did not understand the severity. What is wrong? Youngmin did not know where to start. Well, his expression turned grim. There are a lot of posts on SNS saying Daryong was seen being taken in by the police. He could not believe it. Taken in by the police. Mu-young became confused. That is strange. We did not do anything that would require going to the station. He was still very worried. Are you sure you are not involved? He nodded firmly. Yes, only then could Youngmin breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He called out in confusion. Hyung. He stepped closer and picked up a glass of water from the table. I am sorry for making you worry. After thinking for a moment, he instructed, if Daryong's side keeps contacting you, just block them and let me know. He nodded. Alright. Mu-young suddenly got curious. By the way, you have been at the office this whole time. You do not look like you just came from home. He sighed awkwardly. Because of work. He was surprised. Is something else going on? Youngmin reluctantly shared. The epidemic movie might have its release date pushed back. He still did not understand. Why, is there a problem with the editing? He nodded. It seems there is some change with the distributor, so they requested some adjustments. Mu-young's expression soured. It is true that finishing the movie on time is not enough. The distributor's role in screening and coordination is also. Youngmin put the glass down on the table. As you know, the distributor for the epidemic movie is Montet. They are a small firm, and there are rumors that since too many works are waiting to be released, the schedule might be pushed back. His voice became disappointed. The original plan was the first half of next year, right? He nodded in confirmation. It might be pushed to the second half. Don't worry too much. Nothing is certain yet. Young smiled to comfort him. Yes, I am not worried. In his heart, he knew clearly that not knowing anything would be anxious, but he had already seen the pedal effect for the epidemic movie. Everything would be fine. Remembering something, Kyungmin probed. There is another piece of news that is not really related to you. Do you remember director Hong Seok-jo? He nodded. Yes, the person who went to dinner with PD Lee Eugene last time. He sighed and complained. I heard he was in a drunk driving accident and is now hospitalized. Mu-young's expression changed instantly. He was not seriously injured, was he? He shook his head. I heard it will take 12 weeks to recover. It is a shame, but at least it is lucky. He only hit the median strip, so only he was injured. He nodded and commented, you and the CEO must be really busy then, especially having to handle Taesok-young's drama too. Not wanting to waste time, Kyungmin stood up. I am glad nothing happened to you. I am heading back to the office. He did not forget to remind him, contact me if anything happens. Mu-young nodded. Alright, get back safely. Time moved to late at night. He looked out the window. Speaking of which, if Daryong is in this much trouble, Bora must be in a tough spot too. He asked himself. That movie finished filming first, right? I wonder if it will have a smooth ending. Junho suddenly burst into tears from behind. Bora is there. Looking at his sleeping face, Mu-young was somewhat speechless. You scared me. He threw a pillow at him. If you are sleeping, just stay quiet. The scene shifted to the police station. Moon Cheol drove hurriedly to the place. As soon as he stepped inside, he caught sight of Daryong sitting there quietly. Her face broke into a bright smile. Manager Park. Moon Cheol stepped forward to scold her. Don't pretend. Didn't I tell you to drink less? Didn't I? He was feeling very angry. I could have used a little money to shut that reporter up, but you caused a scene in the middle of the street like that. How am I supposed to handle this? She would not stop crying. I am really sorry, but Ha Mo Young and Im Junho set me up. Hearing those two names, Moon Cheol froze instantly. What? Who did you just say? She continued the story. It was Ha Mo Young and his friend, Im Junho. To be honest, I am not interested in Ha Mo Young, but... He cut her off. Enough, she kept reminding him, manager. Just worry about your own part. Daryong did not forget to add. I heard that rookie Ha Mo Young pushed Heejun out to snatch the role of Jin. He was getting mad enough to go crazy. So that meeting was with Ha Mo Young, the guy who is always hindering my business. Moon Cheol suddenly instructed, listen carefully to what I say. She looked a bit dazed. Yes, he revealed a smug smile. From now on, we start steering public opinion. Time passed until the next morning. Mo Young carefully set out some jajangmyeon on the table. Junho was still laughing with joy. He glared at him. You like that? He looked extremely proud. Then of course, I have the most beautiful girlfriend in the world. Mo Young did not know what else to say. Geez, so annoying. I get it, just eat. The phone suddenly rang, catching his attention. Junho was surprised. What is it, Mo? Young looked at the phone screen. The manager said not to react to anything, just wait. What does that mean? He realized something was wrong. After a moment's thought, he picked up his phone to check. Junho's expression changed instantly. No. Check the entertainment news section online. The news was exploding. The person accompanying Miss A, the intoxicated artist in Gangnam, is Ha Mo Young. Miss A drunk on the street. Where was Ha Mo Young? So Ha Mo Young and Daryong were drinking together. Who even is Ha Mo Young to be hanging out with Daryong? I am so jealous of Ha Mo Young. His mood suddenly turned sour. What on earth is this? There was a new article on the forum. The person accompanying female artist A, who caused a disturbance at Gangnam Station early yesterday morning, has been confirmed as rookie actor Ha Mo Young. He became known through the late-night pub program on MeTube and is currently an influential actor on SNS. Recently he appeared in a supporting role in the movie Please Come to the Cafe, a work that caused a stir due to the assistant director's abuse of power scandal. On the day of the incident, Miss A stated she was with Ha Mo Young, but when she sobered up, she found herself alone on the street. On the other hand, netizens suspect Miss A is Daryong, but the company has denied it and stated she will continue filming Please Come to the Cafe normally. Reading this, Junho was furious. Mo Young's name was written so blatantly, while Daryong's side is using a smokescreen to deny it completely. He could not take it anymore. These people are really something. Seeing Mo Young so calm made him jump. Are you okay? He calmly put down his chopsticks. Wait a second, I will take this call. He quickly answered. Yes, manager. Kyung Min felt a bit helpless. Sorry Mo Young, we tried to stop it, but Sealing's side acted quite aggressively. He did not forget to add, for now, I will post a denial, so please wait patiently for a while. We are also contacting other newspapers. We should be able to settle this. He continued to instruct, I will call you back later. Kyung Min suddenly called out, wait, Young, he seriously proposed. Try telling Sealing and the newspapers this. Hearing Mo Young's decision made Junho freeze. His face had completely changed. If they do not want to be humiliated, they would better handle this properly. He could not believe his eyes. It was his first time seeing Ha Mo Young like this. Truly, a normally kind person is terrifying once they get angry. Young Min was still dazed. You remembered something, he explained seriously. Seoul 88854G7. I was the one who caught that taxi and sent her home. I am sure the dashcam recorded it. Junho suddenly turned to look at him. You were that drunk but you still remembered that. He sighed and nodded. Because I proactively looked at the license plate to memorize it. Lying on the sofa, Mo Young sighed and complained. This is exhausting. He comforted him from the side. Don't worry too much. No matter what people say, as long as you did not do it, it is fine. He shook his head. I do not care what people say, I am just worried about the audition results. Junho suddenly reminded him, hey, the noodles are getting soggy. Eat first. Mo Young threw a pillow at his head. It is all your fault, you brat. He felt very wronged. Why is it my fault? In the video was Mo Young's voice. Please ask them for the address, driver. I am counting on you. Seeing this, Daryong screamed. Hey, Ha Mo Young, where are you going? Hey, the driver asked, can you give me the address please? She suddenly opened the car door. Why are you moving? Don't stop. He quickly reminded her. It is dangerous to open the door while the car is moving, but she did not care. I said. I am not going. What is so great about Kang Bora that everyone clings to her? The driver screamed in despair. No, the driver kept calling out. Good grief, miss, are you okay? Comments kept appearing. It really is. Daryang. What a temper. She is speaking informally to a driver old enough to be her father. They said, Ha Mo Young abandoned her, but it turns out he even caught a taxi for her. Ha Mo Young just posted on Insta. What? It says, Daryang wanted to apologize for the assistant director scandal, so she treated him to a meal. Time moved to the evening. Mo Young lay tiredly inside the room. Yoo Jane called him. I know you are overwhelmed, but I could not get a hold of you earlier. Mo Young say. He was startled. Yes, PD Lee Yoo-jin. She noticed. What is with your voice, are you crying? He quickly sat up. What is going on with you, she asked. Can you come to the production office this week? I want to gather the Meryl Kellen members for a camera test. Hearing that familiar name surprised him. Meryl Kellen. Mo Young recalled it was the name of the band in You Are a Star, I Am a Star. He immediately responded, yes, of course. His face suddenly changed. But is it okay with the news like that? Mo Young explained awkwardly. PD Nim. I really want to participate, but I do not know if you have seen the recent commotion. Yoo-jin did not seem to care at all. I saw it. What about it? A show about being a star needs a little commotion. Besides, I see that you did not do anything wrong, Mo Young see. He suddenly felt relieved. It seemed the management company had handled things well. Hearing that, he nodded. Then I have no more hesitations. The time and place. Junho suddenly woke up. What is that? He silently looked at the phone. Then he looked at Mo Young's back standing to one side. Yes, then I will see you that day. Yes, Junho suddenly spoke up. You succeeded. He turned his head. On his phone was a new article, trending in Korea, Daryang's personality. Daryang withdraws from the movie. A few days later at the production unit's camera test site, Yoo-jin asked, have you all greeted each other? Everyone nodded and replied. Yes. Mo Young's mood was still very good. I am glad I was chosen. He noticed a bright smile on Raman's face. Raman got the part too. This result is perfect. Yoo-jin smiled and spoke. I am sure you all know each other, but let me give a brief introduction anyway, she said to everyone. As you can see, the male lead Do-ha will be played by Mo Young. Next, Song-ah will play Moran, and the role of Sarah will be played by Pyo Rai. Yoo-jin turned her head. Raman Sasi will play Jong Min. He looked a bit flustered. I hope for everyone's guidance and help. And finally, the supporting male role, Tae Hyun, will be played by Seo Jong Moon. He smiled and bowed his head. Mo Young was extremely excited. I never expected to act alongside someone who won a survival show. I actually voted for you. He noticed something was off, which caught his attention. Wait a minute. Without turning his head, he asked. Am I the only one here who is not a singer? Yoo-jin nodded in confirmation. That is right. I hope everyone helps each other out. We also have 3 people here who are acting for the first time. She thought to herself, did I really choose people based only on their image? After thinking for a bit, she suggested, all right, let us start the camera test. We will begin with Do-ha, the male lead. He nodded in agreement. Yes, Mo Young was lost in his own thoughts. It was not just because he was the only professional actor among the main cast. Rather, since the male lead was such a vital role, he felt he had to give it his absolute all. Holding the script in his hand, he felt the same way he always did, his face filled with pride. This time, I am going to act with everything I have got. Mo Young was doing an excellent job fulfilling his duties. He switched into acting mode. Let me tell you something. There are 2 things I hate most in this world. His face instantly filled with rage. Stupidity and idiocy. He continued his questioning. Even if my words are a mess, is it really that hard to understand? Don't you know my style? Mo Young had completely immersed himself in the character. I have to adjust the gain as high as the force I hit the strings with so it does not crackle. I practiced until I was half dead while you guys were just loafing around in the corner. It does not matter if these fingers get a little stiff. I think I have said this before. He shouted his criticism. Once you hear it, please shove it into your head. The department head sat to the side in shock. We just gave him the script. That segment was so long, yet he already has it memorized. He had to admit, he looks so gentle, but looking closely now, that sharp charisma fits the role perfectly. Yoo-jin suddenly approached him. Well, department head. She gave a smug smile. Mo Young fits the role of Do-ha perfectly, does not he? He had to agree. It is spot on. Next came the scene with Mo Young and Song. Aha! Seeing him so focused made her heart flutter slightly. He suddenly grabbed Song Ah's hand. The melody began to echo from inside the room. The distance between the two was very close. Everyone around them smiled in delight. Lights shone down from all directions. Raman felt that things were getting better and better. The assistant helped everyone analyze the development of each character. This time, Mo Young transformed into a student diligently taking notes. He carefully set his pen down on his notebook. Yoo-jin announced to everyone, "Great job today everyone." Raman turned his head curiously. Mo Young, what were you writing so much of? He smiled and explained. Just a personal habit that should not be shown on camera. I recorded some parts to share with everyone later. He did not forget to add, it might be a way to analyze the character, or maybe not. Ramen seemed to understand. He admitted to himself, Mo Young Hyung is truly amazing. Usually in places like this, people are only busy looking out for themselves. Now I see why Bin Hyung follows his lead. At that moment, Yujin grabbed everyone's attention. She asked, alright, we will be doing the poster shoot next week. The casting confirmation news will be posted this week. Ramen, have you heard about the OST? He smiled back. Yes. I am currently arranging the schedule with Saiwan Hyung. Mu Young suddenly felt excited. I get to record too, right? I am so nervous. Ramen wondered to himself. I wonder how long it will take Mu Young Hyung to record. Good luck, Siwon Hyung. Everything was going so well that Yujin was extremely satisfied. That is it for today. I will discuss the rest with the managers. Great job, everyone. Everyone quickly left. Good job. Thank you. Feeling confused, Mu Young asked. Why are not we going home yet? Young-min explained. There is still some important business. He was surprised. Important business. He gave a playful smile. The contract. Mu Young hurriedly asked, Hyung, do you know what the fee per episode is? He nodded firmly. Of course, we already negotiated it. Isn't it a bit late to ask? He was full of anticipation. Before we look at the contract, give me a little hint. Youngmin did a quick calculation. Since the drama is 16 episodes, we multiply it by 16, plus the rerun royalties. Mu Young looked ecstatic. 60 million won, including the broadcasting fees. He was a bit surprised. Do you like it that much? He nodded and explained, I am a rookie, so it is hard to raise the price. How did you negotiate that? Kyungmin recounted, well, they saw your star potential. Plus, the pay for the co-stars is quite high. Have you ever seen a male lead get paid less than the supporting cast? Hearing this, he finally understood. I guess those articles from before were considered star potential. The management company must have handled it well. Kyungmin asked curiously. By the way, what is the first thing you are going to do when you get paid? Mu Young shared his thoughts. First, I will stay in the dorm until the end of this semester. I will save up and find a new place to stay before the next semester starts. He did not forget to add, and I will buy some delicious food for my friends. He nodded and smiled. Got it. He was very excited about the future. Hyung, I am going to work really hard. Kyungmin advised. Just do as well as you always do. On the other side, Roman walked into the dormitory. Hyungs, I am back. As soon as he saw Sewon, he called out, Hyung. He turned his head in surprise. Did it go well? He smiled and nodded. Yes. Ramen noticed with surprise that Siwon looked even more tired than last time. He reminded him worriedly, don't overwork yourself. His attitude was quite irritable. What about me? He turned to leave. I am just doing what I always do. Ramen wanted to give some advice but did not know where to start. Sometime later, the manager ran in. Dinner's here, everyone. Come eat. Enbin explained. Siwon Hang said he is not eating. He was a bit surprised. Again, Roman told them both, I will go get some drinks. The manager felt something was off. He always gets so cranky during composing season. Who can truly understand the pain of creation? The members discussed among themselves. If only a studio ghost would appear and lend a hand, that would be great. In this day and age, as if, the manager turned and asked. I heard that if a ghost appears during recording, that album will be a huge hit. Don't you guys know that? Enbin was very skeptical. I have heard of it. But is it real? He did not know what to say. Well, who knows, maybe you will experience it this time. On Siwon's door was a sign. Working. Do not disturb. The next day, Mu-young was in awe of the vast space before him. The three of them looked at the bustling scene. It is so crowded. Junho suddenly pointed. Over there, he called out. Director. Young Seok smiled and ran over. It has been a long time, kids. Mu-young recounted. On the first day without a performance of the Rowan Tree, we came to the Hadong Theater at Yu-chan's invitation. His mood was very good. He still did not know what decision Yu-chan would make, but, he looked up at the clear blue sky. Regardless of which path was taken, the present moment was the most important. Jung Seok asked curiously, Mu-young, I heard you are acting with Roman this time. He nodded. Yes, that is right. A proud smile appeared on his face. To have two students from my academy in it. I will have to hang up another banner. He realized something. By the way, have you two been living the high life lately? Your complexions look great. Bora explained awkwardly. It is probably thanks to the lipstick Mu-young bought me. Junho added. Mu-young got his paycheck early, so he treated us to a meal. He turned to him in surprise. What? What about your teacher? He pulled out two gifts. I prepared something for you and Yu-chan too. He was very surprised. Really? Suddenly, the stage lights dimmed. Yu-chan stood right in the center. He suddenly looked up. Do you know about Elisha Village? His attitude was intensely focused. A village built with light, but ultimately collapsed in blood. I am the chief of that place. Mu-young thought to himself, that is definitely Yu-chan. In the play, Murray stepped forward. She looked around curiously. Hello, is anyone there? Mo Young suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. The female lead. Mari, he felt a pang of regret. Good God. No. That is the role Ha Yi would have played if she were still alive. Yu Chan turned his head curiously. Who are you? This is the first time I have met you. Marie stepped forward and announced, I came here because I smelled the rowan tree. Her eyes sparkled. If you do not mind, could I please have a sip of water? Mu Young suddenly realized that this Mary felt completely different from Ha Yi. He sighed and closed his eyes tightly. If only Ha Yi could see this from heaven. He prayed silently in his heart. I hope that seeing the wonderful performance of the actress playing the role she once longed for gives her the will to live a good life in her next one. On stage, a man approached Mari. His face became extremely unpleasant. He suddenly questioned her. What on earth is this crazy girl talking about? We can't cut down the tree, she angrily repeated, then cut off my head. That way the blood will stop flowing tomorrow. Hearing this, the man turned to look at his companions. The two of them immediately decided, just cut it, kill her. And so, Mari collapsed on the ground in pain. As she died, Yuchin arrived at the scene. He sighed in helplessness. If cutting this tree is how you test my confidence, then I would rather go to hell. His hands began to tremble. Kill me instead. Yumas was too deep in character. Use your lightning to judge me. As soon as he spoke, lightning appeared in the sky. The audience members were also taken by surprise. The lights shone directly down onto the stage. Finally, the play came to an end. It had been a long time since Yu Chan showed such a bright smile. Mu Young clapped, cheering for his friend. After the play ended, everyone went to eat grilled meat together. Bora chatted happily. Gathering like this really makes me miss the old days. Yu Chen had to agree. I know, right? He remembered something. By the way, Mu Young, do you know Jin Seo? He asked in surprise. Jin Seo, he continued. Kim Jin Seo, the actress who played Mari. Mu Young then remembered. So her name is Jin Seo. Chon nodded. I saw you giving her flowers, so I thought you knew each other. Guess not, he explained. I just thought her acting was so good that I wanted to give them to her. In his mind, he thought, in reality, those flowers were to commemorate Ha Yi. Bora asked curiously, so what is your plan now? Continue with stage plays, or something else? Yuchen fell silent, thinking for a long time. He spoke his mind. For now, I will focus on stage theater activities. It seems I have been living while forgetting my original intention. She remarked in surprise. You have attained enlightenment. He turned to look at him. Mu Young, are you going home after this? He explained to everyone. I am going to a recording. Yuyan was surprised. A recording, he smiled brightly. I have an appointment to record an OST with Siwon Hyung today. Junho found it hard to believe. Siwon from Zeraterm, he nodded in praise. That is awesome. You are really moving up in the world. Mo Young waved it off. It is not quite at that level yet. But in exchange, he decided, today is on me. Everyone was overjoyed. Mu Young is the best. Hey, order more meat. More. By the time of the recording, Siwon walked inside. Hello. The staff were surprised. Swan is here. He smiled and chatted. I heard you just finished filming a CF. You look a bit tired. His mood turned sour. It is a packed schedule all day, Hyung, the manager quickly explained. He has been filming since early morning, so he is a bit irritable. Please understand. The staff laughed. He looks even crankier than usual today. He suddenly got curious. Which actor are we working with today? Siwon sighed and complained. I do not remember who, but that guy is in for a rough time. Mu Young excitedly entered the recording booth. He smiled and greeted them. Hello, I am Ha Mo Young. I am looking forward to working with you. Suddenly, Siwon tightened his grip on the water bottle in his hand. His expression soured. Nice ending sound. Mu Young turned back in confusion. Did I do something wrong? Young Min shook his head. No, Siwon is not feeling well today, that is all. Hang in there, Mu Young. He nodded. Yes, as soon as he heard the melody, he praised it. I really like this song. The melody fits the character so well, the staff announced. Next, you have the guide version. The following melody made him jump. Wait, it was originally like this. Myung turned and asked, this part does not have lyrics yet, does it? Siwon's expression changed instantly. He shouted angrily, Hyung, I told you to prepare properly. The manager quickly bowed his head. I am sorry. Seeing this situation, Mo Young felt a bit awkward. The staff reminded them, anyway, we can't make it in one day. Just listen to the guide and go straight into recording. He nodded. Yes, I understand. Siwon sighed inwardly. Making an OST is harder than I thought. He felt like his head was about to explode. On top of that, this kid was a newbie with no background. Would this even end well? Lights shone down on the large stage. Mo Young seemed to transform into the character. I'm Doha, the leader of Merrill Kelly, an artist who loves music. He closed his eyes and focused on the script. A man who always thinks he is the best in the world, and a wonderful man who lives up to that title. He reached out and took the microphone. In this moment, Mu Young told himself, I am Im Doha. His voice slowly rose. He was being gentle, and Siwon's expression changed immediately. The staff member next to him asked, Wasn't it said this guy could not sing? His voice is quite good. And the pitch is perfect. He nodded. That is true. Only then did Siwon realize what he had been doing with Ramen back at the dorm. He was very surprised. I did not expect him to improve so fast. Mu Young continued singing. Remember the moment our eyes first met? Siwon told himself. If he keeps this up, it won't take long. Right now, there were no signs of him stopping. I will be immersed in your charm, unable to escape. His expression suddenly changed. Wait, the lyrics. Mu Young had improvised his own lyrics for the empty melody. Don't worry, it is only natural.